Yi Chang opened his eyes in shock, wet all over. He was not in his own house but in the single room he rented 4 years ago. Checking his phone, he saw the date September 15, 2017. Realizing he had been reborn, Yi Chang was overcome with emotion. Before this second chance, Yi Chang's life was happy but modest. He had a loving wife, Lin Yuan, and a daughter, Xin. His downfall began when he was enticed by a colleague into investing in Bitcoin. Initially, he made some money, which led him to invest more, hiding his actions from Lin Yuan. Eventually, Yi Chang mortgaged their house and invested heavily, only to see Bitcoin crash, wiping out his family's savings and their future. Determined not to repeat his mistakes, Yi Chang vowed to use his knowledge of the future to secure a better life for his family. He immediately thought of Bitcoin, knowing its price would surge in the coming months. Despite the risks, he saw it as the quickest way to amass wealth. Yi Chang decided to invest the down payment savings he and his wife had accumulated, amounting to over 500,000 yuan. He transferred the entire amount to a trading platform, using 5 times leverage to maximize his gains. The initial days were stressful as the price fluctuated, causing significant temporary losses. However, Yi Chang remained confident, knowing the price would soon rise. As predicted, Bitcoin's value began to climb. Over the next few months, the price surged, reaching new heights. Yi Chang's investments grew exponentially, turning his initial investment into millions. His wife, initially unaware of his actions, became concerned as she noticed the fluctuating balances and Yi Chang's preoccupation with the market. Eventually, he confessed to her about the investments. Although Lin Yuan was initially upset and worried about the risks, she supported Yi Chang after seeing the substantial profits. They agreed to withdraw a portion of the earnings to secure their financial future. With the newfound wealth, Yi Chang and Lin Yuan decided to buy a house. They visited several properties, eventually choosing a spacious, well-located apartment that cost nearly 4.7 million yuan. The purchase marked a significant upgrade from their previous modest living conditions. Despite their newfound comfort, Yi Chang continued to monitor Bitcoin's market closely. He knew another significant surge was coming and planned to capitalize on it. He made a final major investment, this time shorting Bitcoin as it reached its peak. This move further increased their fortune. Throughout this period, Yi Chang's motivation remained steadfast to provide a stable and prosperous future for his family. The memory of their past struggles and his previous mistakes drove him to make cautious and calculated decisions. His rebirth gave him a rare opportunity to rectify his past actions and ensure his family's happiness and security. As the value of Bitcoin soared to unprecedented heights, Yi Chang successfully executed his plan, securing over $2.9 million in profit from his final trade. This windfall allowed him to further solidify their financial position. Yi Chang decided to withdraw the majority of the funds, leaving only a portion for potential future investments. He also set up a trust fund for Xin's education and future needs, ensuring she would never face the hardships they once did. Yi Chang and Lin Yuan moved into their new home, a symbol of their hard-earned success. They enrolled Xin in a prestigious kindergarten nearby, providing her with opportunities they had only dreamed of before. The new house and the financial stability it represented brought a sense of peace and fulfillment to the family. Yi Chang's journey from financial ruin to security was complete. His rebirth had not only given him a second chance but had also taught him the value of careful planning and the importance of family. In their new home, life settled into a happy routine. Yi Chang, having learned from his past, avoided risky investments and focused on maintaining their wealth. Lin Yuan continued to work, though she planned to resign once they were fully settled. The family enjoyed simple pleasures together, from playing in their spacious living room to taking walks in the serene community park. Yi Chang's determination to provide the best for his family paid off. His strategic investments and the lessons learned from his previous life ensured that they would never have to worry about financial instability again. The rebirth had given Yi Chang not only a chance to correct his mistakes but also the wisdom to make the most of his second chance. The family's future was secure, and their happiness, once shattered by Yi Chang's past greed, was restored and stronger than ever. Yi Chang opened his eyes, as if in shock. Wet all over. Still sleeping in bed. Wait, no, this is not my house. He sat up suddenly and looked around. The long-cherished memory was turned over. Isn't this the single room I rented 4 years ago? Yi Chang had a look of disbelief on his face. He shook his head, thinking he was dreaming. He pinched his face hard with his fingers, hissing, "It hurts a lot." Not a dream. It is true. He remembered something and quickly picked up the smartphone next to him. September 15, 2017. Yeah, Am I just like the protagonist in the online novel, Reborn? Yi Chang was stunned. He rubbed his face, and it took him a while to accept this reality. Immediately, he burst into tears with excitement. Because of him, everything can be done all over again. Before the rebirth, the life of a family of 3 was very happy. Although they were not rich, they loved each other. They were calm and enjoyable. Until Bitcoin became popular all over the world, Yi Chang, who never speculated in stocks or played futures, was caught by a colleague, bewitched, and finally got involved. In the beginning, it was a small investment, but because the market was good, he made some money. Unsatisfied, Yi Chang increased his investment. Wife Lin Yuan saw the huge risk of Bitcoin and persuaded Yi Chang to play a little, but don't fall into it. Yi Chang kept the secret from his wife, and quietly invested another 100,000. Fortunately, it more than doubled. Under the greed, Yi Chang actually became obsessed. He even mortgaged the house that the two of them had saved and bought hard without telling his wife, raised 2 million, put it all into it, and used high leverage. Unexpectedly, there was a huge risk in digital currency, and players around the world sold in panic, causing Bitcoin to plummet by 40 overnight. Yi Chang burst out before he could escape. The 9 years of hard work with his wife Lin Yuan turned into a bubble overnight. Yi Chang has many regrets, but there is no regret medicine in the world. He didn't know how to face his wife Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan and him are college classmates. They are very beautiful, not to mention the school beauty. At least it is no problem to be a class beauty. The two began to fall in love when they were in college, until they graduated, breaking the curse of breaking up after graduation. Originally, Lin Yuan's parents did not agree, but Lin Yuan insisted on being with Yi Chang. In the end, Lin Yuan's parents could only agree. Yi Chang only spent more than 30,000 betrothal gifts, plus a simple but not grand wedding, to marry Lin Yuan. The beginning of life was tight and simple. But Lin Yuan never complained and shared the joys and sorrows with Yi Chang. After several years of hard work, I finally got enough down payment for the house, bought a house, and a lovely daughter Qin. But who would have thought that because of his own greed, the happy life of a family of 3 would be completely destroyed in the end? At last. Now, God actually gave him a chance to be reborn. He would never let this happen again. At this moment, the phone rang. Yi Chang saw that it was his wife Lin Yuan who was calling. He answered quickly. "Husband, do you feel better now?" Lin Yuan's gentle voice came from the phone. Yi Chang said that the reason why he didn't go to work was because he had a cold and fever that day, so he rested at home. "Wife, I'm much better now." A smile appeared on Yi Chang's face. His wife's concern warmed his heart. "Then you should still drink multigrain porridge at noon, cook some vegetable broth, don't drink iced drinks, rest more. Qin is out of school, I'll pick it up," Lin Yuan warned. "Qin, let me pick it up," Yi Chang said. Usually the two of them go to work, so they can't pick up Qin from school in time, so they can only let the kindergarten take care of them for 2 more hours. "Just stay at home, I'll drop by anyway," Lin Yuan said. "Okay. I won't say more, otherwise the supervisor will tell me again." "Wife. Wait." Yi Chang hesitated. "What's wrong?" Lin Yuan asked. "I love you." Yi Chang couldn't help but say. "Me too." Lin Yuan on the other side of the phone looked around, afraid of being overheard, but her heart was sweet, and she whispered, "Husband, I love you too." After speaking, she hung up the phone. Yi Chang had a smile on his face. It felt so good to be reborn. This time, he will not let his wife and daughter suffer with him. He wants to give them the happiest and most comfortable life. As a rebirth, if he can't do it, then he is a bit of a waste. Thinking of this, Yi Chang's eyes showed a hint of determination. He began to recall what happened in the next 4 years. After a long time, he sighed. Although a lot of things happened, it seemed that there was not much value to him. Because of some things, he is also half understood and has not understood in detail. His current job is civil engineering, which will be less popular in the future as the real estate market shrinks. Suddenly, Yi Chang's eyes lit up and he thought of a profitable project, Bitcoin. He was in a very complicated mood. Because the tragedy of the past life was caused by Bitcoin. But in this life, he still wants to touch it. But this is the easiest and fastest way for him to earn his first pot of gold. According to his knowledge of the historical price of Bitcoin, Bitcoin will have a surge in the next 3 months, eventually reaching the point of $19,000. Although it is not comparable to the 60,000 in the peak period of later generations in 2021, it is still extremely terrifying. With this wave of market prices, Yi Chang can definitely make a lot of money. He would never miss such an opportunity. Just, how to get the starting capital. Yi Cheng's eyes flashed and he made up his mind about the payment of the house. According to his negotiation with his wife Lin Yuan, at the end of the month, he will go to see a real estate that is about to open. If there is no accident, the two will make a down payment of more than 500,000 yuan, take a loan of 1 million yuan, and buy a well-decorated off-plan house. These more than $500,000 were accumulated by Yi Cheng and Lin Yuan after working hard for several years to save money. If Lin Yuan knew that he invested so much money in digital currency, he would definitely be very angry. After all, Lin Yuan didn't know that Bitcoin would rise so much later. What's more, the risk of digital currency has always been the initial perception of many people. Therefore, Lin Yuan would never agree. I definitely can't let my wife know. I can only kill it first and then play it. Even if I know it, I will be angry for a while at most. After she sees me making money, she should be relieved. Yi Cheng was thinking in his heart. Luckily, all the house payments are on one card, and this card is Yi Cheng's. In this way, he can operate just fine. Yi Cheng used the Huacoin platform in his previous life, so he also chose this time. First, download the Huabai app. After registering, Yi Cheng has relevant experience, and it's easy to get it done. He took a look at the current price of BTC, which is more than $3,200. Although he didn't remember it very clearly, he also knew that this price, compared to the subsequent increase, should be said to be very low. Yi Cheng took a deep breath and started transferring money in without hesitation. A total of more than 534,000. All turned in. Even though he knew that 100 BTC would go up, Yi Cheng was inexplicably nervous. After all, the more than $500,000 was saved by him and Lin Yuan over the years. Usually, the two people's monthly expenses, including their daughter Qinqin's, are basically controlled below 5,000 yuan. When they go to work, they both take the subway and bus, and never return to the ground. In order to save rent, the rented places are far away from the company, so there can be no mishaps with this money. In the previous life, Yi Cheng chose contracts, but the leverage was too high and the risk was too great. If you choose to buy bitcoins from the spot, the risk will be greatly reduced, but you will earn less. Even in this wave of market prices, it can reach the level of $19,000 apiece, but it can be at most 5 or 6 times profit. This is not in line with Yi Cheng's ambitions. However, he could not grasp the specific daily fluctuations of BTC. Therefore, he must not choose too high leverage for daily operations. After all, the fluctuation of BTC is too terrifying, and the movement is a few points or even a dozen points. After much thought, Yi Cheng made a decision. In the form of contracts, the leverage is 5 times. As long as it doesn't fall directly by more than 20 like in the previous life, there is no danger of liquidation. According to his understanding, this wave of market prices did not fall below 20 continuously until the end of the market. It was also the deep fall that gave Yi Cheng a low enough price to buy in. Since the digital currency is traded in US dollars, Yi Cheng first converted more than 500,000 soft sister coins into more than 79,000 US dollars. After placing the order, the transaction is completed quickly. 5 times leverage. Yi Cheng has 119.26 more BTC in his account. As the price of Bitcoin fluctuated, Yi Cheng's account began to lose money. Although it was only temporary, Yi Cheng was still unhappy. Simply turn it off and don't watch it. But in less than 5 minutes, he opened it again and looked at it. Lost again. It seems that I'm still not suitable for such a high-risk job. Yi Cheng shook his head. By noon, my stomach growled. I only ate porridge in the morning. He walked into the kitchen and there was hot porridge in the rice cooker, which was cooked by his wife Lin Yuan early in the morning. He took some lettuce and lean meat from the refrigerator, washed it, cut it into pieces, and boiled it into a pot of lettuce broth. Lin Yuan usually cooks, and he rarely does it, so the food made is just barely edible, and it will definitely not be delicious. After lunch, Yi Cheng washed the tableware and chopsticks, and then he couldn't help but turn on his phone to see the status of BitTE coin. The price has dropped to more than 2,900. In less than an hour, he had already lost 40,000 US dollars, which is equivalent to a loss of 250,000 soft sister coins, and half of the funds were gone. This is the horror of leverage. Fortunately, only 5 times the leverage is opened. If it is 10 times or even 100 times, even if you know the approximate trend, it will be a blood loss. Yi Cheng went out until after 3 o'clock in the afternoon. There were several calls in the middle, one from my mother and one from the company, asking when can I go to work? The weather in September is very hot. Even though it was almost 4 o'clock, it was still very hot. Of course, the home isn't much better. After all, it is a single room, there is no air conditioning, it is all supported by fans. Yi Chang sent a text message to his wife, saying that he was going to pick up Chin Chin. The wife quickly replied, "Okay, you go home and cook the rice, and I'll come back to cook." Yi Chang went to the supermarket first, bought some fruit, and Chin Chin's favorite chocolate. Usually, his wife doesn't buy chocolate for Chin Chin's teeth, because he is afraid that Chin Chin's teeth will get cavities, so Yi Chang often buys them secretly and tells Chin Chin not to tell her mother. At the gate of the kindergarten, Yi Chang saw his daughter carrying a small school bag by the slide, playing with a few children. Looking at his daughter, who was much smaller than in the previous life, Yi Chang showed a look of doting on his face. In the previous life, because I was too busy with work, I didn't spend much time with my daughter. Even buying something for her, I could save it as much as I could. Yi Chang suddenly felt too wronged for his daughter. Dad! Suddenly, Chin Chin saw Yi Chang at the gate of the school, and was immediately surprised and rushed over. Yi Chang walked in and picked Chin Chin up. "Chin Chin, are you good at kindergarten today?" Yi Chang kissed his daughter on the cheek and asked. "Chin Chin is very good." The teacher also praised Chin Chin and rewarded her with a little red flower. Chin Chin pointed to a small red flower between her brows and said proudly, "Chin Chin is awesome," Yi Chang said. Then, he registered with the staff and walked out of the kindergarten door with Chin Chin in his arms. When passing a store, Chin Chin suddenly whispered, "Dad, I want to eat ice cream." Because she saw a grandma bought an ice cream for a young lady and ate it with relish. "Chin Chin, ice cream is too cold and not good for your health, but Dad bought you a chocolate bar," Yi Chang said quickly. When Chin Chin was born, because it was not a full month, she was frail and sickly since she was a child, and it didn't get better until she was 4 years old, so her wife never gave Chin Chin cold drinks or the like. Seeing the chocolate bar Yi Chang took out, Chin Chin was very happy to take it. Because she knew that if it was her mother, she would definitely not even give her chocolate. Although there was no ice cream, Chin Chin was still very happy with the chocolate, and while eating the chocolate, she walked with Yi Chang towards the house. After playing games with his daughter for a while, Yi Chang took time to look at the Bitcoin situation. It has returned to the price of more than 3,100, just under 20,000. For the rest of the time, Yi Chang stayed with his daughter, painting, reading, watching cartoons. Until 6:10 when the door rang. Immediately after, Lin Yuan, who was dressed in professional women's clothes, walked in. There was a trace of tiredness on her beautiful face. "Mother!" Chin Chin ran over immediately. Yi Chang looked at his wife, who was a few years younger, and felt very emotional. Because the current Lin Yuan has changed a lot from the Lin Yuan 4 years later. Lin Yuan looks much younger now. I have to say that in the past 4 years, my wife's skin looks a lot rougher after 4 years because she has not received good maintenance. Yi Chang walked over, and under Lin Yuan's puzzled eyes, he hugged her in his arms. "How are you today?" Lin Yuan enjoyed her husband's embrace very much, but Yi Chang didn't usually do this. So she felt weird. "I missed you, didn't I?" Yi Chang laughed. Lin Yuan rolled her eyes, but the beautiful curvature of the corner of her mouth showed that she was very happy. After blowing the fan and resting from sweat, Lin Yuan went into the kitchen and started cooking. Yi Chang has cooked the meal and the ingredients are ready. 10 minutes later, Lin Yuan cooked 3 dishes, and the family of 3 sat at the table and began to eat. Yi Chang didn't tell Lin Yuan about the money. Still losing money? Not quite yet. What if Lin Yuan asked him to transfer the money? Don't look at Lin Yuan's gentle personality, but if Yi Chang gets angry, Yi Chang can't stand it. He was also reluctant to make Lin Yuan angry. "Husband, I inquired about it. There is a new property in Dongxing. It will open at the end of the month. The average price is about 16,000. The location is not bad." After dinner, Lin Yuan hugged Chin Chin and said to Yi Chang, "In the past few months, she has begun to prepare for buying a house. It won't be too far over there, will it?" Yi Chang said, "Now that I have been reborn, and I have the confidence to make a lot of money through Bitcoin, I will definitely not be able to buy the house there again. Although the price is cheap, it can be a bit remote after all. Although it is a little remote, the money we saved is just enough for that." Lin Yuan said, "Moreover, I feel that the housing prices in Pengcheng will soon rise again. If it is delayed for a while, I am afraid that the down payment will not be enough." Before, because the two were hesitant, they never thought about buying a house, but they didn't expect that in just 2 years, the house price in Pengcheng would skyrocket. But now 2 years have passed, and the down payment is still just enough, but the value of the house has increased a lot. So, she felt she couldn't wait any longer. Yi Chang still admires his wife's vision. In the previous life, Lin Yuan was determined to buy a house. By the time she was reborn, the value of the suite had tripled. Well, listen to you. Yi Chang nodded with a smile. The house must be bought, but it is definitely not a small house of 90 square meters. The next morning, Yi Chang took advantage of the opportunity to go to the toilet and couldn't wait to open the Wabi platform. After reading it, a smile appeared on his face. The price has risen to more than 3,500. Earned over 20,000. Finally made money. Yi Chang is in a good mood. Unfortunately, I still can't tell my wife. Can hide a few days is a few days. Today is Saturday, so neither of them have to go to work, nor does Qin Qin have to go to school. Originally, Yi Chang wanted to take Qin Qin to the window of the World Playground, but Lin Yuan said that the playground next to the supermarket would be fine. Yi Chang knew that his wife was worried about money. After all, the rides there were not cheap. He silently swore in his heart that he would never let his wife spend her money so meticulously. Days like this shouldn't be long. At that time, if he lost money to his daughter, he would have to make up for it. Although it is only a small playground, Qin Qin still had a great time. For 2 consecutive days, Yi Chang tried to play with his daughter as much as possible, while Lin Yuan had to work overtime at home because of the tight schedule. Through Monday, September 18th, the price of Bitcoin did not increase much, and Yi Chang still made more than $20,000. He didn't know the specific increase during the period, so he could only lie down and stay still. After sending his daughter to kindergarten, Yi Chang also took the subway to the company. The company he works for is a civil design company. The company is small, with only 40 or 50 people. If it was before, Yi Chang would definitely work hard. But now, he knows that this job doesn't have a great future. If it wasn't for the money he hadn't earned, I'm afraid he would have resigned directly. Brother Yi, this is the information I have sorted out in the past few days. Do you see any problems? Sun Whiting came over with a stack of documents. Now Yi Chang has the position of team leader and has 2 people. Sun Whiting is one of them. The other is Yang Miaocai. In his previous life, Yi Chang was bewitched by this person and embarked on the road to speculate on Bitcoin. In fact, it is not a delusion. At that time, Yang Miao relied on Bitcoin and made a lot of money, and finally resigned. After Yi Chang found out, he couldn't help it, and followed him in. The final defeat. And Yang Miaocai was not much better in the end. Yi Chang flipped through the documents, nodded and said, "It's not a big problem, you just need to change it here." Okay. Sun Whiting nodded and returned to her workstation with the documents. It stayed up until noon, when Yi Chang prepared dinner and found an empty table in the cafeteria. Sun Whiting and Yang Miao also came over and sat down. Wow, Bitcoin is going up again, it's maddening me. Yang Miao stared at the phone while eating and said suddenly, "Yang Miaocai, do you still buy Bitcoin?" Sun Whiting smiled. "I have always bought, but the volatility is too big, which is not good for my heart. Moreover, in the first half of the year, I lost a lot, so I sold it all. I didn't expect it to double in the past 2 months. It's so high now that I don't dare to enter." Yang Miao said with a bitter face. "Xiaoyang, how can I buy it?" Sun Whiting asked curiously. "You'd better not buy it, you'll feel bad about money." Yang Miao shook his head and said, "Xiaoyang is right. It's best not to touch things like Bitcoin. If you touch it, you must be prepared to lose money." Yi Chang laughed. "Brother Yi, do you also have research on Bitcoin?" Yang Miao asked curiously. At the company, he hadn't seen anyone else talking about Bitcoin. "Well, I understand a little bit." Yi Chang laughed. "Really, Brother Yi, do you think Bitcoin will continue to rise in the future?" Yang Miao asked curiously. "The possibility of rising is very high, but it depends on whether you can hold it. After all, the price is very high now." Yi Chang laughed. He wouldn't be too accurate. With Yang Miaocai's character, even if he made a profit this time, he would definitely lose money again in the future. Even Yi Chang would only do 2 waves. The wave of 17 years, the wave of 2021. At other times, he wouldn't touch it. These 2 waves alone are enough to allow him to achieve financial freedom. At 5:30, Yi Chang stepped off work. Lin Yuan sent a message saying that she had gone to pick up Qin Qin. On the subway. During rush hour, the subway is crowded. Yi Chang was lucky and got a seat. Taking out his mobile phone, he opened the Huobi platform and looked at the price of Bitcoin. $3,829. Yi Chang was so happy that he earned more than $50,000. He really wanted to share this joy with his wife as soon as possible. However, he held back. Not in a hurry. Hold on. The sooner the wife knows, the better. More than half an hour later, Yi Chang got out of the subway station and boarded another bus. Taking the bus like this every day, and then going to the subway to work, is really not an ordinary tiring. Fortunately, such days, at most 3 months, can end. Holding on for a while longer, Yi Chang encouraged himself in his heart. When I got home, it was already 6:28. The wife and daughter hadn't come home yet. Yi Chang knew that they must have gone to the supermarket. After Yi Chang finished cooking, he made a big cup of herbal tea and put it in front of the fan. "Hey, it's too hot. You have to install an air conditioner." Yi Chang was sweating all over and shook his head. But he knew that his wife would definitely not agree. "Forget it, talk about it later." Following the movement at the door was opened, and it was Lin Yuan who came back with Chin Chin. Lin Yuan held Chin Chin in one hand and a large plastic bag full of things in the other. Yi Chang stepped forward to take the bag, took out the contents, sorted them into different categories, put the refrigerator in the refrigerator, and put the storage bag in the storage bag. Lin Yuan also bought a box of cut watermelons. The three sat down and ate. After eating, Lin Yuan went to the kitchen. Yi Chang accompanied Chin Chin and told her stories from fairy tales. The little guy listened carefully and occasionally asked questions. Life was flat, and Yi Chang's heart gradually became calmer. "In my previous life, although my life was quite happy, my life was tight and I had to work hard, so my spirit was always broken. But now, he began to enjoy such a life. After all, he knew the future was bright." Saturday, September 30th. Tomorrow is the National Day, the 11th long holiday. After more than a week of sideways volatility, Bitcoin finally ushered in a breakout. The price finally broke through 4,300. The floating profit is more than 100,000 US dollars, which is equivalent to 600,000 soft sister coins. It has been less than half a month since the purchase. But Yi Chang knew that this was just the beginning. 9 p.m. Chin Chin was already asleep. Yi Chang took a shower and leaned on the head of the bed, watching the news. He had seen many things that happened in his previous life. At this time, Lin Yuan also took a shower and came out in her pajamas. While blowing her hair, Lin Yuan suddenly said, "Husband, we'll go to Dongqing tomorrow to have a look. If it's suitable, we'll make a deposit." "So soon?" Yi Chang pretended to be surprised. "In the previous life, after I went to see the real estate tomorrow, I placed a deposit immediately, and then I took out a loan and signed an off-plan contract at the beginning of next month. That is, from the beginning of buying a house, the family's economy is even more difficult. After all, there is an extra mortgage. Although the two have a provident fund, they can still get a part of the money to repay the loan. Hurry up, if you delay it, maybe the price will go up again." Lin Yuan shook her hair and said, "Wife, there is something I need to tell you." Yi Chang knew that what was supposed to come had finally come. "What's up?" Lin Yuan didn't realize anything yet. "I'm afraid I won't be able to buy a house in the past 2 months. Yi Chang said. "What's the meaning?" Lin Yuan was stunned. "I used Carrie's money for his use." Yi Chang said bluntly. "Husband, what did you say, use it for other purposes?" Lin Yuan's expression was stunned. She hurriedly turned off the hairdryer, unplugged it, put it on the table, and took the phone from Yi Chang's hand. "Log into mobile banking." When she saw that there were only a few $100s left in the card, more than $500,000, and all of them were transferred away, she stared at Yi Chang and asked for a while, "Husband, where did you spend the money?" She couldn't figure it out. Her husband would never hide anything from her, but this time, why did he make up his own mind and transfer all the money, and what was it used for? And she would tell Yi Chang everything in advance, even the last time her mother called and said she would borrow tens of thousands of yuan to buy a car for her brother. Lin Yuan also categorically refused. This money was saved by the two of them to buy a house, and it must not be moved. "Wife, do you know Bitcoin?" Yi Chang knew his wife's character and seemed very calm, but it was just because of her character, and she must be very sad now. "Bitcoin, did you use it to buy Bitcoin?" Lin Yuan was stunned. She naturally knew about Bitcoin, but she didn't know much about it. In her impression, Bitcoin was not very formal and the risk was too great. "Right." Yi Chang nodded. "Husband, even if you want to buy some Bitcoins, you don't need to throw all our money in, we're all going to buy a house." Lin Yuan is a little hard to understand. Her husband has a calm personality, why is he so crazy all of a sudden? Yi Chang took the phone from Lin Yuan and opened the Huobi platform. "Wife, you'll know just by looking at it." Yi Chang said. Lin Yuan looked up. You made more than $100,000? Lin Yuan couldn't believe it. More than 100,000 US dollars, that is more than 600,000. It was equivalent to her and Yi Chang's salary for more than 2 years. Yes, half a month. Yi Cheng nodded and said, "Husband, since we've earned so much, let's hurry out. I heard that Bitcoin fluctuates too much, and some people have liquidated their positions overnight and lost everything. We made 100,000, and we're content." Lin Yuan said quickly. She is a woman who likes stability, and she can't bear such a high-risk thing. In her heart, the two of them could work and make money safely, but she would never think about making a fortune. "Wife, you believed me once, there will be a big surge in Bitcoin, and it will come out now, it's a loss," Yi Cheng said. "But the risk is just as great, maybe it will fall back," Lin Yuan said. "Wife, why don't we make a bet?" Yi Cheng laughed. "What bet?" Lin Yuan asked. "From now on, if Bitcoin falls below 4,000, I will sell it all, but if it doesn't fall below, I will follow my request, okay?" Yi Cheng said. In his memory, after October, Bitcoin began to skyrocket and it never dropped 4,000 again. In less than 2 months, it broke through to the terrifying point of 19,000. "Husband, this is what you said. If it falls below 4,000 US dollars, if you go back and don't throw out all your Bitcoins, then my mother will divorce you," Lin Yuan said viciously. She had to give Yi Cheng the next strong medicine. "That won't work, you can only belong to me alone, how can you get a divorce?" Yi Cheng hugged Lin Yuan tightly. Of course he knew that Lin Yuan was talking about it. Then, in front of Lin Yuan, he set an automatic stop loss, and as long as the Bitcoin fell below 4,000, he would automatically sell all the Bitcoins. Because the money is all in Bitcoin, Yi Cheng and Lin Yuan didn't go to the house anymore. Although Lin Yuan really wanted to see the house, she still didn't want to force Yi Cheng too tightly. Anyway, a few days later is nothing, at best the better house was picked away. When she woke up in the morning, Lin Yuan immediately opened the Huobi platform to check the price of Bitcoin. Not only did it not fall, but it also rose by dozens of dollars. "Dad, get up, we're going to the underwater world to play." Xin got up very early. "Because it was decided yesterday, I will take her to the underwater world today." For the 11th holiday, Yi Cheng and Lin Yuan had already made arrangements. "Although I can't travel, I still have to take my daughter to have some fun. Xin, let Dad sleep again." Yi Cheng didn't open his eyes and said in a dreamy voice, "After all, I was really tired last night." Unfortunately, Yi Cheng was finally woken up by his daughter. After brushing his teeth, washing his face, and eating noodles cooked by his wife, the three went out. It was not until evening that the three returned. Feet are numb. However, Xin had a great time playing. After coming back, he was still talking about happy things. In the next few days, Yi Cheng and Lin Yuan took Xin to other places to play. In this way, the 7-day-long vacation has passed. The price of Bitcoin did not rise or fall much, and remained at the level of 4,340. By October 9, Bitcoin once again ushered in a wave of rises, and it rose to more than 4,700 US dollars. After Lin Yuan found out, she never mentioned selling Bitcoin again. Even she cares more about the price of Bitcoin than Yi Cheng. Even at work, as long as it goes up, she will show her prestige. By October 12, Bitcoin exceeded 5,000. By October 21, Bitcoin exceeded 6,000. Tuesday, October 24, Yi Cheng was at work when he suddenly received a prestige message from Lin Yuan. "Husband, Bitcoin has plummeted, sell it quickly." During this period of time, the price of Bitcoin continued to climb to new highs, breaking through US 6,000. Yi Cheng's account floated to US 320,000. And Soft Girl coin was more than 210 yuan. In more than a month, it has almost quadrupled. No wonder Lin Yuan is very nervous. If it wasn't for knowing the trend of Bitcoin in the next few years, I'm afraid Yi Cheng would be overwhelmed and uneasy. "Wife, don't worry, it should fall for a few days in the next few days, but it will rise back soon." "Well, I will set the stop loss at 4,500. Seeing his wife's prestige, Yi Cheng smiled and immediately recovered. "Okay, then you must set a stop loss." Lin Yuan returned the message. In this short period of time, she really didn't think about tea and rice, and her work was not fragrant. In just over a month, the floating profit of the Bitcoin account turned out to be several times more than their savings in several years. No wonder so many people fry this thing, it is indeed the money coming too fast. But she knew more about the risks involved. Getting money quickly means losing money quickly. At this time, Yi Cheng sent a screenshot of the stop loss to Lin Yuan to reassure him. Yi Cheng knew that Bitcoin would never fall below 4,500, just to reassure his wife. During lunch, Yang Miao looked at the phone while eating and said happily, "Yeah, I dropped another 5 points. Fortunately, I didn't enter the venue, otherwise I would lose out again." He saw that Bitcoin has risen sharply recently, making new highs again and again, and he was hesitant to buy some. It is always scary to catch up to the high point, and until now, seeing the price of Bitcoin falling, he is glad that the decision not to enter the market was right. Yi Cheng listened by the side without speaking. This should be a lot of people's thoughts and mentality. It is this kind of person who is most likely to lose money, which is the so-called leak. Typical chasing up and down. In the past life, he was also such a person. In this way, Bitcoin hovered between 5,000 and 6,000 for several days. Pretty annoying. Until October 29, Bitcoin once again returned to the 6,000 mark. After entering November, the price of Bitcoin has skyrocketed, breaking through the 7,000 mark in just 2 days. Lin Yuan was completely dumbfounded. Because she didn't expect Bitcoin to rise so fast? It's too easy to make money, isn't it? However, after November 10th, the price of Bitcoin began to dive. Lin Yuan panicked again. Yi Cheng understood Lin Yuan's mood very well. However, he still insisted. Because it is not far from Bitcoin's complete takeoff. At this critical moment, the chain must not be dropped. Monday, November 13th, morning. Yi Cheng felt a little distressed when he saw Lin Yuan's face full of dark circles. She was awake all night for the Bitcoin thing. Husband, forget it if you don't do it. If it goes on like this, I feel neurasthenia. Lin Yuan's mental state is not very good. Recently, she often wakes up in the middle of the night to see the price of Bitcoin, and she has become obstructed. The price of Bitcoin has fallen below 6,000 today. In just a few days, the account has a floating profit and loss of hundreds of thousands of dollars. Wife, hold on for a few more days. Yi Cheng said. All right. Lin Yuan smiled bitterly. Such days are really happy and painful. Happiness is the money that can be earned after more than 10 years. The pain is that the money has not yet landed, and it may be lost at any time. That day, the price of Bitcoin recovered to 6,500. And 2 days later, the price soared by 10%, almost approaching the 7,400 price it had been some time ago. At this time, neither Yi Cheng nor Lin Yuan could calm down to work. Simply asked for leave. Yi Cheng is okay. He just wanted to accompany his wife at home to prevent her from thinking wildly. On November 16th, the price of Bitcoin reached 7,008. On November 19th, Bitcoin officially broke the 8,000 mark. Only at this time did Lin Yuan admire her husband's vision. Of course, she still persuaded Yi Cheng to take action early, lest the avalanche would make him run away. Wife, how far do you think this wave of growth can reach? Yi Cheng hugged Lin Yuan, watched the real-time changes in the price of Bitcoin on the Huobi platform, and said with a smile, "It shouldn't be more than $10,000, otherwise it would be outrageous." Lin Yuan said. In the past, Bitcoin could reach a terrifying price of $7,000 or $8,000, she would never believe it. But now it has become a reality. I don't think it's outrageous at all. In the future, the price of Bitcoin may make you stunned. Even if this wave of rises, I can at least see more than $15,000, or even $20,000. Not impossible. Yi Cheng said. Husband, you don't really plan to hold it until it rises to more than $15,000, right? Lin Yuan was a little worried. Decide as things go. Yi Cheng said. On November 26th, the price of Bitcoin exceeded 9,000. On November 28th, Bitcoin soared to a horrific 10,000. This also attracted the attention of the global media. A large number of global players also poured in. By this time, Yi Cheng's account has exceeded 800,000. Converted into soft sister coins, it is 5.4 million. That is, tenfold. Perhaps after the previous tense period, Lin Yuan gradually adapted to the speed of Bitcoin's growth. Yi Cheng still has to work from 9 to 5. This caused some dissatisfaction with the supervisor above. Because of the recent work progress, it's a bit slow. During the regular meeting, the supervisor Li Wenku said, Yi Cheng, the work of your 3 groups is a little delayed. I heard that you go home on time every day, so can't you work more overtime? In the past, Yi Cheng worked hard without complaining and was very active in his work. But it's been a little bit fishy lately. Director Li, the reason why I worked overtime in the past was because I had a little free time, but now it's different. I have other important things in private, and this project, how could it be delayed? The reason why it was completed ahead of schedule was because our team worked overtime. Add some points to drive it out, now it's just returning to normal progress. We can't let us work hard, can't we take a breather? Yi Cheng countered. If it was a previous life, Yi Cheng would have taken a loan and bought a house. After all, it was all for living and finding a job was not easy. But he won't get used to it now. Soon he will be rich. Although it was nothing compared to those really rich people, he finally earned his first pot of gold. In fact, he has already planned to resign. Lee Wenku's face was a little stiff. He didn't expect Yi Chang to dare to refute it, which made him so good-faced. But the problem is that Yi Chang's answer is not wrong. Not being late or leaving early. The work was completed on time. You can't deliberately make things difficult. He secretly hated and decided to look for opportunities in the future, and he must take Yi Chang well. Anyway, as a supervisor, Yi Chang's immediate boss, he had a chance. Yi Chang shook his head inwardly. With the character of this guy, he must have no idea what bad water he was thinking about. But he didn't care. Because he plans to resign today. He didn't want to be affected by this guy in the next days. And he knew that the price of Bitcoin was going to change dramatically in the next few days. Originally, he had been holding it still, but after balanced consideration, he decided to operate it once. This maximizes the benefits. After the meeting, Yi Chang returned to his workstation, took out an A4 piece of paper, and wrote a resignation letter. After writing, he went straight to the general manager's office. Yi Chang, are you? General Manager Wang Yashuan was stunned when he saw the resignation letter handed by Yi Chang. Could it be that Lee Wenku's remarks during the previous meeting made Yi Chang want to resign? Yi Chang has been in the company for several years, and his work ability is not bad, at least not bad. Mr. Wang, it's not what you think. In fact, I have wanted to resign for a long time. The salary of last month and this month will not be paid, so I won't come tomorrow. Yi Chang said. Why are you doing this? I originally planned to give you a raise. Wang Yashuan said. In the end, Yi Chang rejected Wang Yashuan's offer and resigned. When the news of Yi Chang's resignation came out, everyone in the office was stunned. Brother Yi, isn't it? Sun Whiting said a little sadly. Under Yi Chang, it's quite easy to do things, unlike other team leaders who like to scold people. Okay, there is no such thing as a feast in the world, let's have a chance to have dinner in the future, Yi Chang said with a smile, then looked at Yang Miaocai, patted him on the shoulder, and said with a smile, Xia Yang, believe me, stop frying Bitcoin, and work hard. Yang Miao just scratched his head and smiled. Yi Chang knew that he didn't listen, but he couldn't do anything about it. The road was taken by others, so he walked out of the company's door with his own things. Supervisor Lee Wenku came out of the general manager's office and just saw Yi Chang's handsome back leaving. His face was a bit ugly, because it was rumored in the company that he forced Yi Chang away. Heaven and earth conscience, although he had wanted to rectify Yi Chang and vent his grievances, but he didn't want to force Yi Chang away? It's a pity that he can't get rid of this suspicion. Just now, Mr. Wang criticized him very well, and obviously put Yi Chang's departure on his head. Home. Husband, why did you suddenly resign? After Lin Yuan came back from work and drank the herbal tea that Yi Chang handed over, she heard Yi Chang talking about her resignation. Wife, you said that if a person can suddenly make a lot of money, would it be interesting to take a class with a monthly salary of 10,000 to 20,000 yuan? Yi Chang laughed. That's right, it's just. You promise me that you won't touch Bitcoin in the future. Lin Yuan said. She was worried that Yi Chang would think of making Bitcoin speculation as a career because he had tasted the great benefits of Bitcoin this time. Wife, don't worry, Bitcoin, after this time, I will definitely not touch it, so I plan to try to develop in other directions. Yi Chang said. This was something he had long considered. He has a rough plan for the next 4 years. As for 4 years from now, that can't go that far. He has to earn all the money in his life in these 4 years. After all, his rebirth of the golden finger will only be valid for 4 years. After this village, there will be no such shop. That's fine, but husband, now that the price of Bitcoin is so high, why don't you sell it earlier? Lin Yuan persuaded again. Because she was at the company today and heard several colleagues mention Bitcoin. The stock market does not have such a saying that when everyone is talking about stocks, it means that risks are coming. Wait a minute. Yi Chang said. Husband, then you should increase the stop-loss value a little bit. Seeing that Yi Chang didn't listen, Lin Yuan said immediately. Also, Yi Chang nodded and set the Bitcoin stop-loss at 10,000. It is more than $1,000 lower than the current price of more than $11,000. Lin Yuan didn't say anything else. Wife, why don't you resign too? Yi Chang said suddenly. Let's wait until Bitcoin is released. Lin Yuan got up and went into the kitchen. Yi Chang knows what his wife thinks. She is a person who seeks stability. She is definitely not willing to resign until the floating profit in the Bitcoin account has not become real income. Now that Yi Chang has resigned, if she also resigned, wouldn't they both have no jobs? Yi Chang watched his wife's beautiful back disappear into the kitchen, and silently vowed in his heart that he would give his wife and daughter the best life in this life, and would not let them suffer any grievances. "Dad, watch the painting with me." At this time, Qin came over with a children's comic strip. Yi Cheng hugged his daughter and told her the story from the comic strip. Yi Cheng resigned, and is also in charge of Qin's daily pickup and drop-off. Being idle and bored, Yi Cheng began to recall some important things that would happen in the next 4 years, such as the stock market. In his previous life, in addition to speculating on Bitcoin, he also played in stocks, and even got in touch with Bitcoin much earlier. If there is no rebirth in this life, he should be exposed to the stock market 3 months later. Then, as a new leak, he was immediately taught a lesson by the market. A stock market crash is brewing, about to sweep, and will last for nearly a year. In the next year, Yi Cheng will not be exposed to the stock market. Only when the market recovers is his chance. He still remembered that from 19 to 21 years, there were at least more than 10 super demon stocks. This is the money bag in the future, and it must not be missed. The third day of resignation. November 6th. Bitcoin has seen its sharpest rise ever. In one day, the increase was as high as 19.86. The price reached a staggering 14,000. Lin Yuan has been paying attention to Bitcoin, and she was a little scared when she saw such an amazing increase in Bitcoin. Because of such a crazy increase, the risk will also be greatly increased. So, she also took leave. "I can't rest easy at work. It's late at night. Husband, are you really not selling it?" Lin Yuan couldn't sleep again. Bitcoin is traded 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. "Don't buy first, this wave is not over yet." Yi Cheng shook his head and said. Still, he raised his stop loss to 13,000. "Okay, let's go to sleep. Maybe tomorrow morning, it will rise to $15,000. Yi Cheng laughed. He wasn't joking. Because today and tomorrow are the most important 2 days of this wave. After speaking, Yi Cheng lay down and fell asleep. Lin Yuan looked at her husband and was so heartless, so she wasn't worried at all? It was the first time she met her husband again. In a daze, Lin Yuan woke up, only to realize that it was already bright. And Yi Cheng and his daughter were still asleep. She suddenly remembered something, and quickly picked up her phone, opened the Huobi platform, and checked the price of Bitcoin. The next moment, she let out a scream. "Wife, what's the matter?" Yi Cheng was woken up. "Husband, hurry up, it's going to rise to $16,000. God, it's going up too fast." Lin Yuan was almost incoherent. This increase is almost as high as yesterday. Yi Cheng sat down, rubbed his eyes, stretched his waist, and said, "It seems that it's no problem to go up to 17,000 today." "Husband, do you think it will go up again?" Lin Yuan felt her heart pounding, which was so exciting. Every minute and every second, Bitcoin is rising. It should be in these 2 days, it's almost the limit. Yi Cheng nodded and said. On this day, Yi Cheng and Lin Yuan almost stayed by their mobile phones, watching the rise of Bitcoin, and even hurried to eat. According to Yi Cheng's memory, there is a second high in the past 2 days, which should be more than 18,000 US dollars, and then there will be a big drop, and then it will hit the highest peak again. Just in case, Yi Cheng didn't choose to mention the winning price at 18,000, but set it at 17,900. Yi Cheng and Lin Yuan didn't sleep until the early morning, because Yi Cheng knew that the selling point was about to appear. He wants to see for himself that the benefits land safely. Lin Yuan felt very self-conscious that she didn't push her any further. She also knew that her husband was going to stop profit. It's 228. The price of Bitcoin has risen to over 17,800. It looks like it is about to break through to the take profit point. Even Yi Cheng was holding his breath at this moment, and Lin Yuan was even more nervous. She cheered silently in her heart, hoping that the price would break through soon, because she was worried that she would not be able to rush through, and then there would be a situation where it would fall back and plummet. Now that the price of Bitcoin is too high, the chances of a crash are very high. Another 10 minutes passed. The price is always out of reach. As if there was a strong resistance. Lin Yuan was finally in a hurry. Husband, why don't you sell it quickly? Lin Yuan finally couldn't help but say. Okay. Yi Cheng saw that the distance was 17,900, and it was only a few dozen dollars. It's really frustrating now. Just as Yi Cheng was preparing to operate, suddenly, the price of Bitcoin jumped abruptly, suddenly rising by dozens of dollars, successfully breaking through $17,900. Soon, the message that the transaction was successful jumped out. Both of them breathed a sigh of relief. Husband, me, how much did we earn this time? Lin Yuan asked with a trembling voice. Let me see. Yi Chang was also very excited and clicked on the account to check it out. The purchase price was $3,248. The selling price is $17,900. After deducting the handling fee, Yi Chang's book has a total of more than 2.14 million US dollars, of which the principal is 79,000 US dollars. In other words, this time, I made a full profit of 2.06 million US dollars. Converted into soft sister coins, it is more than 13.7 million. After the two watched, they all became quiet, looked at each other, and hugged each other tightly, feeling extremely excited. If it was not in the middle of the night, but in the rental house, the sound insulation effect was not very good. I am afraid that the two of them would have screamed with excitement. 13 million. How many years will it take to earn two people's wages? It is certain that it will never be earned in this life. But now, in just over 2 months, I have earned more than 13 million. Husband, can I withdraw cash now? Lin Yuan asked in a low voice. Let's talk about it tomorrow. Anyway, in the account, it can't escape. Yi Chang laughed. Withdrawal is quite convenient. However, he is not ready to withdraw all of them, because he has to go in again. Of course, not all of them will go in this time. Otherwise, Lin Yuan would definitely not agree. He also didn't want Lin Yuan to be worried with him. Make less money and make less money. Anyway, he was very satisfied with the harvest this time. Although compared to those rich people, more than 10 million is nothing, but to him, whether it is in the past or this life, it is a huge sum of money. He is not very ambitious, and does not seek to be like the reborn protagonists in those online novels, and he wants to be worth hundreds of billions of dollars, the richest man in the world, or the like. His requirements are very low, and to achieve financial freedom, he can let his wife and daughter enjoy a comfortable life and no longer have to worry about money. It's that simple. Because they were so excited, Yi Chang and Lin Yuan couldn't fall asleep at all, until it was almost dawn. The exhausted two finally fell asleep. Suddenly, Yi Chang, who was sleeping, felt a little itchy nose. When he opened his eyes, he realized that his daughter Qin was scratching her nose with her mother's hair. Lin Yuan was still fast asleep. Her posture was a bit awkward. With a sweet smile on her beautiful face, Yi Chang couldn't help but lean over and take a sip. Dad, I want a kiss too. Qin said quickly. Yi Chang was delighted, so he kissed the baby girl on the cheek and smiled, so satisfied. I want to kiss my mother too. Qin smiled and kissed Lin Yuan on the face. After Yi Chang got up with Qin, he started brushing his teeth and washing his face. Qin, Dad, have you brushed your teeth? Yi Chang said after the piano was finished. Qin frowned quickly. Well, Qin is really good, and she's really clean. Yi Chang looked at Qin's leaking front teeth, but it was snow white, and he was very satisfied. Because Lin Yuan has controlled sugar intake since she was a child, Qin's teeth are not black like many children. After washing her face, Yi Chang put Qin into sandals and took her out. Yi Chang rented a place where there is a hot and sour rice noodle shop in Shancheng, which tastes very good. Both he and Lin Yuan like to eat here. Boss, have a big bowl of beef rice noodles, add 2 eggs, and a little chili oil. After Yi Chang brought Lin Yuan in, the air conditioner was very cool. Although it was past 9 o'clock, there were still many customers. After finding an empty dining table and sitting down, Yi Chang inserted a bottle of pure breakfast milk into the tube and handed it to Qin. A few minutes later, the proprietress came over with a big bowl of beef rice noodles on a plate. There is also a small bowl. Yi Chang put some rice noodles, eggs and beef in the big bowl into the small bowl, and Qin started to eat. He scooped some oil and spicy seeds into the rice noodles with a spoon from the oil spicy cup next to him, and stirred them until it looked red and spicy. Qin, isn't it spicy? Yi Chang looked at Qin, who was eating deliciously, and asked. Not spicy, delicious. Qin said while eating. After eating, Yi Chang asked the boss to pack another bag and went home with Qin. As soon as she got home, she saw that Lin Yuan had woken up and was brushing her teeth. Wife, I brought you beef rice noodles. Yi Chang said. Oh. Lin Yuan responded. Not long after, Lin Yuan in pajamas came out and sat down beside her. Husband, how about we go to see the house today? Lin Yuan, who was eating rice noodles, said suddenly. Then what kind of house do you think we buy? Yi Chang said with a smile. He knew that buying a house in Pengcheng was a surefire thing, and it would not be a problem to double or triple it in a few years. Moreover, buying a house can also give the wife complete peace of mind. That's the most important thing. We are rich now, and we must buy a bigger house and a better location. Lin Yuan was full of longing. Originally, I had to struggle with choosing a place, choosing a price. Now I don't have to. In the past few months, she has been learning about the real estate in various districts of Pengcheng, and she knows it well, but she is absolutely very clear. She quickly picked a few points. Yi Chang took a look and found that these locations are not bad, and the price is between 20,000 and 30,000. After selection, there are 2 remaining houses in the real estate, and the floor types are not very good. In the end, the 2 chose the Qianke Xiafu real estate in Xinzhou and the broad splendid city in Huanggang. Both properties have ready-made, well-furnished new homes. Although the price is a bit more expensive than the off-plan, you may move in early. After the selection, Yi Chang and Lin Yuanyuan took Qin and took a taxi and went straight to the Qianke Xiafu real estate in NSW. After seeing the house, both of them were very satisfied. 166 square meters, the 32nd floor, the north and south are transparent, the apartment is very good, and the electrical furniture is complete, you can move in with a bag. The price is 27,801 square meters. Including the messy expenses, the total price looks like 4.7 million. Such an expensive house, if it was 2 months ago, neither of them would have dared to think about it. Mrs. Lin, this is already the best price. The house type and floor are all very good. It is very popular now. It is best to book it now, otherwise you will miss the opportunity. Lin Yuanyuan still felt it was a little too expensive, so she kept grinding the price with the salesperson. This salesperson is also a veteran, and he just refuses to let go. Finally, Lin Yuanyuan said to Yi Chang, "Husband, let's go to Huanggang to see. After all, I chose 2 places this time. Although this one is very good, can it be guaranteed that the other is better? Seeing more and picking more is the kingly way." Yi Chang nodded with a smile. Anyway, he still listened to Lin Yuanyuan about buying a house. After all, he didn't know much about houses. In the previous life, Lin Yuanyuan was almost in charge of buying and decorating houses. Seeing that Lin Yuanyuan was going to leave, the salesperson was a little anxious, and quickly said that she could apply to the leader to see if it could be lowered, but Lin Yuanyuan smiled and said, "Shop around, I'd better go to other places to see, that's it, miss, we can contact with authority." In this way, the family of 3 took another taxi to Huanggang Grand Splendid City. The houses here are cheaper, but some are bigger, with more than 180 square meters. Yi Chang tends to buy bigger ones. After watching it, both of them are also very satisfied, and now they are a little tangled. Because the suite that the 2 liked is no worse than Qianke's in terms of size, and it can also be moved in with a bag. The price is 25,911 square meters, and the total price is 4.9 million. Yi Chang would like to say, buy both sets. Anyway, it will double or triple in the future, which is definitely a big profit. But he couldn't have spent all his money on buying a house. After discussing for a while, the 2 decided to choose this one. Because the area is bigger, the price is lower, and it's close enough to where Lin Yuanyuan works, so I won't have to get up early to catch a car in the future. Of course, Yi Chang prefers to let Lin Yuanyuan resign and do something else. However, it depends on Lin Yuanyuan's wishes. After negotiating the price, he simply paid the deposit neatly, and Yi Chang was going to take his wife and daughter to a nearby seafood restaurant for dinner. The family has never been to a restaurant like this before. Now that you have money, it's time to enjoy delicious food. In addition, Yi Chang has applied to withdraw 5 million from the Huobi platform. Lin Yuanyuan didn't say much. Yi Chang also breathed a sigh of relief, worried that his wife would ask her to bring it all up, which would be a little troublesome to persuade. "Wife, Qin, let's have a seafood dinner." Yi Chang hugged Qin and said with great pride, "Wow, great, I want to eat prawns." Qin was overjoyed. Once, Yi Chang was on Douyin and saw a lobster eater on Chibo. Qin just happened to see it and shouted that he wanted to eat it too. At that time, Yi Chang and Lin Yuanyuan were working hard to save money for the house. How could they eat such an expensive lobster? Lin Yuanyuan also smiled. The house is about to be bought. With her husband and daughter by her side, she suddenly felt very at ease. When I got home, it was past 4 in the afternoon. It was a hot day, and the 3 of them were tired from walking. In the taxi, Qin fell asleep in Yi Chang's arms. Putting Qin on the bed, Yi Chang washed his face and also lay down on the bed. Lin Yuanyuan was playing with her mobile phone, and suddenly said, "Husband, the price of Bitcoin has dropped to 15,000. Her tone was full of joy. Luckily it came out early. From 18,000 to 15,000, this drop is not small. This time it should drop to more than 13,000. Yi Chang laughed. "Husband, do you still want to go in?" Lin Yuanyuan asked. "There should be another wave of the market, and the time will be very short." Yi Chang laughed. Husband, how did you know that? If it was me, I'm afraid I would have come out long ago. Lin Yuan said. If Yi Cheng listened to him some time ago and earned a little bit of money, he would have come out. I'm afraid now it's too late to regret it. Unconsciously, she found that her mentality had also changed a bit. No way, this money came too easily. She worked hard for a year, not even 200,000. However, she was secretly vigilant in her heart and could not go up. Although you make money quickly, you can lose money just as fast. Of the two, at least one must be awake. I have read a lot of news about Bitcoin recently, and there are pushers behind it. Bitcoin has risen sharply before, attracting a large number of retail investors to enter the market. This callback is just to make retail investors careless. Wait until retail investors really chase after them. When it is high, it is the time to harvest capital behind the scenes. Yi Cheng laughed. These things were analyzed in the next 4 years. For this reason, some bigwigs who hold Bitcoin came out one after another to fan the flames of this harvest. However, leaks are the least memorable. The wave of 21 years was even more popular, and the harvest was even more tragic. I don't know how many people went bankrupt. It's December 10th, Sunday. Yi Cheng and Lin Yuan didn't go anywhere. Yi Cheng has been watching the price fluctuations of Bitcoin on the Huobi platform. It has now fallen to more than 13,400. Yi Cheng knew that it was almost time to enter. After all, he didn't really remember the specific values. I only know that it is very close to 13,000. He couldn't be too precise, and he entered without hesitation. He still has 1.3 million in his account. Still 5 times leverage. When the transaction was completed, Yi Cheng's account had an additional 126 Bitcoin contracts. It didn't take long for the price of Bitcoin to drop to over 13,200. Lost $100,000. Yi Cheng didn't care at all, because he knows that he will be able to rise back soon, and even make a lot of money. Sure enough, in less than half an hour, Bitcoin skyrocketed. It soon came to 14,000 before it started to trade sideways. By night, Bitcoin was close to 15,000. Husband, are you in again? When Lin Yuan was looking at Yi Cheng's cell phone, she was surprised to find that Yi Cheng had bought it again. What is even more surprising is that the floating profit exceeds 760,000 US dollars. Well, come in. Yi Cheng nodded. Lin Yuan couldn't understand her husband more and more, even though the price was so high, and after calling it back so much, she still had the courage to go in. Don't worry, after this wave, I will withdraw most of the funds, and the rest will be empty, and it will be over. Yi Cheng laughed. The reason why he will not withdraw completely is mainly because Bitcoin can still be shorted. Since you can make a short profit, why not do it? Lin Yuan nodded knowingly. As long as she could withdraw most of the funds, even if she lost all the rest, she could still bear it. The next day, Qin was sent to the kindergarten first, and then Yi Cheng and Lin Yuan went to Huanggang Yuanda's splendid city. Because today is going to sign the contract and pay the house payment. The 5 million withdrawn on the Huobi platform had already arrived in the account the day before yesterday afternoon. After completing a series of processes, I finally got the keys to the new house. The two came to the new house and saw the new and spacious interior. They looked at each other with knowing smiles. The two knew that they finally had a stable home in this city. Compared with the previous rental house, I don't know how many times better. Husband, let's buy a car. Lin Yuan said suddenly. Shake the number first and then talk about it. Yi Cheng laughed. In fact, he also had this idea. Both have driver's licenses, but have never driven a car. Now that the house is there, the car is definitely not far away. Although in a city like Pengcheng where public transportation is very developed, private cars are not a necessity, but if you have the money to buy them, why not buy them? Husband, you said we moved here, do you want to invite a guest for a drink? Lin Yuan said suddenly. It's not necessary. After all, our money. Yi Cheng thought for a while and said. He knew what Lin Yuan meant, and he bought a house with millions of dollars. Even if it is a loan, the down payment is more than 1 million. Well, that's what I thought too. Lin Yuan said with a smile. In fact, what she is most worried about is that the matter of buying a house will spread to her parents. Before, her mother wanted to lend money to buy a car for her brother. If she knew that she spent so much money to buy such a big house, she would definitely gossip. Might as well hide it and just move in. Originally, moving to a new house was a very happy thing. You should invite relatives and friends to get together. This is also a custom in many places. In the next few days, Yi Cheng began to work on the new house. Although you can move in with your bags, you still have to buy what you need to buy. Lin Yuanyuan had to rely on Yi Chang to go to work. Yi Chang runs around every day with the list written by Lin Yuanyuan to buy it. Without a car, it's really inconvenient. It's Saturday, December 16th. The price of Bitcoin soared to a height of over 18,000. The house is ready to move in. However, the next step is to deal with Bitcoin, so I haven't moved for the time being. In the early morning, it was the 17th. The price topped 19,000. Another sleepless night. Yi Chang knows the price of Bitcoin and will eventually touch 20,000. He certainly couldn't buy at the top, though. This time, he held more than 480 Bitcoins, which is not a small amount. If it is not set lower, the transaction will be difficult to complete quickly. In the end, Yi Chang set the price at 19,500. By 6 o'clock in the morning, it was already the most tiring time of the day. Neither Yi Chang nor Lin Yuanyuan slept. At this time, the price of Bitcoin finally hit 19,500. It took more than 10 minutes for all the Bitcoin contracts in Yi Chang's hands to be traded. Yi Chang also breathed a sigh of relief as the transaction was completed. After all, this wave is the real peak, and the next is the crazy low tide period. He couldn't help but be nervous. Yi Chang took a deep breath and checked the earnings this time. After deducting the handling fee and leverage interest, the final profit was more than 2.91 million US dollars. Compared with the last wave of earnings, it turned out to be more than 800,000 US dollars more than the last time. Husband, is it too easy to make money? Really, it's scary. Lin Yuanyuan murmured. Yes, high risk also means high return. Yi Chang sighed. Unfortunately, there are only a few such opportunities. If he remembered all the daily movements of Bitcoin in his previous life, he would be able to do it over and over again. However, this is the ideal state. He feels that he can earn so much now, and is already content. If you earn too much, you might be targeted. Now only earn 2 or 3 million, it should not be too conspicuous. Looking at the income in the account, the two looked at each other and smiled. Wife, how about we buy Chienka's house together? Yi Chang said suddenly. A house is a good investment anyway. Peng Chang also has limited purchases, and a family can only purchase 2 sets at most. Originally, Yi Chang wondered if he could buy a villa. However, that price seems to be too expensive, at least starting at tens of millions. For him now, it is still a bit too reluctant. What's more, the appreciation space of villas is not as big as that of commercial housing. Lin Yuanyuan was stunned for a moment, and then said in surprise, Husband, I think your idea is very good, why didn't I think of it? It's not too late to think about it now. Yi Chang said and yawned. It's almost dawn. But Yi Chang still has things to do. Because he is going to short Bitcoin next. Of course, not all the money will be invested in it. Now there are more than 4.25 million US dollars in the account, which is equivalent to more than 28 million soft sister coins. Yi Chang thought for a while and decided to withdraw $3 million. The remaining more than 1.2 million is used as funds to short Bitcoin. Can't put too much. Getting caught is troublesome. Yi Chang's security awareness is very strong. Husband, with the remaining funds, are you going to continue buying? Lin Yuanyuan asked curiously. This time it is shorting, that is, buying Bitcoin will fall. Yi Chang explained. Having said that, he took advantage of the fact that Bitcoin has not risen to 20,000, so he quickly backhanded and shorted, still using 5 times the leverage. Just like that, Yi Chang bought the short contract. At the price of 19,938 yuan, 312.24 Bitcoins were sold, using the quarterly cycle. Of course, Yi Chang won't wait until 3 months to deliver. According to his memory, at the beginning of February 2018, Bitcoin fell to a low point, which was about 8,000. At that time, Yi Chang will sell the short contract, and he will not do it again. The next big wave will have to wait until the end of 20. Yi Chang set a price to drop to 8,000 US dollars, and the position will be automatically cleared, so as not to delay the time when something happens. After all, it is impossible for him to pay attention to the trend of Bitcoin every day like now, so tired. He plans to do other things. After finishing, Yi Chang looked at Lin Yuanyuan with a sleepy face and said, Okay, let's go to bed quickly. Lin Yuanyuan nodded, then lay down beside Yi Chang, and quickly fell asleep. Yi Chang also purred quickly. Because of staying up too late, I woke up again at 9 in the morning and was woken up by Chin Chin. No way, my daughter still has breakfast. Yi Chang let his wife continue to sleep and took Chin Chin out for breakfast. In the afternoon, although the spirits of the two were not very good, they still started the moving blow. After all, tomorrow is Monday, and Lin Yuanyuan has to go to work. Now the two can't wait to move into their new house.
The only problem is that since moving into the house, Chin is far away from kindergarten. However, Yi Chang discussed with his wife and was going to change Chin's kindergarten. The original kindergarten was originally designed for children of migrant workers, and the price was not expensive, only more than 900 yuan per month. In the past, the conditions were very general, and I had no choice but to go to this kindergarten. It's different now. If you have the conditions, it will definitely give your daughter a better kindergarten. There is a relatively high-end kindergarten near the Grand Fairview City, but the price is very expensive, and the annual tuition fee is at least 80,000. For the current Yi Chang, it is still affordable. Give your daughter a good education, start now. Dad, Mom, will we live here in the future? Chin was running around the room and asked happily. Yes, it will be here from now on. Chin, do you like it? Yi Chang laughed. Like it? Great, I'll have a place to put toys in the future. Chin was very happy. The original rental house was a single room, and it was crowded with too many things, and Chin didn't even have space to play. After Yi Chang heard it, he was deeply saddened, and immediately smiled. Chin, you can put as many toys as you want in the future. If you don't have any toys, Dad will buy them for you. That's great, Dad is so nice. Chin ran over, jumped on Yi Chang, and kissed Yi Chang hard on the face. Yi Chang showed a knowing smile, and then came to the balcony. Through the floor-to-ceiling glass windows, he could see the wide Ping River in the distance. There were boats coming and going on it, which was quite lively. Night. The family of 3 had their first meal at their new home. After eating, the 3 of them went for a walk in the community. Compared with the clutter in the rental house before, this place is much cleaner and tidy, with shaded trees, fountains, a special exercise area, and a lot of fitness equipment. Yi Chang and Lin Yuan are both very satisfied with the current living environment. And Chin was even more happy. It was the first time she had such a large space to play. The next day, Monday, December 18th, Lin Yuan went to work. Yi Chang took Chin to the high-end kindergarten near the community. Nature Kindergarten. This is the name of the kindergarten. Before he came, Yi Chang had already consulted this kindergarten by phone, and he could cut in halfway, but the education fee for this month must be paid in full. It only took half an hour for Yi Chang to go through the admission procedures for Chin. The only thing he worries about is whether Chin can adapt to the new environment. After all, Chin stayed in the original kindergarten for 2 years, and there were many friends in it. Yi Chang was not at ease, so he stayed in the kindergarten for a while, watching Chin's situation in the class through surveillance. She was a little nervous at first, but with the teacher's comfort, after asking a few questions and interacting with the surrounding children, Chin quickly got used to it. Yi Chang was amazed. It is indeed a high-end kindergarten. The quality of the kindergarten teachers here is indeed very high. Immediately, he felt relieved and left the kindergarten. The wife goes to work. Daughter is in kindergarten. Yi Chang found that he seemed to be idle. In fact, Yi Chang still has a rough plan for the next 4 years. It would be a pity if there was nothing to do and just waste it. In these 4 years, the development of the internet has undoubtedly been huge. Douyin is undoubtedly the biggest Ing family. In the next few years, Douyin short videos flourished, occupying users' fragmented time at an alarming rate, forming a huge impact on Penguin, and even eventually becoming Penguin's biggest competitor, occupying half of the internet field. As a past person, Yi Chang knows that the field of Douyin alone contains huge business opportunities. For example, live streaming. It can be called the most popular way of cashing in the next 4 years. As a result, many big stars in the entertainment industry have put down their proud figure and interacted with the audience in a down-to-earth manner. Yi Chang will definitely not miss this opportunity to get a piece of the pie. Of course, he can't be a host. Although he knows how popular some anchors are, but the opportunity to be popular can be created, and it is not easy to continue to be popular. This requires the anchor to have the characteristics of fire. How many internet celebrity anchors exploded overnight and went silent in a short period of time? Therefore, Yi Chang's second plan after he was reborn to speculate on Bitcoin is very simple, that is, to open a streamer studio, and to bring all the big streamers who will be popular in the future but not yet popular, and make money for themselves. At the same time, he can also gain a certain social status by virtue of this career. Otherwise, just having money and no social status will definitely not work. In the previous life, Yi Chang liked to watch Douyin very much. He still knew a lot about many big anchors. He even went to study it, because he and his wife also tried Douyin at that time, hoping to become popular. In the end, there was not even a wave of waves, and he was stillborn. It is not easy to open an anchor studio. At least Yi Chang didn't have this experience.
Therefore, he has to hire a person in charge who has work experience in this area, preferably one who has already done it in the anchor studio. And he just needs to be in control of the situation. With the experience of many top streamers in the next 4 years, he is confident enough to make them popular earlier. For the next week or so, Yi Chang's main focus was on gathering information about the live streaming union. With the rise of Douyin, many live broadcasts have begun to enter Douyin, such as the famous Glorious Era, Goddess Face, Infinite Media, etc. They have gathered a group of powerful internet celebrity anchors. So far, the live broadcast has not started, so the monetization ability of internet celebrity anchors is mainly through gifts and traffic advertisements. Until Double 11 in 2018, the effect of live streaming was amazing, and it became popular immediately in reality. Live streaming became popular on Double 11 in 2017, and the author delayed it for the needs of the plot. In other words, live streaming has not yet taken off. Yi Chang can totally be a leader. Once he can sign a group of potential anchors and launch live broadcasts with goods, the effect will definitely be leveraged. After all, it will be verified in the next few years.
Existing e-commerce platforms have been hit to a certain extent because of live streaming. There's plenty of time. Yi Chang stretched. Today is Friday, December 29th.
Then comes the 3-day New Year's Day holiday. Lin Yuan has already submitted her resignation, but she has not yet resigned. She must wait until the middle of next month. After all, she couldn't bear more than a month's salary.
Last weekend, Yi Chang and Lin Yuan went to the Qiankashiafu real estate in NSW and bought the house for the night. The price was negotiated by Lin Yuan a little, and it was 30,000 cheaper.
After paying the house price, Yi Chang still has more than 15 million yuan left. In addition, he asked Lin Yuan to transfer 50,000 yuan to his mother-in-law, which was considered to be the money borrowed from his brother-in-law to buy a car. Of course, it was borrowed in name, and it was estimated that he would never come back.
However, Yi Chang didn't plan to come back. He didn't want his wife to be embarrassed.
Besides, when I married her, it really didn't cost much, so it's no wonder that my mother-in-law had complaints. Yi Chang also transferred 50,000 yuan to his family. Of the more than 500,000 house payments, 30,000 yuan was saved by my father as a plasterer and quietly called Yi Chang. There is no way, there is an elder sister-in-law who cares about things in the family. If she finds out, it is estimated that she will have a trouble with her parents.
However, Yi Chang didn't say much.
When I was in college, my father was seriously ill, and it was the elder brother Yi He who supported the family by himself. Even the tuition fees for his own university were collected by the elder brother working part-time. Therefore, he has great respect for his eldest brother Yi He. The main reason why I didn't bring my eldest brother to fry Bitcoin this time was because I was afraid that my eldest brother would get caught up in it. In a previous life, my eldest brother became addicted to gambling and almost divorced his sister-in-law. And the big sister-in-law's mouth, it is estimated that it will be said soon, and Yi Chang will make a lot of money by speculating in Bitcoin all over the world. Therefore, Yi Chang would rather help his eldest brother in the future than take him into such a high-risk field. Just then, Yi Chang's cell phone rang. He picked up the phone and saw that it was an unfamiliar number. But Yi Chang raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and then pressed the button to answer.
"Hey, is that Mr. Yi?"
A slightly tired male voice came from the phone.
"Right. I'm Li Renbo of Shanghai Union. Mr. Yi, do you really plan to buy our Shanghai Union?" The male voice asked curiously. "Of course, I'm very sincere, and it's not convenient to talk on the phone. Why don't we find a chance to meet?" Yi Chang laughed.
This Shanghai Union is not very famous now. It is just a small B-level union, but after 3 years, it has developed into an S-level union and has signed tens of thousands of anchors, including several super popular anchors. It is such a trade union, but now it has fallen into the situation of making ends meet and is about to collapse and go bankrupt. Because this union was established at the beginning, it was formed spontaneously by some anchors who had been oppressed by the big guild. No one would have imagined that such a trade union, established for the sake of ideals, would develop so much in the future. Of course, this is not the reason why Yi Chang bought this union. Li Renbo, one of the founders of this union, is very capable and has super strong operational capabilities. He has successfully operated several super hot anchors. For example, a few years later, the super popular gourmet shop exploration anchor LG King was originally just a very ordinary anchor. Note that all the big anchors written in this book are processed and blurred on the basis of reality, and their trajectories are completely different. Please don't care too much, thank you. But after signing the contract with the Shanghai Union, Li Runbo personally built it and began to take the high-end route. In just a few months, it attracted millions of fans. Until Yi Chang was reborn, the fans reached more than 20 million. It is because of this successful example that Li Runbo is very famous in the industry, and it also promotes the rapid expansion of the Shanghai Labor Union. In a sense, Yi Chang's acquisition of Shanghai Union was not for an empty studio, but for Li Runbo and his initial team. Yi Chang believes that with Li Runbo's ability, coupled with his grasp of the future, the burst energy level is definitely not as simple as 1 + 1.
Now the Shanghai Union is short of money, almost to the point of disbanding. Until 2 months later, a rich second generation named Qin Shi found Li Runbo and acquired the Shanghai Union, making Li Runbo and his team into professional workers. Yi Chang will definitely not miss this opportunity.
Although I don't know how much the person named Qin Shi spent to acquire the Shanghai Union, and how much he spent to keep Li Runbo, Yi Chang is confident enough to keep Li Runbo. After Yi Chang and Li Runbo agreed on a time and place to meet, they hung up. The company location of the Shanghai Guild is not in Pengcheng, but in Haizhou City, so he planned to take advantage of the New Year's Day to take his wife and daughter to Zhuhai to play, and by the way also bought the guild. After Lin Yuan came back from get off work, Yi Chang talked to her. "Husband, do you really want to open a live broadcast guild? Does this make money?" Lin Yuan also started playing Douyin, but she didn't know how the live broadcast union made money. Making money is definitely making money, it just depends on how it works. Yi Chang laughed. "According to my judgment, Douyin will definitely become very popular in the future. The characteristics of short videos can perfectly adapt to the fragmented time of users.
This is unmatched by other entertainment activities. You can eat when you are eating. Look, you can watch it when you go to the toilet, and you can brush it before going to bed. It's true." Lin Yuan was thoughtful. "It just so happens that you are an accounting major.
When I get the studio done, wife, you should be in charge of finance."
Yi Chang laughed. "Then I will work for you in the future." Lin Yuan joked.
"You are the lady boss, who would dare to say that you are working part-time?"
Yi Chang said. "That's right. I didn't expect that I would have the opportunity to be the boss lady. It feels so good." Lin Yuan also laughed.
The next day, Yi Chang's family of 3 went out. Haizhou City is across the sea from Pengcheng, and the fastest boat is the nearest. Since it is New Year's Day, there are many people traveling. At Shezhui Wharf, after buying the ticket, the 3 of them boarded the ferry after waiting for another half an hour. Qin was very excited because it was her first time on a boat. However, after only 10 minutes of sitting, Qin began to get a little seasick. Yi Chang had no problem with Lin Yuan. Seeing Qin's distressed appearance, Yi Chang and Lin Yuan didn't know what to do.
Who would have thought that Qin is not motion sick, but seasick?
At this time, a passenger next to him took out a pack of turmeric and said to Yi Chang, who was holding Qin, "Take a piece and put it in your mouth to reduce nausea and dizziness."
"Oh, thank you."
After Yi Chang thanked him, he took out a piece of turmeric and let Qin hold it, instead of swallowing it. With turmeric in it, Qin really felt better, although she was still a little sluggish, but not as uncomfortable as before.
After more than half an hour, the ferry finally arrived at the Shangzhou Ferry Terminal in Haizhou City.
Yi Chang had already booked a business suite at the Roman Boutique Hotel before he came. After arriving at the hotel, Qin regained her spirits.
"Qin, don't you want to sleep?" Yi Chang asked.
"Dad, no, I'm not nauseated or dizzy now,"
Qin said lively. "Then let's go to Ali Island to play now."
Yi Chang laughed. This was the first stop that he and his wife had already decided on. Qin was overjoyed, and hurriedly put on her small school bag and hat.
The area of Ali Island is not small. Construction began in 2007 and completed in 2008. It is open to the public and is the favorite leisure and entertainment place for Haizhou citizens.
Every weekend or holiday, there are many tourists here, especially the famous Ryubi Opera House on the island, which attracts many foreign tourists. Because at this time, there will be large-scale fireworks and laser shows, and there is also a viewing platform in the theater, which can enjoy the surrounding sea view.
According to Yi Chang and Lin Yuan's plan, they plan to stay on the island until night and watch fireworks and laser shows at night.
After getting on the island, the family of 3 first visited the Binhai Park in the south. The scenery is very good, there are many tourists, not to mention the crowds, at least there are people everywhere.
"Dad, what kind of tree is this?" On the coastal leisure walk, Qin pointed to a very special tree and asked curiously. Dad doesn't know either. Yi Chang shook his head. He really doesn't know. Lin Yuan took out her mobile phone, scanned the trees, and said, "Qin, this is called Lin Shirkui." "Mom, how did you know?" Qin asked curiously.
Mom uses the object recognition function of the mobile phone, and you can know it just by swiping it.
Lin Yuan explained.
Qin was immediately interested, took the phone, and wanted to sweep other trees. Under Lin Yuan's teaching, she finally learned it, but she quickly said, "Mom, Qin can't read."
It doesn't matter, Qin will be literate in the future. Yi Chang comforted. No, I want my father to teach me to read. Qin said.
When the child is interested, the enthusiasm is enough. Yi Chang had to hand her a simple word. In the next period of time, wherever Qin went, she would gesture with her strokes and babble in her mouth.
After a long walk, it's almost noon. Stomach growls too. The family went straight to the opera house in a tour bus.
Not far from the opera house, there is a ship-shaped large-scale entertainment complex, Haiyun City, which includes commercial facilities such as movie theaters, bookstores, supermarkets, bars, various specialty foods, and children's playgrounds.
There are more people here than on the other side of the park. Crowded.
Yi Chang chose to have lunch at a well-known seafood restaurant.
After eating, I watched a movie released last month, Legend of the Cat Demon. Then go to shopping malls, children's playground.
So at night, the fireworks over the opera house started so solemnly. By the time we got back to the hotel, it was already past 10 o'clock in the evening. After playing for a long time, Yi Chang and Lin Yuan were both tired, not to mention Qin, who had already fallen asleep in Yi Chang's arms. The next day, Yi Chang asked Lin Yuan and Qin to stay at the hotel, and went out in a formal dress.
He is going to see Li Runbo.
Whether or not the Shanghai Guild can be purchased in a package this time will depend on this time.
10:15. North Island Cafe. Li Runbo had been there for half an hour, drinking coffee and thinking heavily.
This is a very capable man, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, giving him a bookish air. At this time, a very young man came over, sat down opposite, and said with a smile, "You should be President Li Runbo, right?
Are you Mr. Yi?"
Li Runbo looked at Yi Chang, a little surprised because Yi Chang was a little young.
However, he will not be despised because of his age. Who knows if it is a rich second generation who was interested in live broadcasting.
At this time, a waiter came over. Yi Chang ordered a cup of freshly ground coffee with added sugar, and then said, "President Li, why did you think of starting this guild? It's a long story, maybe it's for dreams, but dreams must be supported by capital after all."
Li Runbo smiled bitterly and said, "However, Mr. Yi, why are you interested in our Shanghai Guild?
After all, in the live broadcast studio, the Shanghai Guild is just a small B-level guild, much bigger than the Shanghai Guild."
"Actually, it's you that I'm looking for." Yi Chang laughed. Li Runbo was stunned. "Let's do it. I'll offer a price of 1.2 million.
The entire Shanghai Guild will be packaged and sold to me, and you will continue to be the leader of the guild with a monthly salary of 30,000. In addition, there will be a commission based on performance at the end of the year, and the team can also stay."
Yi Chang said. The price he offered was based on various considerations.
In the previous life, there was information about the price of Qin's acquisition of the Shanghai Guild on the internet.
Although it was not exposed, some good people have analyzed and speculated.
Li Runbo was a little surprised. Because of this price, it was completely within his psychological expectations. Especially the monthly salary of 30,000.
Is not a low salary.
In the past, Shanghai Guild was basically unprofitable, and the last few founders couldn't support it, so they planned to make a move.
"Mr. Yi, I want to talk to the others, you wait a moment." Li Runbo thought for a while and said, "Fine." Yi Chang laughed. However, he believed that Li Runbo should not refuse. Next, Li Runbo held the mobile phone and seemed to be in contact with others.
After a long time, he suddenly raised his head and said, "Mr. Yi, I agreed, but I have one more request."
"You say?" Yi Chang said.
"If I continue to be the person in charge of the guild, the main operation plan, you cannot directly interfere."
Li Runbo said.
He was worried that Yi Chang would interfere with the operation of the guild, and the layman would command the layman, which would make it difficult for him.
This is also the biggest problem for many bosses.
He has to make it clear first, lest there will be problems in the later work, and it will be troublesome.
You can rest assured. The reason why I want you to stay is because of your operational capabilities. As long as it's not a general direction issue, I won't easily interfere with the company's operations." Yi Chang laughed.
To tell the truth, he has no experience with the operation of the union, and he was just hearsay in his previous life. However, some of the novel ideas and insights he possessed were incomparable to Li Runbo. After the negotiation, Yi Chang did not go directly to the Shanghai Guild to sign the agreement.
Acquiring a studio in the name of an individual is not a simple matter, and the process involved is more complicated.
If it is not handled properly, it will cause a lot of trouble in the future. So he contacted a law firm would rather spend some money than save the trouble later. In the afternoon, lawyer Peng Zhengli from Pengcheng and Shang law firm joined Yi Chang and went to the office of Shanghai Association.
The Shanghai Union has not many offices.
It is a commercial residential house with an area of about 150 square meters.
The location is relatively remote and the rent is relatively cheap. There are a dozen people in the studio, all young.
After Yi Chang got to know them briefly, he asked lawyer Peng to start liquidation and financial auditing.
These are very important.
If there is any debt dispute, tax evasion, or even a lawsuit, it must be clarified now, otherwise it may be returned to Yi Chang after the property rights change. Li Runbo attaches great importance to it, so he cooperates very strongly.
Fortunately, the Shanghai Guild is a studio, and the establishment time is not particularly long.
The financial account book is relatively simple, and lawyer Peng Zhongli has a strong business ability. It only took more than 2 hours to check basically the same.
Mr. Yi, the investigation is almost done.
There are no debt disputes.
There is a lawsuit. It is almost over.
The impact is not big, and the taxation is very clear.
But,
lawyer Peng Zhongli talked with Yi Chang in the office next door, and briefly explained what he found.
But what? Yi Chang asked.
Mr. Yi, the performance of this studio is not good, the turnover is too low, and it has been losing money. According to my experience, it is thankless to acquire such a company.
After all, you are my client, and I can't either let you suffer, so remind you. Peng Zhongli said.
Lawyer Peng, thank you for your reminder, but before the acquisition, I was mentally prepared.
Yi Chang laughed.
He knew that Peng Zhongli was telling the truth, but his goal was not simply for Shanghai Studio.
Peng Zhongli nodded. He just mentioned it anyway, the rest depends on the client's thoughts, he will not interfere. After all, he was working with money.
The next step is to sign the acquisition agreement. As for the change of industry and commerce, because it is New Year's Day, it can only be carried out after the festival. However, Yi Chang had another plan, that is, to directly cancel the company where the Shanghai Guild is located and re-register in Pengcheng, so that the office location and taxation can be transferred to Pengcheng, which is much more convenient. Otherwise, it will be very tiring to run on both sides. In order to let the employees of the guild go to Pengcheng, Yi Chang still gave some subsidies. After all, the cost of living in Pengcheng is much higher than that in Haizhou, and just the rent is much more expensive. Of course, the two cities are separated by a bay, and the distance is not too far, so the resistance of these employees is not great, and they all re-signed the employee contract.
As long as the company in Pengcheng is registered, the employment relationship can be completed.
In the evening, Yi Chang returned to the hotel.
Husband, are you all done? Yi Chang asked curiously. Not yet, it is estimated that it will not be fully completed until next week.
Yi Chang shook his head and said,
January 3rd, the last day of New Year's Day.
Yi Chang took his wife and children to play in Zhuhai for another day before returning to Pengcheng. The next day, Yi Chang ran non-stop, registered a new company, looked for a new office location, and on Haizhou's side, Li Runbo would also cancel the company.
So busy for over a week. The time is up to Tuesday, January 9th, 2018.
Yi Chang's company was officially established. No tailoring, no celebration. Just invited all the staff and had a meal in the hotel.
The company's name is Pengcheng Chenyuan Culture Media Company, Limited.
As for the name of the guild, it has not changed, it is still the Shanghai Guild. Yi Chang serves as the general manager and legal representative of the company, holding 50 of the shares.
Li Yuan is the chief financial officer of the company, holding 45 of the shares.
Li Runbo is the executive director and the president of Shanghai Guild, holding 5 of the shares, which was given to him by Yi Chang. After all, Li Runbo's ability was worth so much attention by Yi Chang. As for the other founders of the original Shanghai Guild, they naturally became ordinary employees. However, the salary given by Yi Chang was enough to satisfy them.
Wednesday, the first company meeting was held.
Li Runbo presided over the meeting, and Yi Chang was just listening in. After all, he is really inexperienced in this area.
After the meeting, in Yi Chang's office,
Yi Chang took out a document, which contained the information Yi Chang had collected during this period, and printed it out.
Look, does this anchor have the potential to become popular?
Li Runbo took it and sat on the sofa next to him, watching quietly. After a while, he searched again on his mobile phone and played the short video.
Yi Chang knew that Li Runbo was watching the short video sent by the anchor he provided.
Yi Chang was not in a hurry and was playing with his phone. More than half an hour later, Li Renbo finally raised his head, looked at Yi Chang, frowned and said in a deep voice, "The host's own characteristics are very suitable for this type, but I always feel that something is wrong, and now doing above, there are not many of these types, and very few can fire. It should be too low, too down to earth?" Yi Chang laughed. "Yes, it's too low. I always feel that it doesn't match the characteristics of this anchor." Li Renbo's eyes lit up, and he finally found that sense of incongruity. If the anchor chooses the high-end shop exploration route, for example, chooses a top-level Wagyu beef from a few hundred yuan and a tail, and a 5-star hotel for tens of thousands of yuan a night, will it be able to emerge suddenly? Yi Chang laughed. Li Renbo was immediately stunned, then reacted, hesitantly said, "Isn't this showing off wealth?" Yi Chang shook his head and said, "No, this is still fundamentally different from showing off their wealth. Perhaps most ordinary people would not consider going to these places because they are too expensive. It is because they will not go, nor the affordable way makes them full of curiosity about these places, and what we have to do is to unravel the mystery of these places, show them in front of the public, and let them follow the anchors into a high-end field that they have never been exposed to." "Boss, I understand what to do." Li Renbo was shocked. As if he was enlightened, he became extremely excited. Because of Yi Chang's words, his thoughts and imagination were completely opened up. At this moment, he was full of admiration for Yi Chang. No wonder the boss dared to invest in the field of live broadcast, it turned out to be well prepared. "Boss, retrain a new anchor, or just sign this LG King?" After thinking for a moment, Li Renbo asked. He now feels the need to listen to his boss. "What do you think?" Yi Chang didn't answer, but asked instead. "This LG King has a very good style. However, his previously updated short videos have solidified his style to a certain extent. If you want to change the style, the difficulty factor is not small." Li Renbo said. "It's true, but it's not easy to cultivate a matching style from newcomers. After all, it's a high-end route, so it can't be too low." Yi Chang laughed. "Boss, I understand what you mean." Li Renbo said quickly. "I think this person has great potential. When you pull over, don't save money and try to make him the first ace of our Shanghai Guild." In fact, Yi Chang recognized this LG King very much. He was used to this person's style in his previous life. If he suddenly changed his personality, he probably wouldn't have that feeling. Li Renbo didn't expect the boss to attach so much importance to this person, so he nodded immediately and became more energetic. If this anchor can be successfully operated, Shanghai Guild will undoubtedly take an important step. Then, Yi Chang handed Li Renbo a list of anchors. They are all big anchors who will explode in the future. It's just that they don't have any fame now, they're just one of thousands of streamers. What Yi Chang wanted was to sign them so that they would not be taken away by other guilds. The company's office is in NSW, only 5 subway stops away from Fairview City, where Yi Chang lives, so it is very convenient to commute to get off work. But Yi Chang still plans to buy 2 cars. One for home use and one for business use. However, he plans to buy all in the name of the company, so that as company expenses, he can justifiably reduce taxes, which is also the practice of many company bosses. The company is its own anyway. Even his other house in Qianke, NSW, has been converted into a staff dormitory, so that the house will not be idle and has been effectively used. Back home, Xin also picked it up from kindergarten. "Wife, how does it feel to be the boss's wife?" Yi Chang laughed. "It feels good." Lin Yuan pursed her lips and smiled. "In the company, I was called Mr. Lin, Mr. Lin. After hearing it a lot, I felt a sense of high spirits." At this moment, Yi Chang's cell phone rang. He picked it up and looked at it. It was his cousin Tang Xiaofeng who was calling. Although he is a cousin, he is actually about the same age as him, only half a month younger. The two had attended the same key high school, but Tang Xiaofeng's grades were very good, and he was admitted to Shanghai Fuda, while he was only an ordinary one. Tang Xiaofeng, who is a doctoral and master's student, joined a well-known large company in Pengcheng 3 years ago, and now it is said that his annual salary has reached 700,000 to 800,000. Moreover, Tang Xiaofeng's wife, Li Yuru, is also a top student in a prestigious school, and her salary is not much lower. However, Tang Xiaofeng's wife Li Yuru was too arrogant and looked down on others. Even if they work in the same city, the two usually don't have much contact. After the connection was made, Tang Xiaofeng's voice came out, "Brother Chang, are you free this weekend?" "Fengzi, are you free? What's the matter?" Yi Chang asked. "It's like this. I bought a house some time ago and I'm going to move in, so I want to hold a simple banquet according to the customs of my hometown." Tang Xiaofeng said. "Oh, congratulations, Fengzi, where is your new house?" "I'll be here on Saturday." Yi Chang said. Bring your sister-in-law and Qin with you too. Tang Xiaofeng said quickly. The house is located in the lofty Jinqiu city in Huanggang, on the 18th floor of Unit 2, Building 9.
Yi Chang was stunned. The same building as your own? It must be too coincidental. No problem. Yi Chang laughed. After a few more chats, he hung up the phone. Yi Chang talked to Lin Yuan, and she was surprised too.
Husband, if you go alone that day, Qin and I are at home.
Lin Yuan said.
She didn't really want to see Li Yuru, that mouth was really a bit mean, but she couldn't do anything about him. After all, her education is higher than her, and her job is better than her. The only advantage is that she is a little prettier than Li Yuru.
That was before.
Now that her husband has made so much money and started a company, she feels that she is no better than her counterpart. They are all in the same community, and there will always be a chance to meet in the future.
Yi Chang knew his wife's thoughts and said, "That's true, then go." Lin Yuan nodded. After the Tang Xiaofeng family moved in, maybe they would meet. Wang Xiangyu was a native of Jinling. The family is very ordinary, but love food. As Douyin became popular, he also came up with the idea of making food videos. It's just that it's been a few months in a row, and it's not sullen. There are tens of thousands of fans.
Recently, some guilds invited him to join, but all of them were rejected by him. On this day, another president named Xinghai Guild sent him a private letter, saying that he wanted to cooperate deeply. At first, he didn't care, thinking that it was just like other guilds, normalized to pull people's heads. Unexpectedly, the president of the Xinghai Guild not only sent a private message, but also discussed with him some things about the food video of the store, which benefited a lot. Gradually, Wang Xiangyu was attracted and developed a strong interest in this Xinghai Guild. And this president actually took the initiative to say that he would come to Jinling to gather with him. This made Wang Xiangyu even more surprised. He is just a very inconspicuous little anchor. Why does this guild take him so seriously? Although this guild is not very famous, it must have some strength to be a guild. An even more shocking thing happened. As soon as we agreed in the morning, I received a call from the other party in the afternoon and had already taken the high-speed train to Jinling. This makes Wang Xiangyu a little flattered. After the two met, Li Renbuo's remarks completely moved Wang Xiangyu, and finally signed a special agreement with the Xinghai Guild. This special agreement is naturally not a standard contract, and some conditions have been added. In Yi Chang and Li Renbuo's plan, this LG King is to be cultivated as a key point, and it is related to whether the Xinghai Guild's reputation can be established. To know the reputation of a guild, it depends on how many anchors it has, and what level of flow can it reach. When Yi Chang got the message from Li Renbuo to sign LG Wang, the family happened to be in a Mercedes-Benz 4S store. Of course, to buy a car. Yi Chang chose the Mercedes-Benz GLS 350, which looks white, for home use. As for the company's use, he is going to choose the Mercedes-Benz E300, which looks black. The two cars cost a total of more than 1.3 million. All are imported cars. The Mercedes-Benz E300 has an existing car, Yi Chang can directly mention it. But Mercedes-Benz GLS 350 need to wait for a while. In fact, the reason why Yi Chang bought both cars in the name of the company, in addition to tax deductions, is that it is very difficult to obtain the license plate indicators, and it is very easy to get two indicators. If you buy it personally, I don't know how long it will take. After the formalities were completed, Yi Chang took the card, and Yi Chang started driving. Although he had never driven a car in this life after he learned his driver's license, he had driven a second-hand Honda in his previous life, so there was no problem with driving at all. "Husband, please drive slowly," Lin Yuan, who was sitting in the co-pilot, reminded. She was very nervous. "After all, my husband has never driven a car except in driving school." "Wife, don't worry," Yi Chang said. "The first time I drove this kind of luxury car, it felt really good, and the handling was much better than the second-hand Honda in the previous life." "Husband, you are amazing. If I hadn't known that it was your first time driving, I would have thought it was an old driver." Lin Yuan didn't look like a novice when she saw her husband driving the car steadily, changing lanes, overtaking, steering, accelerating, stepping on the brakes, etc. If it was her who looked at it, in this traffic flow, I'm afraid I'd already panicked. "Okay." Yi Chang laughed. "But I felt a little guilty, because I still remember the feeling of nervousness when I drove alone for the first time in my previous life. When I drove out for the first time, there was a slight rear-end collision and I lost 800 yuan to the other party." January 13th, Saturday. Around 10 o'clock in the morning, Yi Chang's family of 3 came to the 18th floor of Unit 2, Building 9. The layout of this unit is more than 150 square meters.
When we got there, the door was open. There is red paper on the door with couplets written on it. It was very lively inside, and there were a lot of people. It is estimated that most of them are relatives, friends and colleagues of Tang Xiaofeng and Li Yuru. Not counting the two aunts and uncles, and the Tang Xiaofeng family, Yi Cheng only knows two people. One is Tang Yongyuan, the son of Tang Xiaofeng's uncle family, and the other is Su Lanqin, the cousin of the second aunt's family. Brother Chang, sister-in-law, Qin, you are here. Tang Xiaofeng greeted him and said with a smile. Lin Yuan gave a red envelope, but Tang Xiaofeng quickly refused. Sister-in-law, I don't accept red envelopes today, it's just a dinner party. After all, Lin Yuan could only put away the red envelopes. After sitting down, Tang Xiaofeng was busy with other things. Yi Cheng chatted with Su Lanqin. She works in Dongguan City and came here by high-speed train on weekends. Anqi Jinlian came over and said with a smile, Qin has grown so big, come and have an ice cream. Qin looked at Lin Yuan and seemed to be asking for her opinion. Qin, thank you auntie. Lin Yuan said. Thank you auntie. Qin said sweetly, and then took the ice cream. Qin is really nice. Yi Jinlian laughed. Yi Cheng also greeted the eldest aunt. The eldest aunt is not a bad person, but she is a little stingy and materialistic. When the two daughters got married, it was clearly marked, and it was not enough to lose a single penny. Sometimes it hurts to talk a little bit. Xiao Cheng, I heard from your father last time that you are also planning to buy a house. Are you ready? Yi Jinlian talked about buying a house. She was still very proud. After all, my son has only worked for 3 years, and he can already afford a house in Pengcheng. The housing price here is not low. A house is more than 4 million yuan, and his son and daughter-in-law have only borrowed 50 of the mortgage. Also, the car was bought. Auntie, it's already bought. Yi Cheng said. So soon, I was thinking last time, if you don't have enough down payment, let Xiaofeng get some for you. The aunt was very surprised. Yi Cheng didn't know whether to laugh or cry about the eldest aunt's character. Well said, if you really borrow money, it is estimated that you will not have a penny. Brother Chang, you bought the house so soon? When will you move in? If you want to have a drink, you have to notify me in advance. Su Lanqin said quickly. In her opinion, being able to buy a house in Pengcheng is definitely very capable. My sister-in-law and I didn't plan to have a drink, so we've already moved in. Yi Cheng said. No, how can you live in it directly? You young people are just ignorant, and you won't discuss it with your parents. The aunt said sadly. At this moment, Tang Xiaofeng came over and said in surprise, Brother Chang, have you already bought a house? Where is it? It's in Jinqiu City. Yi Cheng laughed. Yeah, we bought it in the same community. When did it happen? Tang Xiaofeng was shocked. So did everyone else. Because the price of this Fairview city is not low. Even the smallest household and the lowest priced house cannot be bought without 2 or 3 million. According to the minimum down payment of 30, it is estimated that it will take nearly 1 million yuan to get it. Just last month. Yi Cheng said. Brother Chang, you're not being authentic, and I won't tell you in advance. Let's celebrate for you. By the way, which building did you buy, how many units and several floors? I'll go to your place to see it when the time comes. Tang Xiaofeng sat down. 18 buildings, 1 unit, 33rd floor. Yi Cheng didn't hide it either. They all lived in the same community anyway, so it was only a matter of time before he knew. Building 28, I remember it was a large apartment, at least 160 square meters. It seems that there are more than 180 square meters. The price is more expensive than mine. Tang Xiaofeng was surprised. When others heard it, they were also surprised. It's 180 square meters, but only the minimum down payment has been paid, and the rest are loans. The mortgage pressure will not be small in the future. Lin Yuan said. Sister-in-law, you and Brother Cheng both have jobs, and the salary is not low. If you have a provident fund, the mortgage loan for a month should not be too much. With the current rise in housing prices in Pengcheng, it is definitely profitable. Tang Xiaofeng could see clearly. Well, my cousin and I thought the same thing. Lin Yuan laughed. After chatting for a while, it was 11:30, and a whole room of people set off to the restaurant they had booked. When I got home, it was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. At 4 o'clock, Tang Xiaofeng suddenly called and said that he wanted to come and have a look. 10 minutes later, there was a knock on the door. I'll open the door. Qin, who was playing with toys, quickly got up from the ground and ran to open the door. When the door opened, I saw my aunt, my uncle, Tang Xiaofeng's family, and my cousin Su Lanqin. Wow, how big is this living room? The eldest aunt Yi Jinlian was amazed. much bigger than her son's family. Moreover, the decoration arrangement seems to be a little more atmospheric. Tang Xiaofeng's wife Li Yuru didn't want to come. In fact, she didn't quite believe that Yi Chang was able to buy such a big house. Even taking out a loan can be difficult. But now, she has nothing to say. Qin, play with Xiaoqi. Yi Chang said to his daughter Qin. Tang Xiaofeng has a son who just turned 3 years old. Okay, Dad. Qin hurriedly took Xiaoqi to the toy area and started to play happily. Lin Yuan took out fruits and nuts and entertained them. Brother Chang, if I hadn't bought a house here, you probably wouldn't have said it. Secrecy is really strict, Tang Xiaofeng said after sitting down. Small town, if you live in the same community in the future, you need to move around more. The aunt also said. Auntie, that's for sure. Yi Chang smiled. By the way, let's eat here tonight. No, there are still a lot of dishes left at the noon banquet. If you don't eat it, it will be wasted. The aunt said quickly. Li Yuru couldn't help it. Don't say it, don't eat leftovers, why don't you listen? The eldest aunt Yi Jinlian was embarrassed. Auntie, my younger brother and sister are right. Don't eat leftovers. It's very hot now, and it's easy to spoil. It's not good to put it in the refrigerator. I still eat it here. Yi Chang said. Lin Yuan also got up and went to the kitchen to prepare meals. The aunt didn't say much, and followed into the kitchen to help. Yi Chang's phone rang, and it was Li Renbo. He came to the balcony to answer it. After 10 minutes of talking, he hung up. When he returned to the living room, he saw Tang Xiaofeng looking at stocks on his mobile phone. He remembered Tang Xiaofeng's previous life, and now he is already speculating in stocks. I heard that when the stock market crashed in 2018, I lost a lot. Xiaofeng, are you speculating in stocks? Yi Chang sat next to him and asked. Yes, when I was in college, I already started playing, but it was just a small game, focusing on value investing, mainly in the medium and long term. Tang Xiaofeng said. He bought the house and made money from stock speculation. Some time ago, the stock market hit a new high, and he made a lot of money. However, his wife insisted on buying a house, and he had to refund part of the money. Now there are less than 1 million in the stock market. Then how do you think the stock market is doing now? Yi Chang asked. I'm very optimistic. I can see at least 5,000 points. It's only over 3,000 now. It should be able to break the previous high soon. Tang Xiaofeng is very confident. Because of this, he was still full of complaints about his daughter-in-law withdrawing part of the money. I don't see it that way. At most next month, the stock market will collapse. Yi Chang said. He knew that Tang Xiaofeng would not listen. After all, people have been playing stocks for many years, and they are top students in prestigious schools, and they are arrogant. Brother Chang, how did you see it? Tang Xiaofeng was very curious. Actually, he didn't believe it. Although he is not a PhD in economics, he is confident that he has conducted in-depth research on the stock market and believes that he understands market laws better than Yi Chang. Yi Chang smiled and then briefly explained some of the analysis after the stock market crash in his previous life. Although a little hindsight in the previous life Zhuge Liang. But the stock market crash hasn't happened yet. Countless investors and even many experts are over 5,000 points on the stock market, making the stock market hot now. Therefore, these analyses by Yi Chang are very professional. After Tang Xiaofeng heard this, he couldn't help being stunned. He found that he seemed to underestimate this cousin. Because of some things, even he did not expect that behind the seemingly prosperous stock market, there are so many risks hidden. If it is true as Yi Chang's analysis, the stock market really has the possibility of falling sharply. After dinner, Tang Xiaofeng and the others left. Regarding his judgment that the stock market will collapse, whether Tang Xiaofeng has listened to it, Yi Chang will be too lazy to care. After Lin Yuan gave Qin a bath, she started watching the TV series. And Yi Chang told Qin a fairy tale on the bed. After only half an hour, Qin fell asleep. Yi Chang's thin silk was covered by the Qin, and the temperature of the air conditioner was adjusted to 27, the wind speed was 40, and direct sunlight was prevented. Then he went out and closed the door. Although there are several rooms in the house, Yi Chang still keeps Qin's little bed in the master bedroom so that it can be looked after at night. Into the living room. Yi Chang sat down next to Lin Yuan, took out his phone and looked at it. As for watching TV shows, he is not interested. He opened the Huobai platform. He hadn't seen it for a long time since the last short. The price of BTE coin has fallen to more than 14,100, fooling more than 1.82 million US. Not bad. Suddenly, his shoulders were a little heavy, and it was Lin Yuan who leaned over.
Yi Chang simply hugged her. Looking at his wife's delicate face, Yi Chang felt an inexplicable sense of happiness in his heart. I have a house, a car, a career, and some savings. And my wife and daughter by my side. Isn't all this the pursuit of a previous life? The first pot of gold to make money through Bitcoin is almost completed, and the live broadcast guild has also opened, and it should be able to become formal soon. Yi Chang thought to himself. As long as he doesn't mess around, the development of Shanghai Guild shouldn't be a big problem. As for the next goal, in fact, Yi Chang didn't have it at all. At least not yet. Because he is not the kind of ambitious person who likes to go with the flow. He lives well now and is not short of money, so he feels that there is no need to work too hard. As long as the live broadcast union is done well, accumulate funds, and in 20 years, he can make a fortune with the help of BTC coin, and he can retire completely and enjoy life with his wife. His goal is that simple. As for accomplishing great things, he didn't think so. After all, he is self-aware of his own abilities, otherwise he would not have been mediocre in his previous life. Even if he is reborn, he has the ability of foreknowledge that ordinary people do not have, but after all, there is only a time difference of less than 4 years. After 4 years, he will be ignorant about the future. At this moment, in Yi Chang's mind, a strange voice appeared. Please host before June 1, 2021, earn 10 billion soft sister coins, the system will be activated. Yi Chang was stunned, almost so shocked that he didn't jump up. Husband, what's the matter? Lin Yuan, who was leaning against Yi Chang's arms, felt her husband's body suddenly tremble, and hurriedly turned around and asked, "Oh, it's okay, I just thought of one thing." Yi Chang said quickly, "About the voice in your head, you must not say it, otherwise the daughter-in-law will not have to regard herself as a lunatic. Whether it's rebirth, or the system. It's too fantastical. It's just that he didn't expect. He was reborn, and he still carried a system, but this system has not been activated. He must earn tens of billions of soft sister coins to activate it. There is also a time limit. June 1, 2021, is the day he died. Once within this time period, tens of billions of dollars are not earned, the system will not be activated." Yi Chang was extremely tangled in his heart. 10 billion. How can it be earned? Just over 3 years left. If it's a billion, he can still give it a try. But tens of billions can be earned not by speculating in bitcoins, stocks, and the like. Because of such things, the greater the amount of capital, the greater the impact on the market. If it is 1,800,000,000, he can still fight, and the difficulty factor should not be particularly large. But now he felt Alexander. But without earning 10 billion, the system cannot be activated. This is the system. In 21 years, when he doesn't know anything about the future, if there is a system in hand, then there is no need to worry. System, can you lower the requirements a bit? Yi Chang meditated in his heart. But the system does not respond. After all, the system is not activated. It should have been because the system noticed that it had no ambition before, so it reminded me. The more Yi Chang thought about it, the more entangled he became. But this system just popped up, disturbing his mood. It would be impossible to say that he was really unambitious. Every man has ambition in his heart. It's just that some people think that they are not capable enough to realize their ambitions, so they can only hide them deeply in their hearts and think about it. If you have the ability, you will work hard to move towards your ambition, step by step. Yi Chang should belong to the former. Even if there is a rebirth experience, the biggest ambition is still to achieve financial freedom and let the family live a good life. As for the all-powerful situation, becoming the world's richest man worth hundreds of billions, he thought about it, but he thought he was unable to achieve it. Husband, are you thinking about it? After watching the TV series, Lin Yuan saw Yi Chang frowning and seemed to be thinking about something. No. Yi Chang struggled for almost an hour, not knowing what to do. What was originally peaceful, suddenly became chaotic. This system is really annoying. He obviously doesn't need it. A chance to be reborn is enough. Now it happens to be hooked attracting people. I haven't said it yet, my mind is on my face. Lin Yuan laughed. Wife, you said that if you have a goal, as long as you achieve it, you can have huge benefits, but this goal is very difficult. Once it is carried out, it is estimated that you will be bald and exhausted. How do you choose? Yi Chang decided to ask his daughter-in-law. No, it's so serious, you're going to be bald. Husband, you're not allowed to be bald. When I married you, it was because of your lush black hair. Lin Yuan joked. Don't worry, my Olji family has no tradition of being bald. Yi Chang's head is full of black lines. Well, being able to catch up to Lin Yuan is one aspect of being handsome.
That's good, husband. I think life has a purpose, and life is meaningful. No matter whether it can be achieved in the end, it is not a waste of life. No matter what decision you make, I will fully support you. Woman. Lin Yuanyuan hugged Yi Chang and said softly, "Wife, you are so kind."
Yi Chang sniffed the fragrance in Lin Yuanyuan's hair, and the originally tangled heart gradually became firmer.
Since there is a chance to get better, why not give it a try?
The financial freedom that comes with rebirth is short-lived.
But with the system, maybe you can give yourself, marry, and even your children and grandchildren a lifetime of wealth? Although I don't know what type of system it is, it takes 10 billion to activate. Can it be bad? Night. Yi Chang lay on the bed, thinking about the future. Lin Yuanyuan shrank in his arms and was already asleep. But Yi Chang couldn't fall asleep and was very awake. Although there are plans.
But how to make 10 billion in more than 3 years is a headache for him.
Man, just not satisfied.
I just wanted to achieve financial freedom. But now that the system came out, he had bigger ambitions and goals.
Can you make tens of billions by speculating in Bitcoin and the stock market? Maybe it can.
However, he must have a complete grasp of future Bitcoin and stock market trends.
He only knew about it. Therefore, if the details are not good, there is no way to implement it.
As a live broadcast guild, it may be possible to make tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of dollars after it grows, but if it reaches 10 billion, it is a fool's dream, and it is absolutely impossible.
As for the rest, seems like a lot of opportunities.
But for the current Yi Chang, it was too difficult. When he woke up in the morning, Yi Chang felt drowsy, as if he hadn't slept all night.
He knew it was because of too many thoughts and poor sleep quality. He sighed inwardly.
Before, he could fall asleep every day when he lay down, and he could sleep until dawn without waking up in between, and he rarely dreamed. But now, because of this inexplicable system, his heart is messed up. For several days, Yi Chang was thinking about how to make money, to the point of forgetting to eat and sleep.
Today, in the company's office,
Yi Chang suddenly received a call from his father.
"Son, have you bought the house yet?" Yi Daozhen asked. "Yes." Yi Chang didn't hide it.
With the character of the eldest aunt Yi Jinlian, she would definitely tell her father. Your aunt said that the area of the house is 180 square meters, and it is still well decorated.
The price is so expensive. Then you must be short of money now. I will transfer the money from last time to you, Yi Daozhen said. He worries that his son is under too much financial pressure.
Although it is only 50,000 yuan, it can be saved for a while.
Dad, don't worry about it. If I don't have money, how can I buy such a big house? I'll be honest with you. I didn't have a loan. Don't worry, I'm short of money right now, Yi Chang said.
He knew that if he didn't tell the truth, Dad would always think about it. Son, tell the truth to Dad. Why did you suddenly make so much money?
Yi Daozhen is an honest and responsible person.
He is most worried that his son will not learn well outside and do illegal things.
Dad, I made this from stock trading, Yi Chang said.
It turned out to be stock speculation, but I heard that this thing is very risky.
Your second uncle lost all the house in 2008, Yi Daozhen reminded.
Dad, I know what to do, and most of my money in the stock market has been withdrawn. I have bought a house, and I have also bought a car.
Yi Chang laughed. I also bought the car, it's fine, so I can rest assured. Yi Daozhen laughed happily.
It is definitely something worth showing off that my son can buy a big house in a first-tier city like Pengcheng. After chatting for a few more words, he hung up the phone.
Yi Chang continued to move the mouse and flipped through the web page, looking for opportunities.
Originally, he was very satisfied with the current speed of accumulation of funds. But with the goal of tens of billions, he found that this was far from enough. The day before yesterday, he added another $1 million in Bitcoin special coin to short funds, and the price was more than $14,100 gold. A total of 354.165 Bitcoin contracts. The reason why he didn't add more was mainly because he had to leave a part of the working capital for emergency use.
Yi Chang looked surprised when he flipped through the web page.
Kyoto Bailey's 45th antique boutique auction will be held soon. The items are as follows. He always felt that this news had been heard in his previous life.
Just don't know the exact time. He quickly clicked in and flipped through the collections that were displayed in every way. Suddenly, Yi Chang was shocked, showing disbelief. Because among these collections, there is a collection, the Huang Duanzi cassock in the late Qing dynasty. He finally remembered.
In the previous life in 2021, there was news that there was a working-class amateur collector who used 90,000 yuan to buy a cassock of the late Qing dynasty that had passed the auction.
It was finally confirmed by experts in many ways.
The cassock is the imperial quilt that covers the body of an emperor when he is buried. Then this cassock was sold at a large auction at a sky-high price of 130 million, and the amateur collector became rich overnight.
If this cassock is anyone, it's worth buying. Yi Chang's eyes shone brightly.
It took tens of thousands of dollars to shoot, and the last one was sold for more than 100 million yuan.
This is faster and easier than making money from special coin. The question now is the authenticity of the cassock.
He pondered a lot again, recalling the memories of his previous life. According to that news, there are delicate markings and texts inside the cassock.
If there is one, it should be this cassock.
Yi Chang touched his chin and decided to go to Kyoto.
Even if it is not, this cassock should be photographed.
At most, it is a loss of tens of thousands of dollars, but if it is true, it will add more than 100 million. Then he is a big step closer to earning 10 billion and activating the system. Because of participating in the auction, you must apply in advance, and you can get the invitation code only after passing the qualification review. He first registered an account on the website of Bailey Auction House, and then reviewed it as required.
The efficiency is not bad, less than 2 hours, the review passed. The next step is to pay the security deposit. After participation, it can be refunded. However, in the course of the auction, if the auction is malicious, the deposit will not be returned, and even other legal responsibilities will be borne.
After getting the invitation code, Yi Chang bought the flight ticket to Kyoto the day after tomorrow. In the afternoon, LG King came to the company. As the boss of the company, Yi Chang personally received him, which made LG Wang flattered and felt that the company valued him. As seen in the Douyin video in the previous life, the current LG King is still dressed in a very ordinary dress, with a very distinctive laughter and voice. During dinner, we had a dinner party in a high-end restaurant, which was considered to be a clean-up for LG Wang. Since she was going to pick up Qin, Lin Yuan didn't attend the dinner and went back early. When Yi Chang got home, it was already past 9 o'clock in the evening.
Qin is already sleeping. Lin Yuan was watching TV. Didn't drink a bar? Lin Yuan asked.
I'm driving, how can I drink? Yi Chang shook his head and said.
Now Lin Yuan didn't dare to drive alone, so she took a taxi when she came back.
By the way, wife, I'm going to Kyoto the day after tomorrow.
Yi Chang said again. What are you going to do in Kyoto? Lin Yuan asked curiously. Participate in an auction, yes. Yi Chang said. Lin Yuan was a little curious, but did not continue to ask. Friday, January 19th. After 6 o'clock in the afternoon.
Yi Chang got on the plane at Anbao Airport, and it was already 10 o'clock in the evening when he arrived at Kyoto Dashin Airport. He had already booked the hotel in advance. By the time we checked into the hotel, it was already past 11. This is Yi Chang's first flight in his life and his first time to come to Kyoto. Standing on the balcony of the business suite in the hotel, watching the bright lights in the distance. If there is a chance, I will also buy a house in this Kyoto. Yi Chang calculated in his mind. However, the conditions for buying a house in Kyoto are relatively harsh, and you must have social security or personal tax for more than 5 years. This was too difficult for Yi Chang. After 5 years of payment, it will be 2023. At that time, the house price did not know how much it would go up. Yi Chang shook his head and didn't think about such a question anymore, but took out his mobile phone and sent a message of authority to Lin Yuan.
Soon, Lin Yuan made a direct video call.
Why haven't you slept yet? Yi Chang watched his wife sit on the bed with her hair down.
Husband, I can't sleep without you by my side, Lin Yuan said.
After she married Yi Chang, apart from going to work, she hardly ever separated. Now Yi Chang is going to Kyoto, so she's not used to it.
Sleep early, Yi Chang said. After chatting for a while, the video was hung up and Yi Chang went to take a shower. At 9 o'clock in the morning the next day, Yi Chang came to Bailey's auction house.
As a well-known auction, Bailey basically has a special auction every day.
People come and go, very popular.
Yi Chang used the invitation code at the front desk, got a number plate and a collection book, and followed the guide signs to the No.
3 auction hall. This is an oval hall, luxuriously decorated, with rows of auction booths surrounding the middle. Many people have already arrived. The crowd was full of people.
According to the number plate, Yi Chang found the corresponding seat and sat down.
He flipped through the collection brochure, which contained a detailed introduction to the collections in this auction.
Yi Chang casually looked at it, and finally saw the yellow cassock of the late Qing dynasty.
The introduction is much more detailed than on the website.
Yi Chang became more and more certain that this was the cassock he wanted to photograph.
Brother should be from Shonan, right?
A middle-aged man with a slightly fat body sitting next to him suddenly asked.
Yup. Yi Chang nodded. I'm from Shonan too, from Shinshur. My property market.
Then we are half a fellow villager.
The two chatted quickly.
The middle-aged man's name is Su Bingue, his wife is a native of Kyoto, and he runs a housekeeping company. He is an amateur collector himself, and often likes to buy some collectibles. The two soon exchanged business cards. Although there may be little intersection in the future, but
this is a society of sophistication. The auction has started.
Pieces of the collection were delivered, and under the professional introduction of the auctioneer, the auctions were successful one after another. The value of these collections is as low as 30,000 to 50,000, and as high as hundreds of thousands. One of the finale collections of this auction has a starting price of more than 1 million.
Many photographers came for this finale collection.
Su Bingue also shot once and took a pair of famous paintings for more than 130,000 yuan.
Finally, Yi Chang's long-awaited Huangduanzi cassock appeared in the late Qing dynasty. This cassock is made from a complete piece of yellow jokes.
It has been identified by experts and it is from the Qianlong period in the late Qing dynasty. The craftsmanship is exquisite, the preservation is relatively complete, and it is very collectible.
The auction was introduced. Mr. Qin, why does this cassock look gloomy? A monk would wear this stuff? Isn't it for the dead? Someone laughed.
It's really possible that you said it, maybe it's a funeral or something.
It's not good to buy this thing for collection? It doesn't feel good to have this kind of thing at home.
Old Manly, you don't like to collect bizarre things.
This thing should suit your appetite, right?
Forget it, the starting price of 80,000 yuan is too high to be worth it.
Maybe it will hit you and you won't be able to sell it. Many photographers also talked about it. There are also people who are interested to have a look. Among them is Yi Chang.
He knew that among the people watching, there should be the person who bought the cassock in the previous life.
It's just that he doesn't know which one it is.
Since that person bought the cassock on the second day of the auction, it means that this person is already paying attention. After Yi Chang carefully looked at the cassock, he was basically sure that this cassock was what he wanted. So he didn't look like he had to go back to his seat.
Brother Yi, you won't be interested in this thing.
It's best not to touch this kind of funeral goods,
Su Bingue advised. Next, the auction started, but no one was going to bid.
Seeing this, the auctioneer knew that this cassock was going to pass up.
Streaming is also a common thing. If no one bids, then I will announce that this Huangduanzi cassock in the late Qing dynasty has passed the auction. The auctioneer glanced at the audience and said, I'll pay 81,000.
Yi Chang finally raised the number plate.
Su Bingue glanced at Yi Chang a little surprised. Many other photographers are also very curious, are they really interested?
And among the guests, there was one person who had seen the cassocks on stage before, and his brows furrowed. Although he didn't see the specific origin of this cassock, he intuitively told him that this yellow cassock seemed to be unusual.
If you want to buy it, you have to bid. Only 80,000 yuan, the price is not low. Although he can afford it. But it's also very risky.
After all, he has always been very cautious about auction collections.
81,000, the first time. 81,000, the second time.
At this time, the auctioneer had already started shouting. This man is very confused.
But in the end, he gave up the bid.
Intuition returned to intuition, and he still made up his mind to spend 80,000 yuan to buy an uncertain thing.
81,000, the third time.
Finally, the auctioneer made the final decision. This person suddenly felt a strong sense of loss, as if something that belonged to him had suddenly left him. At this moment, he felt regret, and he had already made an offer.
Unfortunately, the auction is over.
At the same time, Yi Chang breathed a sigh of relief. He was worried that the potential competitor would bid. After all, the other party can buy the cassock the next day, which means that he is very interested in this cassock. Maybe he was very entangled at first, and after thinking for a long time, he finally made up his mind.
Very good, it's finally in my hands.
Yi Chang was very satisfied in his heart.
Brother, did you really take pictures of this thing? The way Su Bingue looked at Yi Chang was that he was stupid and rich. I'm very interested in this kind of thing. It's okay to slap and play, even if you smash your hands, it's fine. After all, it's a collection, and it's about one that you like. Yi Chang laughed. That's right, as long as you like it, it's not a loss. Big brother, my mentality is not as good as yours. Su Bingue smiled. Brother Su, do you know the appraisal expert of the Palace Museum? Yi Chang asked suddenly.
This Su Bingue has been in Kyoto for nearly 20 years, and he is running a company, so his connections should be quite large. Although it was the first time we met, Yi Chang felt that it was necessary to get close.
This Huang Duanzi cassock in the late Qing dynasty has to be identified by experts.
I can't say for myself that this cassock contains a Kesed Harani quilt, which was used for the funeral of Emperor Qianlong.
Who would believe it? Appraisal expert? Su Bingui was a little surprised. Are you trying to identify that cassock?
Yes, I feel that this cassock is a bit unusual, so I have to find an expert to appraise it. I heard that the experts at the Palace Museum are of the highest level.
Yi Chang said.
Don't tell me, my brother-in-law is working in the Palace Museum. He should be familiar with the experts inside. However, if the experts inside are willing to help, the old brother won't dare to make a deal.
Su Bingui said. His wife's family background is unusual.
Because of this, he was a foreigner and was able to gain a firm foothold in Kyoto. Brother Su, please give me an introduction. Just say that this cassock has the Dharni Sutra printed on it.
Yi Chang said. Looks like my brother is confident. Su Bingui was surprised.
Although he did not know what the Dharni Sutra was. Obviously, Yi Chang didn't buy it on a whim, but saw a little mystery in this cassock.
He was a little interested in the origin of the cassock.
After the auction, Yi Chang paid the money and got the Huang Duanzi cassock from the late Qing dynasty. After returning to the hotel, Yi Chang can't wait to open the cassock. The pattern on the surface of the satin is very delicate, and the inner layer has delicate dark lines, and characters can be seen vaguely.
He was basically certain that there was a mezzanine inside the cassock.
It is strange to say that neither the original owner of the cassock nor the appraiser of Bailey Auction House found this, otherwise, this precious collection worth hundreds of millions would not fall into his hands. He took a deep breath and carefully opened a slit in the cassock. If it was just the cassock, this opening would be enough to destroy most of the value of the cassock. Soon, a quilt covered with Sanskrit mantras appeared in front of Yi Chang's eyes.
Hiss!
Even though Yi Chang had guessed for a long time, and the verification was successful at this moment, Yi Chang's inner excitement was indescribable. Such a Keisai Dharni quilt with a yellow satin bottom was auctioned for a sky-high price of 130 million. Yi Chang didn't dare to read more, so as not to damage the quilt. He first took a few photos with his mobile phone, and then sent them to Su Bingui. Then he carefully folded the scriptures, wrapped them in a cassock again, and put them in a handbag. No one could have imagined that such a handbag contained a treasure worth over 100 million yuan. He put the tote bag again in the safety deposit box that came with the business room. This safe is fixed on the wall, and the password is one-time use. However, Yi Chang knew that this kind of insurance was not safe. Because the administrator mode can be entered, the safe can be easily opened. Yi Chang pressed lock twice on the fresh keeping box. Dang dang, the safe displayed the word super.
Entered administrator mode.
Yi Chang tried to enter the initial password, 99999911111000000. No response, the administrator password should be changed. So, he exited the administrator mode, then entered the normal mode, pressed the deposit button, and with a click, the door of the safe opened, and at the same time, a password slip slowly stretched out. Yi Chang put the handbag in, then closed the door of the safe, and then put away the code note. In the evening, Su Bingui suddenly called Yi Chang, saying that his brother-in-law had contacted an expert from the Palace Museum.
Yi Chang was overjoyed and quickly thanked him.
Brother, it seems that your cassock is a good thing. When it is identified, it must be a treat.
Su Bingui said. Brother Su, this meal will definitely be invited. Without your introduction, I can't even find a way to be a museum expert.
Yi Chang laughed. The next morning, Yi Chang left the hotel and went straight to Lilakang Street. This is a well-known cultural street in Kyoto, where the four treasures of books, calligraphy and painting, antiques and studies are widely collected in the world. It has become a must-see place for domestic and foreign tourists to visit Kyoto culture.
Yashuan Hall.
This is the agreed place. The experts that Su Bingui's brother-in-law contacted were not only the appraisers of the Palace Museum, but also opened a shop here.
Yi Chang found out that Su Bingui was here too. Obviously, he was also very curious about Yi Chang's cassock.
Brother, you are finally here.
Old Yen kept talking. It seems that you have found a good guy this time. Su Bingui smiled.
Boy, where's the stuff? An old man in tang suit with thick reading glasses couldn't wait to ask when he saw Yi Chang coming.
Good old Yen.
After Yi Chang said hello, he took out the cassock from his handbag. Wait until Yi Chang opened the cassock to reveal the folded quilt inside. The old man in tang suit, Yen Lao, had already put on a pair of gloves and carefully unfolded the Keisai Dharni Sutra with a yellow satin bottom. It is 2 meters long and 1.38 meters wide, with an area of nearly 3 square meters.
This is a Keisai fabric. It's so big and very rare. If one person knits it, it will take several years to complete.
Old Yan's eyes flashed brightly, and he muttered to himself. Then he took a closer look and identified it. This quilt, if there is no accident, is made of Tibetan antelope velvet, camphor velvet, gold thread, etc., and is made of double-sided kasai. Tibetan antelope velvet is extremely precious, and its value is comparable to the same amount of gold.
This quilt uses the kasai technique to weave 4 kinds of characters. The main stupa pattern is full of Dharni scriptures in Sanskrit. The pagoda is full of exquisite and intricate patterns.
Such a large format kasai fabric is a well-deserved best kasai. Yen Lao's face became more and more excited,
almost dancing.
Then, he took out his mobile phone and made a call. Hey, old son, check the book Cheng Huadian Funeral for me, about the ordering of the past emperor's lives. That's right, I came across a quilt here, probably used by a certain Qing emperor.
What?
You want to come here, please? I'm at Yakshuantang, you can check it for me.
I need it urgently.
That's it. After he hung up the phone, he studied it again.
Yi Chang and Su Bingui could only watch from the side and couldn't get involved at all. After all, this kind of professional work can only be done by professional people.
Half an hour passed and there was no reply, so Yen Lao hurriedly called again.
What, you are already on your way? Why didn't you send me the content first? I'm not in a hurry. Can I be in a hurry? I've been waiting for half an hour.
Then hurry up.
Yen Lao was speechless.
Another half an hour passed, and finally a car came to the outside of the store, and then a few old men walked out of it and rushed in, looking very healthy.
Where is the quilt? An old man asked quickly.
Soon, they all gathered at the table and began to carefully identify the quilt.
Yen Lao took over a person's mobile phone and flipped through the captured content.
After a long time, his face became extremely excited, and he read it directly, weaving gold Sanskrit characters Dharni with yellow satin, embroidered with 9 dragon yellow satin.
Colorful satin 8, all 10 have 3 layers. That's right, this is the one used by Master Qianlong. Yen Lao was very sure.
After repeated appraisal by several experts, it was confirmed that this sutra was used by the imperial palace of the Qing dynasty. From the size, decoration, scripture and color of the quilt, it can be concluded that the owner of this quilt is determined to be dry.
Emperor Long, a priceless treasure. Yen Lao was amazed.
Although he can't judge the specific value, this quilt is enough to be placed in the palace museum and collected as a national treasure. Several other experts are also obsessed, and they are very excited to be able to identify such a national treasure with their own eyes.
Brother, have you been prepared to deal with this? Su Bingui asked quickly. He couldn't believe it. The cassock Yi Chang bought from the auction for more than 80,000 yuan actually conceal a national treasure level quilt.
These treasures are naturally going to be shot. Otherwise, if you keep them in your hands, you have to worry about losing them every day. Yi Chang said without hesitation. Only by turning the scriptures into money can he be able to use money to make money. Although it is kept in hand, the price may be higher in the future.
Brother, your decision is very correct. If it were me, I would definitely do it. This kind of thing is really hot when you keep it at home. Su Bingui smiled. Unfortunately, this is too expensive. We can't afford it, or we really want to collect it. Yen Lao and others sighed. Of course, they wouldn't say anything about making Yi Cheng donate to the country.
Old Yen, as a top expert in the museum, you have a wide network of contacts.
Since Brother Yi wants to take action, why don't you find a good owner for Jingwei?
Su Bingui said suddenly.
You're right, Yi Chang. Are you sure you want to shoot? Yen Lao nodded.
As a top appraisal expert on antiques, he knows a lot of rich people. After all, many of these people like to collect them, so they need to be appraised. Therefore, the circles that Yen Lao and the others have come into contact with are very good. Well, some of us old men will call the shots and set up a small private auction for this scripture, Yen Lao said after thinking for a moment. Several other old men also nodded.
They also want to see how much value this classic can be auctioned for in the end?
Old Yen, Mr. He, Mr. Wei, Mr. Kai, that's really bothering you.
Yi Cheng quickly thanked him. With these seniors guaranteeing the organization, that would be the best.
It's mainly because you've been so precious, it's worth it for us old guys to do it.
Yen Lao laughed. And just like that, things were decided.
When Yi Chang left with the things, he thanked Su Bingui especially. If it wasn't for him to say so, several old experts would not necessarily make such a decision. Brother, if it wasn't too expensive, I would want to buy it, but with your vision, this is definitely the case, Su Bingui said with his thumb up. Judging from the tone of Yen Lao and the others, the value of this quilt is definitely measured in tens of millions. Although he has hundreds of millions of assets, he is not luxurious enough to spend tens of millions to buy a collection. If he dares to do this, his daughter-in-law will tear him apart. After returning to the hotel, Yi Chang made a video call to his daughter-in-law. Today is Sunday, January 21st, do not need to work. Lin Yuanyuan took Qin to play at a children's playground near the community. Through the video camera, Yi Chang saw Qin and many children bouncing around in the pile of balls. "Wife, I may be back in a few days," Yi Chang said after watching Qin. "Did something happen?" Lin Yuanyuan asked curiously. "I took a picture of something, it's very valuable, and I'm ready to shoot here," Yi Chang said. "Why do you suddenly want to go to Kyoto to participate in the auction? I really don't understand you." Lin Yuanyuan was a little speechless. "Hey, wife, let me tell you the truth. I once read a book in the library of the university that recorded the funeral of the emperor of the Qing dynasty. I saw a picture, which is the same as the picture of the lot I saw on the internet, very similar. I wondered if I could pick up a leak, but I didn't expect to find it." Yi Chang laughed. "Looking at how happy you are, the value of things is not low, right?" Lin Yuanyuan was very curious. "Of course, but the specific value, when I make a move, I will tell you, and I guarantee you will be surprised." Yi Chang played a riddle. "Husband, then come back early," Lin Yuanyuan said. "Then do you miss me?" Yi Chang laughed. "Yes, I do." Lin Yuanyuan nodded. "I miss you too," Yi Chang said. "Sleeping alone at night without a daughter-in-law by my side is really a bit unaccustomed." After chatting for a long time, Yi Chang hung up the video, and then he called Li Runbo again and asked about the guild situation. Now the entire guild is working around LG King. After all, this is an upcoming trump card of the guild. After the preliminary preparations, we are ready to shoot the first high-end store exploration video. These do not need Yi Chang to intervene. After all, Li Boren and the others are more professional. In the blink of an eye, Yi Chang stayed in Kyoto for another 3 days. There is finally news from Mr. Yen. Private auction office at 3:30 p.m. on Saturday. The location is Yen Lao's Yashuan Pavilion. As for the people who participated in this auction, Yen Lao did not disclose them, but they were all real boss-level figures. Yi Chang didn't ask. After all, if they were really top rich and powerful, their whereabouts would not be known to outsiders. Now he's looking forward to it. Friday, January 26. Li Runbo called Yi Chang, and the latest short video of LG King was finally filmed. This is transformation work. High-end, atmospheric, high-grade. After Yi Chang watched it, whether it was clothing, lines, laughter, etc., there was no big difference from the previous life. "It's this style. Excellent. Upload it." Yi Chang gave Li Runbo his prestige. The guild has also contacted Douyin long ago. As long as the video goes up, it will be recommended. Of course, all of this costs real money. Next, we will see whether Douyin users recognize it or not. Yi Chang believes that LG Wang Ninghua in the previous life should be no exception in this life. After all, the users of Douyin are still those at most a year earlier. Saturday, January 27th. Morning. Before Yi Chang got up, the phone rang. It was Li Runbo. "Boss, good news, the video uploaded yesterday, likes and comments are very high, and users have given high evaluations. In less than 12 hours, LG Wang's account has increased more than 32,000 fans." Li Runbo's tone was a little excited. After all, these data all show that LG King's style transformation has been very successful. In Douyin, there is a special evaluation formula standard. Whether there is a potential for fire can be very accurately judged by the amount of playback, likes, comments, and attention. And in this video of LG King, none of them illustrate this point. Well, make persistent efforts to ensure the quality of the video. It is better to lack than to waste. Yi Chang nodded and said. In fact, he was already mentally prepared. After all, the LG King in his previous life has gained nearly 10 million followers in just a few months. This is no joke. Now is just the beginning. With more high-quality high-end video shooting and uploading, LG King will be pushed to the ranks of top anchors in one fell swoop. After hanging up the phone, Yi Chang sent a prestige video to his daughter-in-law after washing. Just like that, it was 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Yi Chang took a taxi and came to Yashuan Pavilion. Yen Lao and others have already arrived. Su Bingui was also there. He wanted to open his eyes. What kind of sky-high prices could that quilt fetch? The photographers invited by Mr. Yen and the others have not yet arrived. These photographers must be the rich and powerful, and naturally they all came to the scene. The living room has been furnished, with less than 20 chairs. It can be seen that the number of people participating in this shoot will not be too many. At 3:15, there was finally a photo shoot at the dojo. A very low-key black Audi A5. The first shooter was a middle-aged man wearing a black and white peaked cap, dressed in casual clothes and looking ordinary. Only through a brief introduction did Ji Chang know that this person is the chairman of a large internet-listed company, worth over 10 billion. The other party nodded slightly, neither cold nor enthusiastic, very plain. Yi Chang didn't care either. After all, his level is too far from his counterpart. Next, there will be photographers arriving one after another, some with a strong aura, some with a refined temperament, some with a good laugh, and some with dignity and elegance. And so on. Yi Chang has seen the real boss circle. Even Su Bingui is extremely cautious in the face of big bosses. In the end, there were a total of 11 shooters. There are 2, and I can't come for a while. After we were seated, the auction began. It is Yen Lao who presides over the auction. Everyone, this Keisai Tharni quilt has been jointly identified by the 4 of us, and it is determined that it was used by Emperor Qianlong after his death. It is well preserved. This is the identification manual we wrote. Yen Lao took out a document. As a professional appraiser, holding such auctions is to guarantee the authenticity of the auction objects. Because these big shooters believed in the appraisal level of Yen Lao and the 4, they came to participate in this private auction. In this appraisal manual, there are not only their appraisal opinions, but also signatures, seals, handprints, and the like. It can be said that any piece of collection, with these things, the value will be guaranteed. Old Yen, we believe in your appraisal level, let's start. Someone laughed. They can participate in this auction. Naturally, they are very interested in the quilt. After the communication between our old guys and Mr. Yi Chang, we negotiated a more reasonable starting price, 70 million. Yen Lao said in a deep voice. In fact, this price was set by Yi Chang. According to Yi Chang's understanding, this past life scripture was auctioned twice. The first time it was auctioned for more than 70 million, and the second time it was raised to 130 million. Therefore, he was worried that the auction price might not be ideal, so he simply raised the starting price a little. In the face of such a high price, everyone present was unmoved. Although they are all top rich and powerful, the price of 70 million is not too low. And Su Bingui almost didn't take a breath, because the price of this quilt is much higher than he imagined. The starting price is only 70 million. If it is to be successfully shot, I am afraid it will break 100 million. Old Yen, is this quilt really worth such a high starting price? A photographer couldn't help but ask. Because this price has exceeded his psychological expectations. This quilt should be said to be a priceless treasure. First of all, its production process is complicated. Even with modern technology, it is difficult to restore a special quilt that is exactly the same. Second, it is dedicated to Emperor Qianlong, and its historical value is unique. Yen Lao said directly. Everyone present fell silent. My old man is about to have his 100th birthday. Wouldn't it be unlucky to give him this quilt? A chubby patter laughed. It's definitely not auspicious. This thing is a burial thing, so you don't want to participate. Another shooter said. If you don't bid, I'll make a start. When I die later, I'll use this to cover my funeral. A very aura beater smiled and said, 71 million. You dare to use it as a burial, and you are not afraid of being robbed of the tomb. Besides, such a precious antique should be appreciated by the world. How can it be buried in the ground? Someone laughed, 72 million. In this way, it's good for my old man to use it. The fat patter said 73 million. Old Chen, if the old man hears your words, he won't die of anger. The photographer who had spoken before said with a smile 73 million, I will put it in the collection room and enjoy it. Yi Chang sat next to him and watched, and he saw the real side of these bigwigs, no different from ordinary people. Judging from this auction situation, I am afraid that the price will not be too high. It's no wonder that the 2 auctions in the previous life received great publicity. The participants who participated came from all over the country, even the billionaires. If it wasn't for the urgent need for money, Yi Chang would definitely cover it up for a year or 2, and then sell it after good publicity. Next, of the 11 auctioneers present, 7 bid and 5 others seemed to think it was too expensive, so none of them opened their mouths and just watched. In this way, the price has reached 83 million. There are 2 less bids. There are only 5 people left. By the time it reached 87 million, there were only 2 people left. Old Chen, do you really want to fight with me? 88 million. The aura of the photographer said in surprise. Of course, it's better for my old man to use it than your own. My old man must be older and more urgent. 90 million. Paker Lao Chen, who was slightly blessed, said with a smile. Old Chen, let's do it like this.
I will give you 100 million directly. If you are higher than me, then I will give it to you.
Photographers with a strong aura directly increased their utilization by 10 million.
That's what you said, 101 million. The slightly fortunate Patek Lao Chen laughed. You really follow.
The aura of the photographer almost didn't blow his beard in stare. There's no way, my old man said, if the scriptures are not photographed back, he will definitely die in the future. The slightly fortunate photographer Lao Chen said with a sigh. Forget it, since the old man wants it so much, let him give it to him. The powerful photographer sighed. In fact, he really likes this quilt, not really intending to use it after his death, but planning to buy it for collection.
Everyone, 101 million, haven't you bid a higher price? Yan Lao glanced at the few photographers who didn't speak.
In the end, Yan Lao made a final decision. At the price of 101 million, Lao Chen, a slightly fortunate shooter, won the quilt.
After the end, the other photographers left the venue one after another, neatly and without any fuss.
Soon, only Yi Chang, Yan Lao, Su Bingui, the old Chen and the bodyguard assistant were left in the Yashuan pavilion.
Brother Yi, are you going to transfer in cash at the bank, or digital currency?
If it is the former, you need to pay a certain percentage of taxes, and the banking system will also check the accounts, and the latter will save you all the trouble.
Old Chen said. It's still digital coins.
Yi Chang said without hesitation. Although he knows that the digital currency will suffer a great loss when it enters a period of sharp decline, but at the same time, the risk is also eliminated. Because he knows this old Chen, who seems to be very beautiful now, in 20 years, there will be a big problem and he will be imprisoned. If you have a relationship with this person at the bank level, I am afraid that you will find out about yourself in the future, which is very troublesome.
Trading with digital currency is very simple and convenient. Let's set a price.
Now that the price of a digital coin is $11,328 gold, then let's count it as $11,300 gold.
As a businessman, Lao Chen is very shrewd. BitTE coin has been falling recently, and if it is used for trading, he will definitely make a profit. No problem. Yi Chang doesn't care. Anyway, if he trades with BTC, he will have a lot less trouble. Lao Chen's assistant took the calculator and started to calculate.
Finally, it is concluded that Lao Chen needs to pay 1344 bitcoins.
This amount is quite a lot. Soon, this bitcoin transaction will be completed easily. Yi Chang is a little curious. Why is this old Chen so much better than coin?
More than 1,000 bitcoins are not a small amount.
However, he also knows that the most important use of Bitcoin as a decentralized digital currency is to use it for black market transactions and the like.
It is normal for a rich man like Lao Chen, who is worth over 10 billion, to have BTC on hand. After the transaction was completed, Lao Chen left Yi Chang a business card and then walked away with him. Yi Chang is very grateful to Yan Lao and other old experts, and wants to invite them to dinner.
However, several old people are too old to participate in the dinner. No way, Yi Chang had no choice but to give up.
When he left, Yi Chang put the 4 red envelopes that he had prepared for the 4 old experts. The 4 of them did not refuse and accepted the red envelope. After all, they are taking risks in forming a private bureau this time, not to mention their joint appraisal. Old Yen, Mr. He, Mr. Wei, Mr. Kai, then I will leave first, and I will come back to see you later when I have the opportunity.
Yi Chang said.
After leaving, Yi Chang got into Su Bingui's car.
Next, of course, I went to invite Su Bingui to have a big meal.
Without his intermediate introduction this time, there is no way to be shot so quickly.
After Yi Chang left, Yan Lao and the others directly opened the red envelope. This kid is quite generous.
Yan Lao looked at a check in the red envelope, a total of 1.5 million, and smiled. And the checks of the 3 of He Lao are all 1 million. All 3 were satisfied, and their impression of Yi Chang was undoubtedly better. After all, it is Mr. Yen who is the main organizer of the private bureau.
Moreover, after being identified, it is also led by Mr. Yen. The red envelopes sealed are larger, which is very normal.
Yi Chang returned to the hotel. It was past 10 o'clock in the evening. During the dinner, Su Bingui called a few more people, including his brother-in-law, to have a big meal at a high-end restaurant, and finally added a one-stop entertainment. Yi Chang spent more than 200,000 yuan.
This kind of consumption is completely acceptable to Yi Chang now. Yi Chang drank a lot and got a little drunk.
He took a shower, and as soon as he lay on the bed, the video sent by his wife.
Husband, have you dealt with it? Lin Yuan asked. After processing, the name can come back. Yi Chang said. Hey, husband, have you been drinking? Lin Yuan said. Drink some white.
Yi Chang doesn't usually drink much, but at most he drinks some beer.
Husband, you didn't do anything bad, did you? Lin Yuan was a little worried.
After all, drinking outside is so tempting.
Don't worry, who is your husband?
With such a beautiful daughter-in-law, how can you look at the flowers and plants outside?
Yi Chang laughed. Do you know how much that thing sold for? How much? Lin Yuan was very curious. Guess. Yi Chang smiled. Looking at you, there should be a lot. Is there 10 million? Lin Yuan hesitated and said, No, let's talk more. 20 million? It's still not right. 30 million? Impossible, husband, you must be coaxing me. Lin Yuan didn't believe it anymore.
To sell tens of millions of things, how precious it is.
Husband can meet casually? Forget it, I won't tease you, let me tell you this number directly.
Yi Chang stretched out a finger.
1 million? Lin Yuan still couldn't understand it. I didn't say look up before. Yi Chang was a little speechless. If it's only 1 million, you'll be doing it yourself. Husband, don't you mean 100 million? Lin Yuan's eyes widened, a little incredible.
That's right, it's 100 million, but it was paid with BitTE coins. In addition, I gave a few old experts in the private bureau a red envelope of 4.5 million, earning more than 90 million.
No problem. Yi Chang laughed. Lin Yuan was a little dumbfounded and didn't know what to say. How did my husband become so awesome? First, I made tens of millions in Bitcoin. Now that I've picked up another leak, it's even more outrageous. After all, isn't it worth over 100 million yuan? She felt like a dream. So unreal. After chatting for a while, Yi Chang hung up the phone and opened the Huobai platform. After getting Lao Chan's BitTE coin, Yi Chang placed it directly on the sell order. The price is 11,000 gold. Hanging down 300, it will be a lot easier to trade.
After all, Bitcoin is in a falling period now. Of course, more than 1,000 Bitcoins are not too difficult to buy.
All sold?
After Yi Chang looked at the account, there was more than 14.81 million.
The price of Bitcoin is now $11,381 gold.
In this transaction, he lost nearly 2 million.
But Yi Chang didn't care at all, it was only 2 million. He will soon be able to earn it back 100-fold.
Therefore, Yi Chang did not hesitate to spend more than 10 million US dollars in several days to buy short contracts. Still 5 times leverage.
Equivalent to more than 7 million US dollars.
This value is very large, because the daily trading volume of the Bitcoin market is now less than 10 billion US dollars. Enough to affect the price of the Bitcoin market. Unlike the 20 years in the previous life, when Bitcoin was the most popular, the market transaction volume was tens of billions or even more than 100 billion US dollars gold. To reduce the impact, Yi Chang had to buy short contracts in batches. Even when selling in the future, it must be sold in advance.
The next day, Sunday, January 28th.
At 11 o'clock in the morning, Yi Chang got on the plane from Daxing Airport to Pengcheng Anbao Airport. At around 2:40 in the afternoon, Yi Chang walked out of the airport and saw his wife Lin Yuan and daughter Qin standing in the crowd outside.
They came to pick up the plane. Dad!
Qin ran over and was very excited.
Yi Chang picked up his daughter, Qin. Do you want daddy? Think. Qin hugged Yi Chang's neck. Qin is really nice.
Yi Chang couldn't help but kissed her on the face. After staying in Kyoto for so long, seeing his wife and daughter again made him feel so happy.
Wife, you really dare to drive a car to pick me up? Yi Chang laughed. There's nothing to dare, just get used to it, and it's pretty easy to drive. Lin Yuan said.
Of course, she wouldn't say that she drove to the airport because she wanted to see her husband earlier.
Come on, let's go home.
Yi Chang put Qin down, held his daughter in one hand and his wife in the other, and walked towards the parking lot. In a blink of an eye, it was February 4, 2018.
This day is the beginning of spring. There are only 12 days left until the new year.
Yi Chang took his wife and daughter to play outside for a day and returned home, quite tired. After taking a bath, Qin did not let Yi Chang tell the story as usual, and she fell asleep quickly.
Husband, are you still asleep?
Lin Yuan was lying on the bed, watching Yi Chang sitting at the computer desk, facing the laptop, still busy with something.
You go to sleep first, and I'll also deal with Bitcoin. Yi Chang didn't look back.
According to the memory of the previous life, the BTC will fall to a low point in the next 2 days, and the minimum will reach the edge of 6,000 US dollars gold. Then it will bounce back to 11,000. After that, it fluctuated between 7 and 9,000. Originally, Yi Chang planned to short this wave and then stopped, but he had the task of earning 10 billion.
he decided to do another bounce. As for the back, because the volatility is not large, you can't make much money. Since his capital is too large, it is impossible to sell at the lowest point, and he can only sell it in advance. All of his Bitcoin short contracts have a total of 8 contracts. The first transaction of 3,995,472 was a short contract of 312.241 bits Bitcoin, with an average price of 19,938 gold. The second transaction of 2,486,496 is 354.165 BTC contracts, with an average price of $14,156 gold. The third transaction of 5,595,933 is 1,317.254 BTC contracts, with an average price of $11,381 gold. The fourth contract of 4,843,522 was 1,073.564 BTC contracts, with an average price of $11,646 gold. The fifth transaction of 3,686,910 is 885.754 BTC contracts, with an average price of $11,298 gold. The sixth transaction of 3,857,280 is 861.118 BTC contracts, with an average price of $11,612 gold. The seventh transaction of 3,587,909 was 899.038 BTC contracts, with an average price of $11,123 gold. The eighth contract of 5,038,072 is 1,544.115 BTC contracts, with an average price of $10,395 gold. This is because he bought and shorted contracts in batches, otherwise the average price of the special coin contract may be lower. Now Yi Chang has 7,246 Bitcoin contracts, which is not a small amount. Such a large Bitcoin contract, once traded, will definitely cause a chain reaction in the market. Of course, Yi Chang is nothing compared to the big guys who hold tens of thousands of Bitcoins. The reason why the price fluctuations of BTC is so huge is actually the result of these big guys manipulating the BTC market. What Yi Chang has to do is to follow the flow, hide in it, and sell all the Bitcoin contracts. So Yi Chang started to operate. He couldn't wait for the lowest price. Once it rebounds, losses may be even greater. In this way, Yi Chang's short contract for BTC didn't sell out until February 7th. At this time, the price of BTC has recovered to more than 7,600. However, while Yi Chang was selling short contracts, he also started buying long contracts on February 6th, the day with the biggest drop. In this way, until February 9th, Yi Chang completed the entire sale and purchase of Bitcoin. I'm so tired. Fortunately, he did not regard speculating as a homepage, otherwise, he would feel too tired. Of course, during this period of time, the harvest of currency speculation is still quite large. When I sold short contracts before, a total of 7,246 Bitcoin contracts were sold, and the average price was $7,132 gold, which was $6,168 from the lowest price that had ever occurred, a full $1,000 gold. But Yi Chang was very satisfied. After all, you can't eat from the beginning to the end, and no one can do it. The greater the amount of money, the more difficult it is to get in and out of the market. Like the main force in the stock market, it must be repeatedly pulled up, so that the capital force field, unlike small retail investors, with tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of funds, can enter and exit freely, which is the advantage of retail investors. After selling all short contracts, Yi Chang's short selling profit reached an astonishing 33.14 million. Converted to soft by currency, it is 220 million. In other words, his assets have more than tripled. So far, his total capital has reached an astonishing 47.96 million, or more than 319 million. It's just. Yi Chang is very emotional, because 300 million is still too far from the goal of making 10 billion. Yi Chang withdrew $30 million gold from the Huobi account. He was really worried that such a huge amount of funds would continue to be placed on the Huobi platform. Pockets are safe. Only $17.96 million were left, and 10,899 Bitcoin long contracts were purchased, with an average price of $8,239 gold. After he is released, he should be able to earn another $30 million. After earning this time, in a short period of time, he will say goodbye to BTC coin, and when he re-enters the market, it will be October 2020. That wave will be even crazier.
Relying on that wave, Yi Chang believes that as long as the operation is done properly, it should be no problem to make a dozen or 2 billion.
As for more, it will be a bit difficult.
Once the scale is too large and attracts the attention of those giants, I am afraid that it may be possible to jointly suppress themselves.
He didn't think he could handle it.
Therefore, it is basically impossible for Yi Chang to earn tens of billions of assets by speculating in Bitcoin.
He had to find another way.
However, with the help of BitBTC, it was still possible to accumulate starting capital.
With hundreds of millions of funds, it will be much easier to do anything in the future. Moreover, he already has a clue about the follow-up money-making plan. In the Shanghai Guild's office, Yi Chang twisted his neck. Staring at the computer for a long time, the neck is a bit forgettable.
He looked at the time in the lower right corner of the computer. It was already more than 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
Suddenly, the phone he placed on the table vibrated.
He picked it up and saw that it was Tang Xiaofeng calling. Since they live in the same community, they occasionally have contact with each other, but they are not as close as they imagined. Yi Chang pressed the key to answer. "Hey, Xiaofeng, why do you have time to call me today?"
"Hey, Brother Chang, I've really collapsed recently.
The market has fallen for more than a week in a row, a full 15 drop, and the few tickets I'm holding have basically lost money. 20 or 30%, it's useless to make up your positions. The more you make up, the more you lose. If I listened to you last time and it came out in early February, it wouldn't be so bad," Tang Xiaofeng said with a sigh on the phone. "I originally thought that I would sprint to the 5,000 mark, but I didn't expect to be slapped in the head and cut in half."
"Brother Chang, do you think it will fall in the future? Should I stop the loss and cut the meat?" Tang Xiaofeng was very confused.
Yi Chang opened the stock trading software and took a look at the market situation.
It had fallen to more than 3,100,
and he recalled the stock market in the 18 years of his previous life. In the end, the market seemed to have fallen to more than 2,400. That is to say, there is still a downfall. However, during the first wave of decline, there was a relatively large rebound, which made the investors at the time think it was just a simple correction, but in the end they found out that this was just a trap for retail investors by the main institutions. "Xiaofeng, if you listen to me, don't leave the market first. There will be a rebound, but this is just a rebound, not a good market.
When the market rebounds to 3,030, you must be decisive. If you leave the market, it is best not to do it this year. If you do, you can only do a short-term rebound.
It is estimated that the market will not improve until the beginning of 2019.
Yi Chang thought for a while and said,
Since Tang Xiaofeng came to ask him, it is natural to remind him. As for whether to listen or not, that's up to him.
I was reminded last time.
This time, I reminded again that if he can't seize the opportunity, then Yi Chang has no choice."
Night.
After Yi Chang took a shower, he came out of the shower and saw his daughter-in-law looking at her phone.
"Husband, do you earn so much money on the card by speculating on coin?"
Lin Yuan raised her head and asked in surprise.
"Nearly 200 million in cash."
She counted the series of numbers several times before she counted them.
"Yes, the last time I sold the quilt, I directly asked for BitTE coin.
After I sold it, I bought a short contract. It was all sold before, 2/3 of it was withdrawn, and another third was left.
I stayed in and bought long contracts.
After the new year, I should be able to withdraw all of them." Yi Chang wiped his head with a towel and answered Lin Yuan's question.
During this period of time, Lin Yuan was dealing with the company's financial work, so she didn't care much about BitTE coin. "Husband, your earnings are too outrageous. It's only been a few months? It's less than half a year. We actually have 200 or 300 million assets. It feels like a dream," Lin Yuan said.
Yi Chang walked over to Lin Yuan, hugged her gently from behind, and said with a smile, "It will get better and better in the future."
"Husband, I specifically heard that many men will turn bad when they get rich. Will you do the same?"
Lin Yuan turned her head and looked at Yi Chang with serious eyes. Yi Chang smiled. "Of course not. In this world, I only love 3 women."
3? Don't you have 2 more friends?"
Lin Yuan widened her eyes. "How is it possible? The first is my wife, the second is my daughter Qin, and the third is my old lady. Aren't these 3 women?"
Yi Chang laughed. "You're right." Lin Yuan showed a smile, and her heart was sweet. "Husband, let me discuss something with you," Lin Yuan said suddenly.
"What's up?" Yi Chang gently sniffed the fragrance of the shampoo on his wife's hair and asked,
"Do we want a second child?"
Lin Yuan whispered. Her face was a little red. It seemed that this decision had been considered for a long time.
"Second child?" Yi Chang was stunned.
He had never thought about having a second child. After all, in his previous life, he was only a daughter of Qin Qin until he was reborn, and he never wanted to have a second child. After all, the economic conditions at that time were too general, and the living standard of Pengcheng was too high, and the cost of education was even higher. It was difficult to raise one, let alone two, and I dared not even think about it. So he never thought about it. Now that he heard his wife talk about it, he suddenly felt that it was not impossible to have a second child. After all, he is no longer under financial pressure, let alone raising a second child. Even if he wants a few more children, it will be easy. Anyway, the second child is now open. After 3 years, the third child will also open. Wife, are you ready? Yi Cheng asked. After thinking about it, I want to give birth to a son for you, or who will inherit such a large family property in the future. Lin Yuan chuckled lightly. Wife, you can't think this way. It's a bit patriarchal. It's the same for both men and women. I like it, Yi Cheng said seriously. He really doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it's all daughters. You don't have this idea. Your parents may have. Your big brother also gave birth to 2 daughters. If we have another daughter, your parents will not worry about death, Lin Yuan said. She also doesn't care about men and women, mainly the thinking of the older generation. Don't look at what my parents-in-law didn't say, but I still yearn very much to have a grandson. That can't be forced. Anyway, let's have a second child. Yi Cheng smiled and said, if it's still a daughter, then we'll have a third child. Lin Yuan's eyes widened. Husband, it turns out that you are such a person. You actually planned to have my third child, and I decided on my second child after thinking about it. I'm not just talking about it casually. Yi Cheng smiled. Let's go, we want to have a second child. It's Monday, February 12th. The Shanghai Guild held a regular meeting. Li Runbo first talked about the results of this period and the tasks for the next week. LG King's style transformation has been very successful. Although he has only released a few short videos, his popularity is very high. In just over half a month, he has gained more than 2 million followers on platforms such as Douyin and Kuaishou. That's pretty amazing speed. Both likes and comments are very high, and are very popular among users and fans. In addition, the guild has signed some potential anchors during this time. Some of them are on Yi Cheng's list, and the others are also quite optimistic about Li Runbo. Yi Cheng's request is to prefer lack of excess. Of course, he is also willing to spend money to promote it. After all, in the line of anchors, sometimes you really need to pay a lot of money. The investment in the early stage is worth it. As long as it is cultivated and has a high popularity, he can take the lead in opening the live broadcast and delivery of goods in the anchor industry. Yi Cheng was well aware of how much benefit it contained. Therefore, he has to make arrangements before he has the chance to get a share of big pie. After my discussion with Mr. Yi, we will make some arrangements for this year's Chinese New Year. If you stay in the company and work overtime, you will not only get 5 times the full salary, but also get a New Year's red envelope. After the Chinese New Year, the holidays can be made up normally, and the regular meeting will end. After that, if you are willing to stay and work overtime, please apply with me, Li Runbo said. The live broadcast guild is different from ordinary companies. The new year is also a busy time. After all, the anchors also have to take advantage of the opportunity of the new year to earn a wave of traffic and fans. As a new guild that has just started, Shanghai Guild must not relax, and must provide the best quality service and guarantee for its anchors. Now the company is a little short of manpower, so after the new year, a new batch of employees will be recruited. After the meeting, Li Runbo came to Yi Cheng's office. Boss, during this time, we will arrange several important PK matches. However, our anchor does not have a famous big brother, so I plan to create a big brother account. However, this requires a lot of funds. Li Runbo said. This big brother, let me do it. Yi Cheng laughed. He knows that in the live broadcast room, whether there is a big brother or not, the difference is very big. At a critical moment, a big brother can drive the emotions of the audience and prompt fans to send gifts frantically. In fact, most of these big brothers are often created by guilds. Wild big brothers are in the minority after all. In the field of live broadcast, there is not such a saying, the big brother will return all the money, and the fans will be divided into 3 and 7. As the Chinese New Year is getting closer and closer, Yi Cheng and his wife are also planning to go home for the Chinese New Year. According to the results of the discussion between the two, they will go back to Yi Cheng's hometown property market first, then go to Lin Yuan's mother's house on the 3rd day of the new year, and return to Pengcheng on the 7th day of the new year. Be sure to do some shopping before going back. Parents, father-in-law and mother-in-law are indispensable. A lot of nephews, nieces, and the like can't be less. In the past, when I had no money, even if I tried to save a little, every time I went back, I would have to spend 10 or 20,000. In this way, after 2 days of shopping, I bought a lot of things. The money spent is not much, it looks like hundreds of thousands, but the trunk of the car is full. That's right, this time Yi Chang is going to drive back to his hometown. Although there are more than 700 kilometers, it is conservatively estimated that it will take more than 10 hours to drive. But my wife has driven the car for a while, and the technology is much better. With 2 people, it shouldn't be a big problem. The only problem is that Lin Yuan has never driven a highway, so Yi Chang specially asked his wife to take a test drive on Pengcheng's Huancheng Expressway. With Yi Chang in the passenger seat, although Lin Yuan was a little nervous at first, after getting used to it, she drove smoothly.
After getting off the expressway, Lin Yuan said in surprise, "I feel that the expressway is much easier to drive than the city road."
That is for sure.
Yi Chang laughed.
In the previous life, when he first got on the high speed, there was no old driver by his side. When he just got on the high speed, his foot on the accelerator and brake kept shaking.
It was 4 in the morning the next day. The family of 3, plus the eldest aunt and the eldest uncle, drove away from Splendid City.
As for my cousin, Tang Xiaofeng's family, they are going to Li Ruyu's family for Chinese New Year. Although the departure was very early, there were many people who thought the same as Yi Chang. So before dawn, there was already a long queue at the entrance of the high-speed toll station.
"Husband, it looks like the road might be blocked," Lin Yuan said worriedly.
"Just block it, anyway, we are fully prepared."
Yi Chang laughed. Of course, that said, he didn't want to be stuck on the expressway either.
It would take more than 10 hours to drive on the expressway, and the traffic jam would make it even more tiring.
As for why you don't take the high-speed rail, or go back by plane? Naturally, you won't be able to drive home if you buy a car, isn't it just like walking in Genie at night? Besides, traveling in the countryside without a car is really inconvenient. But this time, Yi Chang plans to buy a car and keep it at home.
After the Chinese New Year, he will ask his father to learn the driver's license. That way, you don't have to drive home so much in the future.
On the Jingzhou Expressway, Yi Chang asked his wife to drive. Because if you open it now, your mental state is the best. But after less than 2 hours of driving, the traffic slowed down. Needless to say, there is a traffic jam ahead. There is a red congestion road ahead on the navigation.
Just stop and go like this, and after driving for more than half an hour, the traffic stopped completely. Yi Chang replaced Lin Yuan, after all she had been driving for more than 2 hours.
For Lin Yuan, it was already the longest driving time.
In the next few hours, the car only traveled more than 10 kilometers.
It's almost noon. Sunny.
However, sitting in the car for a long time is also boring. I simply ate some food in the car, and it was after 3 o'clock in the afternoon that the road was finally clear.
After the rest, Lin Yuan replaced Yi Chang and drove forward.
We drove until more than 6 o'clock in the evening. When we arrived at a service area, the group got off the bus, had a hot meal, and rested for another hour before driving again.
Dad called and asked where he was.
At this time, the car was still running on the Jingzhou Expressway, but not on the Huming Expressway. Yi Chang estimated that it would not be possible to get off the expressway until the early morning.
I don't know whether Huming Expressway is gambling or not. With the new year approaching, there are too many cars going home.
Fortunately, although the high-speed traffic flow is large, there is no congestion. At 11:40 in the evening, Yi Chang finally drove off the expressway and entered the national highway, only about 10 kilometers away from home. Xin, who was sitting in the back, had already fallen asleep on her aunt's body. Yi Chang first sent his aunt and uncle home before returning to his own home.
By the time we got home, it was already 1 o'clock in the morning.
When the car drove to the floor, my parents were still awake, and the house lights were on.
Xin is asleep.
She must be very tired. I just carried her to our bed and just sleep with the 2 of us at night.
Mom quickly picked up Xin.
Yi Chang, his wife, and father started to move things in the trunk. After the move, Yi Chang said to his parents, "It's so late, you should go to bed quickly." "Well, the room has been made, and the sheets and quilts are clean," said the mother. "The house in my hometown has 3 floors.
It was built a few years ago. My parents live on the first floor, while my eldest brother's family lives on the second floor. Yi Chang usually lives on the 3rd floor when he returns." After taking a bath, Yi Chang and his wife lay on the bed. It was almost 2 o'clock.
After almost a whole day of driving, the 2 were really tired.
Lin Yuan quickly fell asleep.
Yi Chang was sober instead. He took a look at the situation of BitTE coin, and it had already broken 10,000. However, he plans to release a batch during the Chinese New Year, and then release all of them in early March.
It was after 9 o'clock in the morning that Yi Chang got up. My wife is no longer with me.
Yi Chang went downstairs and saw his daughter Qin playing with the two nieces of the elder brother's house.
Sister-in-law.
Yi Chang saw Sui, the elder sister-in-law, who was sitting at the door chatting with Lin Yuan.
Alas, Yi Chang. Sui responded.
Where's big brother?
Yi Chang asked.
I've been running beards all night, I only came back in the morning, and I'm still asleep now. You two brothers, why is there such a big gap?
You've already bought a house and a car. As for him, he doesn't have anything.
He knows how to play cards every day.
Sui couldn't help complaining.
Yi Chang didn't say anything, just smiled and went to wash up. After breakfast, Yi Chang and his wife went to the two uncles' houses and gave some gifts.
The two uncles are pretty good to their family,
so Yi Chang also respects them very much.
Uncle's house.
Yi Chang played chess with his uncle and moved.
The uncle is a teacher.
He passed away more than 10 years ago. He has diabetes and high blood pressure.
Uncle, when will brother Chang come back? Yi Chang asked. Cousin Yi Wenxiang opened an advertising company in Shanghai.
He was considered the best one in the entire Yi family.
He usually came back during Chinese New Year. It's estimated to be going at night, and it's stuck on the road now. The aunt next to me spoke up.
Qingzi, let's have lunch here, said the great aunt.
No, we have to go to Bo's house,
Yi Chang said quickly. After playing chess, Yi Chang went to Bo's house with his wife. Only the second aunt was at home, and the second uncle went to work in the soil. The second aunt also kept it for lunch, but Yi Chang declined. During lunch, the eldest brother Yi He finally showed up. Xiao Chang, not bad, I bought a car so soon.
It shouldn't be cheap, right?
Yi He sat down and asked curiously. The relationship between the two brothers is still very good.
3 or 4 million. Yi Chang laughed.
No,
when eldest brother is rich, I will buy one too.
Yi He laughed. With your ability, don't even think about it for the rest of your life.
Sui sneered.
Yi He sneered and ignored him, then picked up the wineglass and said to Yi Chang, come on, let's have a toast. Dad has high blood pressure, so he has quit smoking and drinking. The two brothers hadn't seen each other for a year, so naturally they had a lot to say. Since I drink rice wine brewed by my mother, the degree is not high, and the energy is not as strong as that of white wine. After the others finished eating, Yi Chang and Yi He were still drinking and chatting. Brother, let me tell you, you did the wrong thing when you studied at university.
In today's society, without a diploma, you can only work as a coolie.
Yi He drank a bit too much, I regret it now. If I had been more sensible and read more books, I wouldn't be nagging every day by your sister-in-law like now.
Yi Chang fell silent.
When I was young, my elder brother was more naughty than him and liked to fight. Precisely because of the existence of his elder brother, almost no one dared to bully him in school.
After graduating from junior high school, my elder brother went out to work. Brother, what are your plans in the future? Being a plasterer at home is not a big deal.
Yi Chang asked. Your sister-in-law's plan is to save some money and open a shop selling decoration materials in the property market in the future. As for me, I plan to start a lobster farming business, so we disagree.
Yi He said.
Yi Chang thought about it. The shop for decoration materials is still open. In 2021, due to national policy issues, the real estate market will begin to shrink and material prices will rise across the board, which will have a great impact on downstream industries. Yi Chang thought about it. If he started a farmhouse project that integrates fishing, leisure, catering, etc., would it make a difference? I also have a live broadcast guild, and maybe I can promote the fame of the farmhouse through live broadcast in the future. In this way, I can not only help my big brother, but also open up a way to make money myself. He knows that the potential of this kind of leisure ecological agriculture is still very large in the future. Yi Chang's hometown has beautiful mountains and rivers, the scenery is not bad, there are many ponds and reservoirs, and the fishery resources are not lacking. If a large-scale farmhouse project is to be undertaken, the geographical resource conditions should be quite in line.
The main question is who is responsible.
Yi Chang can't stay in his hometown.
This requires a trustworthy person. Yeha is very suitable.
He is not the kind of honest person, with a bold personality and a flexible mind. He has no problem communicating with people.
There are also problems.
Yi He has not experienced any major events, so he does not necessarily have the ability to engage in this project. Therefore, Yi Chang is not going to talk about this project with his eldest brother for the time being. He plans to let him start with lobster farming. If his eldest brother can't even raise lobsters well, then this farmhouse project is unnecessary.
Brother, since you want to engage in lobster farming, why don't we work together to get one?
Yi Chang said.
Um, partnership? Yi was stunned for a moment. His face was a little red because of drinking, and he burped and said, "How do you partner?" "I pay, you contribute, and the income will be divided into 50. Yi Chang laughed. "Brother, if you only paid for it, what if you lose money?" Yi shook his head. "How about you lend me some money, and I will bear the loss alone?" He knew that Yi Chang was obviously trying to help himself. "Brother, how large are you planning to build a lobster farm?" Yi Chang asked. "I have researched carefully, and a startup capital of 200,000 is enough, and I am optimistic about the place." Yi took a sip of wine, and even though he was drinking, he was still very sober. "What about the sales?" Yi Chang asked again. "There is no problem with the sales. I think that in recent years, as long as it is summer, lobster will become very popular. Many restaurants and food stalls all eat crayfish." He spoke with great energy. Yi Chang still knows what the eldest brother said. In the next few years, the market for crayfish will get bigger and bigger every year, and the number of crayfish eaten every year is amazing. "Let's do it, big brother. I will invest 500,000 yuan for you to engage in crayfish farming. As I said before, we will each hold 50 of the shares, and you will manage them," Yi Chang said. Yi's eyes widened, staring at Yi Chang. 500,000? "Brother, are you sure? This is not a small amount. You can't make up your own mind. You have to discuss it with your younger brother and sister first. You can't invest indiscriminately just to help your eldest brother, otherwise, it will be bad to have conflicts in the future." Although he knew that his younger brother and sister Lin Yuan was well informed, he was much better at talking than his mother-in-law. "But 500,000 is not a small amount. If the investment fails, what face does he have to face his younger siblings? Another point. Partnerships are inherently prone to problems. As the saying goes, brothers and sisters settle accounts. With his mother-in-law around, maybe something will happen. If the brotherhood is broken, he would rather not do it. Brother, on my wife's side, you don't need to worry." Yi Chang smiled and said, "It depends on whether you want to engage in lobster farming?" He fell silent. He was very troubled. "As long as you are willing, you can immediately get 500,000 yuan and invest in lobster farming. But what if lobster farming fails? That's 500,000. There are many examples of well-deserved farming practices. Brother, if you want to make it smaller, try the water first." He said. "Big brother, if you want to do it all at once, you must do it as a career and go all out. I believe that you can do it, big brother." Yi Chang knew that big brother was under pressure. "Brother, since you said so, the elder brother will accept your affection." He suddenly drank the rice wine in the cup and finally made a decision. Yi Chang smiled slightly and drank the last sip of wine, and then he felt a little dizzy. The wine strength of rice wine has come up. Outside, Mom and Dad are killing chickens and ducks with their 2 daughters-in-law. After all, today is New Year's Eve, and it's New Year's Eve tonight. Yi Chang staggered to the door and sat on a chair. "Drink less, your face is red." Lin Yuan looked up at Yi Chang and said softly, "Fine." Yi Chang shook his head, then stood up again and said, "I still have to lie down." Saying that, he entered the house, went directly into his parents' room, and lay on the bed. When Yi Chang woke up, he found that it was already dark. There were many voices talking outside the room. He got up and walked out, and saw his elder brother Yi. He was talking to his cousin Yi Wenxiang. Yi Chang greeted his cousin and sat next to him. "Qingzi, I heard that you have bought a house and share a community with Xiaofeng," Yi Wenxiang said. He also saw the cars parked outside, at least 600,000 to 700,000. "Yes, it's also a coincidence." Yi Chang laughed. "Qingzi, you are making money too fast. You can buy a house and a car without saying a word. The house price in Pengcheng is not low," Yi Wenxiang said. "Zhonghai's house is more expensive." Yi Chang laughed. This cousin also bought a house in Zhonghai, although it was a loan, but now the house price in Zhonghai is higher than that in Pengcheng. "Don't talk about this, Brother Kai is back. How many brothers do we have to spend tonight?" Yi Wenxiang said. Yi Chang didn't speak, but Yi was already tempted. But before he opened his mouth, Sui, the elder sister-in-law who came out of the kitchen, immediately spoke up. "Brother Chang, you guys are playing cards so hard. My husband's money is not enough to lose. He can play, but it can't exceed 50 cents anyway." Xianyi Hu. Marvin Yi was a little embarrassed. Yi Chang smiled and said, "Yes, I think my sister-in-law is right. It's true that we can't play too much. When we play poker, we mainly get together for the new year and have a good time. Since my younger brother and sister in Chengzi said so, it's definitely no problem." Marvin Yi smiled. Although he is a famous person, Sui and Yi Chang have said so, and it is not easy to say anything.
After all, Yi He's economic situation is indeed much worse than theirs.
After Marvin Yi left, the family also began to worship gods and ancestors. Busy for half an hour, burning paper money, setting off firecrackers.
Until more than 7 o'clock, the family sat down at 2 side-by-side tables and began to eat. Since there was a card game at night, neither Yi Cheng nor Yi He drank anymore. Turn on the TV, the Spring Festival Gala is about to start. Halfway through the meal, my mother suddenly said. Yi Cheng got up and picked up the remote control and turned on the TV.
Sure enough, the Spring Festival Gala has just begun. The family ate and watched the Spring Festival Gala happily.
At 9 o'clock, cousin Chang and Kai came down together. The 4 of them gathered around the set table and began to play their running beards.
Lin Yuan sat next to Yi Chang and watched Yi Cheng play cards.
She is from Shushi, and there are also beards over there, but the rules are a bit different. After a few rounds, Yi Cheng's face darkened. Because his luck was really bad, he even fired a black cannon and lost more than 1,000. Although more than 1,000 is nothing. But playing cards with such bad luck still feels very uncomfortable.
In the end, Yi Cheng let Lin Yuan play. Her luck was much better than Yi Cheng's.
On the other hand, the eldest brother Yi He's luck today is very red, almost killing. The elder sister-in-law who is sitting next to her is overjoyed. Yi Cheng guessed that the sister-in-law must have regretted it a little bit.
It's almost 11 o'clock. Several children began to yawn. The parents took out red envelopes and gave them to their 3 granddaughters as lucky money. Sister-in-law Sui also gave lucky money to the 3 children. I'm here to fight, you go and give the New Year's money. Yi Cheng took the card from Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan got up quickly and took out the prepared red envelope.
The 3 Chin received the lucky money, and they were naturally very happy. For example, when Yi Cheng was a child, his biggest expectation for the Chinese New Year was not only being able to eat sugar and big fish and meat, but also New Year money. Although the New Year's money is not much, it is within his control. At 12 o'clock, the sound of rumbling firecrackers rang on time. It didn't cover up the whole world at all. However, it did not affect Yi Cheng's 4-player poker. I took Chin to sleep, don't fight too late.
Lin Yuan said after watching it for a while. Brother and sister, it's okay, it must be all night today.
Strong brother is very addicted to cards.
Let's call it around 3 o'clock, and we will have New Year's greetings tomorrow. Yi Cheng laughed. It's 3 o'clock until 3 o'clock.
Tomorrow morning, I have to go to my mother-in-law's house for New Year's greetings.
The elder brother nodded. His wife is from the next town, not too far.
His habit is to go to his wife's mother-in-law's house for lunch immediately after paying New Year's greetings to uncle's neighbors on the first day of the new year.
Silent night. The sound of firecrackers is much less. With the final round over, it was finally over. Xiuhua, you're so lucky today, there's really no one left. After the settlement, Brother Chang shook his head and said, he's not the loser the most. Because today is 1E3.
Yi Cheng, Kaigu, and Changgu all lost. Among them, Yi Cheng lost the most, more than 3,000. And Brother Kai and Chang brother add up to more than 2,000.
Brother, I'm going to bed first. Yi Cheng yawned and went straight upstairs.
Sister-in-law didn't sleep, and kept playing cards with Yi He. She was very happy to see her husband won so much. After returning to the room, she took out several red envelopes, which were given by her parents and Lin Yuan.
Among them, the red envelopes Lin Yuan gave were very thick.
She took it out and saw that it was a stack of brand new 100 yuan bills.
No need to count it all, it should be 10,000. 2 red envelopes, that is 20,000 yuan. Why did the younger brother and sister give so much lucky money? Yi He was surprised. Yeah, I didn't even think about it, should I return it to them? Sui said.
The red envelope she gave Chin was only 300 yuan, and now Lin Yuan directly sealed a red envelope of 20,000 yuan for the new year. She was a little confused, and she seemed to give too little. It's just that New Year's Eve used to be like this. Take it, since the old man has given so much, it is also a heart for Yanzi and Lingling. Yi He thought for a while and said, by the way, let me tell you something.
What's up? Sui asked.
Yi He told his brother to invest 500,000 yuan to open a crayfish farm for himself.
Sui was shocked. Old heir really said that?
It's true, it's not just casually said.
Yi He said.
Old heir should have made a lot of money. However, it seems that he really wants to help your big brother.
Sui nodded and said, yes. Yi He nodded. If that's the case, let's do crayfish farming. Originally, I didn't agree. However, if your brother helps you, then I won't say anything. However, you have to raise it well and don't lose all your money. Sui said.
Wife, don't worry, I'm still sure. Seeing that his daughter-in-law agreed, he immediately became happy. He was worried that Sui was determined to let him open a shop for decoration materials.
February 16th. Today is New Year's Day.
Yi Chang, who had only slept for more than 4 hours, was woken up by his wife in his deep sleep.
Wife, Happy New Year. Yi Chang sat up and said, Happy New Year. Lin Yuan laughed.
Come on, kiss one, the first kiss of the new year.
Yi Chang chuckled. Don't be ridiculous, get up quickly.
Lin Yuan rolled her eyes at Yi Chang, but she still kissed Yi Chang on the cheek.
Go downstairs. Dad, Happy New Year. Mom, Happy New Year. Sister-in-law, Happy New Year. The family greets each other.
After breakfast, the family went to the uncle's house to pay New Year's greetings. When my grandmother was still alive, she lived with Yi Chang's family, so the uncles and the second uncles would come to pay New Year's greetings to grandma as soon as possible. Now it is the oldest uncle's house, so I will go to my uncle's house to pay New Year's greetings. On the second day of junior high school, I went to several uncles' houses, and my aunt paid New Year's greetings. Just like that, it's time for the third grade. Originally, according to the plan, Yi Chang and his wife and daughter were going to drive to Lin Yuan's family. However, Yi Chang intends to postpone it by one day. The fourth day of the first day is in the past. And Yi Chang drove he and his father to a car dealership specializing in the Great Wall and the property market. Yi Chang chose the Fongjun 7 with a 2.0T diesel 4-wheel drive, and the total price was more than 120,000 yuan.
The car is on the father's house. Big brother can also use it in the future.
After all, if he wants to engage in crayfish farming, he must use a car, and a pickup truck is the most suitable. After it was done, the pickup was driven by the elder brother Yi, and the two cars drove home.
Mom was already prepared and set off a firecracker.
In the evening, Yi Chang talked with the elder brother for a long time, and then transferred 500,000 yuan to him. After all, he is going to Shashi tomorrow, and then he will return to Pengcheng after staying at Lin Yuan's family for a few days. Brother, don't worry, eldest brother, I will definitely handle this matter properly.
He took a deep breath and said.
He knew how trusting his brother was when he handed over 500,000 yuan to him.
This is not a small amount.
I even bought a car, which seemed to be for my father, but in the end, it was still used by him. Brother, I have to remind you, listen to my sister-in-law, and play less cards in the future.
Even if you want to play, you should play less. Gambling is really harmful.
Yi Chang spoke in a strong voice. In the previous life, the eldest brother was obsessed with gambling. The more he fought, the more he lost a lot of money, and he almost got divorced from his sister-in-law.
Well, big brother remembered. He nodded.
He also knew that he liked to play cards, because he quarreled with his daughter-in-law a lot.
The next morning, 6 o'clock,
Yi Chang drove off with his wife and children.
Go to Shashi.
It is more than 100 kilometers and can be reached in 3 hours. There are already many returning passengers on the fourth day of the first day, so there is still the possibility of traffic jams on the expressway.
Luckily, it was smooth sailing all the way. At 9:30 in the morning, I finally got off the highway.
Arrived at Lin Yuan's mother's house, exactly 10 o'clock.
Lin Yuan's home is in Yuanhe Town, Wang County, Shashi City.
The Lin family lived in an old-fashioned community. They are the demolition farmers who accepted the urbanization process very early in the last century.
This also leads to the benefit is not particularly large.
Yi Chang parked the car downstairs from the old-fashioned resident.
The buildings here are very old. No property at all.
So parking and so on are also more messy. Father-in-law and mother-in-law are all at home, and brother-in-law Lin Xuanyu is also watching TV. This little brother-in-law is a bit lazy, and he only eats at home. He is 27 years old, and he has no target. The last time my mother-in-law borrowed money, I just wanted to buy a car for Lin Xuanyu, so that I could have a blind date. She was worried about her son's marriage.
Sister, brother-in-law, you are here. Qin, come here and let my uncle hug me. Do you want my uncle? Lin Xuanyu was very happy. He is very nice to his niece.
And Qin also liked this uncle very much, so when she saw Lin Xuanyu, her uncle kept calling. The father-in-law and mother-in-law took over the pile of things that Yi Chang and Lin Yuan were holding, and they were still very enthusiastic. Although they didn't want to lend their daughter to Yi Chang at first, but it was done, so they could only accept it. Of course, Yi Chang knew the main reason, but it was the last time he gave 50,000 yuan. Otherwise, this time, it is estimated that there will be no good face to see. After lunch, the three Yi Chang went to Lin Yuan's grandparents' house to pay New Year's greetings.
Lin Yuan's grandparents are still alive, although they are in their 80s and in good health. The two elders lived in Lin Yuanyuan's uncle's house. His uncle family is the one with the best economic conditions. He is very economical and has opened a clothing factory. Moreover, a few years ago, the community where his uncle family lived was demolished again, and he got several houses. There are also some houses in the city. House. All in all, this uncle property should have 20 to 30 million. However, this uncle is still very good. She supports her grandparents alone and doesn't use the other brothers to pay. They even hired a babysitter to take care of the two elders. The villa where Lin Yuanyuan uncle lives is a bit far away, so she has to drive there. Brother-in-law Lin Xuanyu will also follow. When he saw the Mercedes-Benz that Yi Chang was listening to, his eyes almost popped out. Brother-in-law, when did you buy such a good car? Lin Xuanyu yelled. Bought it some time ago. Yi Chang said. What about the house? Aren't you planning to buy a house? Why did you buy a car first? Lin Xuanyu asked curiously. The house was also bought. Yi Chang laughed. 666. Let me just say, with my brother-in-law's ability, buying a house and a car is not easy. It seems that my sister's marriage to you is not a disadvantage. Lin Xuanyu said. Xiaoyu, I heard from my mother that you still don't go to work. You are busy working every day. What do you want to do? Sitting in the car, Lin Yuanyuan asked. What's the hustle and bustle? They're old thinking, they don't understand at all. Now I have formed a team with a few friends to shoot short videos and prepare for a big fight on Douyin. Lin Xuanyu said. Oh, do you have any grades? Lin Yuanyuan asked curiously. She has opened a live broadcast studio at home, so she has a good understanding of the industry. She was a little surprised when she heard that her younger brother also wanted to set up a live broadcast team. Well, not yet, but I believe it will be successful. Lin Xuanyu said quickly. Yi Chang, the driver of the car, knew that his brother-in-law had actually set up a small team to shoot funny short videos in a previous life. The results were conspicuous, lasting less than a year before declaring a failure. Yi Chang has also seen the video they made, but he can only say that it is boring and not funny at all. It is full of plagiarized and pieced-together content, and it has not been filmed yet. 20 minutes later, the car drove to the villa area where Lin Yuanyuan uncle's house was located. This villa area is surrounded by mountains and rivers, and the scenery is very good. Those who can live here are all wealthy. Many people gathered in the yard, playing cards, playing mahjong, drinking and chatting, and some children were playing. As a businessman, Lin Yuanyuan's uncle Lin Lang naturally communicates widely. It is still the 4th day of the new year, so the more friends come to pay New Year's greetings. Yuanyuan, you are here. Aunt Mu Xiaolan greeted her. Yi Chang greeted his aunt. He went up again to pay homage to Lin Lang, who was playing mahjong, and then entered the villa. The interior is upscale. It wasn't the first time he had come in his previous life. Usually here, there is a little restraint. But now, he is calm. Yi Chang saw his grandparents sitting in the living room and wished them New Year's greetings. The two elders were very healthy, and they even took out 3 red envelopes to Yi Chang and the 3 of them. Yi Chang is also used to it. Because when they came to pay New Year's greetings to the 2 old people in the past life, they would also give red envelopes. After chatting with the 2 elders for a while, the brother-in-law Lin Xuanyu walked in and asked Yi Chang to go out to play cards. Yi Chang walked out. Xiaoyu, why don't you fight? Yi Chang saw that someone at Lin Lang's table had left temporarily, so he vacated a seat. They hit too hard. Lin Xuanyu shrugged and said, Xiao Chang, can you fight? Lin Lang glanced at Yi Chang and asked, No problem. Yi Chang nodded with a smile. Then he sat down. This time, Yi Chang was lucky. Lao Lin, I heard that your factory has accumulated a lot of goods? The pot-bellied middle-aged man sitting next to Yi Chang suddenly asked. Old Chen, you also know that the brick-and-mortar business can't be done right now. There are fewer orders from dealers, and there's a lot of online competition. It's really hard to do it now. Lin Lang stared at the mahjong on the table without raising his head. In my opinion, why don't you cut production and lay off your staff, and invest in catering with me? The middle-aged man Lao Chen said. The catering risk is also high. Lin Lang shook his head and said. He naturally knew what the other party thought. Just because of lack of funds, he wanted to bring himself to do catering together. However, he doesn't know anything about catering, and going in rashly is too risky. Although the operation of the garment factory is also very difficult, as long as we find an opportunity to solve it, we will be able to get up again. Yi Chang, who was listening on the side, moved in his heart. In a previous life, he heard that Lin Lang invested in catering with others because of the poor business of the clothing factory, and in the end he lost everything,
and even the clothing factory could no longer operate. As for what happened later, he doesn't know, because he has been reborn. From this, it can be seen that Lin Lang should really have a meal with this old Chen in the end. After playing mahjong for more than an hour, it was finally over. Yi Chang was lucky and won more than 2,000. Uncle Lang, how much inventory do you have in your factory? How's the quality? After Lin Lang sent the others away, Yi Chang couldn't help asking. In Yi Chang's plan, as long as the guild's contracted anchors reach a certain level of popularity, they must be the first to start selling live broadcasts. For live broadcast sales, it is necessary to secure the source of goods. Xiao Chang, what are you asking this for? Lin Lang asked. He has no prejudice against Yi Chang. However, seeing Yi Chang this time, I always feel that this niece-in-law has changed a lot. Uncle Lang, it's like this. I opened a live broadcast company and managed some anchors and internet celebrities, so I plan to sell live broadcasts in the future. Yi Chang laughed. Lin Lang was surprised to hear that Yi Chang actually opened a company. He has no concept of what live broadcasts are selling, but he also knows what the anchor net red is. Is this possible? Lin Lang asked. Although he has online stores on e-commerce platforms such as Baodao Ping the competition in the clothing industry is too great. On the e-commerce platform, if you want to get recommended traffic, you have to spend a lot of money. In the end, you didn't earn much, and the e-commerce company made most of the money. Uncle Lang, can you do it? Just try it and you'll know? Yi Chang smiled. However, the quality must be guaranteed, and the price must be cheap enough. In the future live broadcast sales, the price is as cheap as it can be. This has also led to a phenomenon that fake and inferior goods are rampant, which has a serious impact on live broadcast delivery. In the end, the field of live broadcast and delivery of goods is always strong. Only by guaranteeing the quality of goods can users trust the anchors and form iron fans. Otherwise, if there is a quality problem, it will be abandoned by fans at any time. Those big anchors who overturned in previous lives are examples. You can rest assured that the quality is guaranteed, Lin Lang said. However, Yi Chang still wanted to visit Lin Lang's factory. Seeing is believing, hearing is false. Lin Lang was also a decisive person, and immediately decided to take Yi Chang to the factory. He also has a headache about the backlog of goods. Lin Xuanyu heard clearly next to him and was very surprised. Brother-in-law, do you really open a live broadcast company? Yes. Yi Chang nodded with a smile. Can we sign our team? Then run it for us. The short videos shot by our team are of good quality. Lin Xuanyu rubbed his hands in anticipation. Let's talk later. Yi Chang laughed. For the short video shot by this brother-in-law's team, he is well aware that if he really wants to operate it, it is estimated that he will lose everything. He's not doing good deeds, he's trying to make money. Even if he helps his brother-in-law, it depends on whether the brother-in-law can bring benefits to him. Of course, it can't be completely ignored. After all, my brother-in-law doesn't have a job, and he is a fool. His wife doesn't say it, but she still cares. Yi Chang talked to Lin Yuan, and then got into Uncle Lang's car. And Lin Xuanyu followed suit. He asked his sister just now, and my brother-in-law really opened a live broadcast guild. More than half an hour later, the car drove to Uncle Lang's factory. The scale is not particularly large, and the total number of employees is 70 or 80. It's the fourth day of the first day, and the factory is not in operation, only the old security guard guards the factory. Lin Lang took Yi Chang to the warehouse. There are plenty of finished clothes stored inside. The factory produces many styles of clothing, including t-shirts, shirts, coats, and even down jackets. Yi Chang looked at some samples. It seems to be well made. Yi Chang knows that the most important thing is the quality of the goods, and he will never allow the situation of overturning. Therefore, he must strictly select products. Yi Chang temporarily reached a verbal agreement with Uncle Lang. As for the final cooperation, it is necessary to sign an agreement. After dinner at Uncle Lang's house, Yi Chang drove back home with Lin Yuan's mother, daughter, and brother-in-law. Brother-in-law, I'll show you the short video our team made. Lin Xuanyu sat next to Yi Chang, took out his mobile phone, and flipped out the Douyin account. Yi Chang pretended to look at it. After a long time, Yi Chang shook his head and said, "Do you know why it's not on fire?" "Air." "Why?" Lin Xuanyu was puzzled. He thought it was a good shot. Let's not say that this piece is spliced together with the trend. The main reason is that the level of shooting is too poor, you can't see the key point at all. It seems procrastination, adding some superfluous things, making the whole short video appear redundant and dull, and the laughter is full of laughter. It's faded, and the actor's expression is too stiff, just like reading from a book, you can't understand the point of laughter.
Yi Chung commented without mercy. Suddenly, Lin Xuanyu's expression became very exciting. Brother-in-law, is there such rubbish as you said? Lin Xuanyu is a little hard to accept. No, it's more rubbish than I said, Yi Chang said indifferently. Lin Xuanyu was completely speechless. When Lin Yuanyuan heard her husband's words, she couldn't help laughing. And the mother-in-law also complained, I don't know what kind of mess he is doing, and he is not looking for a job. Every day, he knows that he is eating at home, buying a car, and thinking it is a blind date, but he actually went out to shoot some short video. Brother-in-law, although my short video is not popular now, it can't be rejected directly. Lin Xuanyu immediately said, you said that you are opening a live broadcast studio. Does your studio operate any famous anchors? Ha, a few are really operating. Yi Chung laughed. Not to mention the most popular LG King and several other potential anchors signed. After Yi Chang's careful operation and packaging, the ability to attract fans has also greatly increased. Now, under the Shanghai Guild, there are already 3 fans with more than 1 million fans, with more than 100,000 fans, no less than 10 people. Among them, LG Wang has more than 3 million fans in the whole network. This is not a small achievement. Because when these anchors just signed, most of them only had tens of thousands of fans. Brother-in-law, is that LG King really run by your studio? Lin Xuanyu's eyes almost popped out when he heard his brother-in-law mention LG King. He has been following LG King for a while, and he has witnessed the speed of this anchor's popularity, and the quality of the video of the store visit is amazing, especially the forceful style. There can still be fakes. Yi Chung laughed. Brother-in-law, then you are a real cow. Lin Xuanyu raised his thumbs. Brother-in-law, LG Wang was not popular in the beginning, but was popular because of your operation. What's the trick? Otherwise, you can also transform me? You admit that your short videos are garbage now? Yi Chang looked at Lin Xuanyu's words and said. Sweat. Lin Xuanyu smiled awkwardly. Tomorrow you call the people of your team together, and I will guide you to make a joke. Yi Chang said. That's a good feeling. Lin Xuanyu was overjoyed. However, all actions must be under my command. Yi Chang said. Brother-in-law, don't worry, you let us go east, never west. Lin Xuanyu patted his chest and assured. Immediately, he began to give credit to the team members, bring the equipment tomorrow, and gather at the old place. When she was sleeping at night, Lin Yuanyuan suddenly asked, Husband, do you really plan to make Xiaoyu the anchor? Although she was in charge of finances in the Shanghai Guild, she still felt that it was a bit too unsafe to go the way of being an anchor. How many people become anchors, but how many can become popular in the end, and how many can make money? Previously, my husband also commented that the short video made by the younger brother was too rubbish, showing that he had no talent. So let him give up completely. Yi Chung laughed. Of course, it also gave Lin Xuanyu a chance. Whether he can hold it or not is up to him. After all, Yi Chang gave him this opportunity, which means that a certain famous anchor in the future may be lost to everyone. The next day, Yi Chang is having breakfast. Brother-in-law, hurry up, I'll wait for you alone. Lin Xuanyu sat beside him and urged. What are you doing in such a hurry? I can't eat hot tofu in such a hurry. Yi Chang glanced at him and said indifferently. He chewed his breakfast slowly, then got up. Lin Xuanyu has already lost his temper by Yi Chang. Finally got to the place. This is the door of the restaurant of Lin Xuanyu's team members. They often shoot short videos here. Hello, brother-in-law. Others also greeted each other. There is also a girl in the team who looks average, but has a pretty good figure. Including Lin Xuanyu, there are 5 people in total, and one of them is specially responsible for shooting and cutting short videos. Is everything I got ready? Yi Chang asked. It's ready, but brother-in-law, why do you want to get this Meituan costume and battery car? Lin Xuanyu asked curiously. Could it be that the filming has something to do with the Meituan takeaway? On Douyin, there are occupations of Meituan takeaway anchors, and even one is quite popular. It's just that none of them are Meituan takeaways. What's the use of filming this? You put on your clothes. Yi Chang said. Lin Xuanyu nodded and put on Meituan clothes honestly. Brother you look a bit like a Meituan takeaway when you wear it like this. Come and order me a takeaway. Someone joked. I want to be an internet celebrity. Lin Xuanyu kicked the opponent. Yi Chang looked at his brother-in-law's image. He was tall, 1.82 meters tall. Not the kind of bamboo pole, because I often like to exercise, it seems a little strong. After putting on the Meituan takeaway clothes, it is quite decent. It's a dry takeaway ingredient. Brother-in-law, what do you do next? Lin Xuanyu couldn't wait to ask.
Yi Chang took out an A4 sheet of paper that he had prepared a long time ago, handed it to his brother-in-law and said, "Let me memorize the content on it. After repeated practice, if you feel that there is no problem, you can start shooting." Lin Xuanyu took the paper and looked at it. After a while, Lin Xuanyu's eyes widened. "Brother-in-law, this piece of you. I can only use one word to describe it, 666, 6666. Others also rushed over, and after reading it, they were all full of admiration. Let's not talk about how the final shot was, just the content of this paragraph is absolutely funny and has the potential to become popular. And they are sure that there are absolutely no similar jokes on platforms such as Douyin. Half an hour later, Lin Xuanyu finally finished the memorization and said confidently, "Brother-in-law, I promise to do it once." Yi Chang smiled. "Shoot. When I was 8 years old, I met a fortune teller who said that I would wear a yellow robe when I was 24, and I would be accompanied by big fish and meat at meals. I believe you a ghost, you old man is very bad, it's really accurate." The whole paragraph is not very long, but the lines are very classic. This joke is in the previous life and will not appear until the second half of 2018. Now that it was taken by Yi Chang in advance, it means that the late bloomer probably won't have the chance to get up. After filming, Yi Chang watched it several times, then shook his head and said, "The expression is very stiff and unnatural. The lines are not smooth, there is a bit of a pause. There's also the camera angle, which is a bit of a problem." Yi Chang criticized. Since he wants to shoot, he must buy it. He can't let such a classic joke be ruined. After dozens of shots, Yi Chang finally showed a satisfied smile. "I'm exhausted. After filming so many times, no matter how funny the joke is, I'm going to vomit." After the liberation of Lin Xuanyu, he was very happy. "Your shooting level and performance level are all too rubbish. If this joke becomes popular, you must train well, otherwise, it will only become popular temporarily." Yi Chang said indifferently. "Brother-in-law, if this episode becomes popular, can your studio sign our team?" Lin Xuanyu rubbed his hands together and asked expectantly. "One of the biggest problems of your team is not that the performance level is poor, the filming level is not good, the main reason is that there is no good screenwriter, and the themes that follow the trend can be so bad," Yi Chang said. "The most important thing for a team to become popular by jokes is actually the screenwriter. This is a soul-level character. Just like The Boring Life of Zhu Dan, a short video that was very popular in his previous life, the director and screenwriter are very important." "Brother-in-law, what should I do?" Lin Xuanyu asked. "Then it's up to you to figure it out," Yi Chang said, turned around and walked towards his car, leaving Lin Xuanyu a few distressed. The next afternoon, Yi Chang was taking a nap. Suddenly there was a knock on the door, and then Lin Xuanyu broke in. "Brother-in-law, it's on fire, we're on fire." Lin Xuanyu was out of breath and said with great excitement. As he said that, he handed the phone to Yi Chang, who was still awake. Yi Chang shook his head. He was woken up from a nap and felt dizzy. He glanced at the screen of his mobile phone, and it was the fortune teller's joke that he took yesterday. Over 30,000 likes. Over 800 comments. And the number of plays has exceeded 100,000. Although this data is not a big fire, it is also a small fire. "Okay, but it's not enough," Yi Chang said. "In the previous life, this joke was popular all over the internet, so that Late Bloomer has more than 5 million fans in just a few months. Relying on a joke to turn around is definitely a classic example." Lin Xuanyu's excitement gradually calmed down. The reason why he is so excited is that he has never had a short video, and there are so many likes and comments. Usually, it is played and defeated, with dozens of likes and single-digit comments. When it was the 7th day of the first month, Lin Yuxuan's short video of a fortune teller, after being brewed, promoted and disseminated by netizens, plus the official popular recommendation of Douyin, was considered a complete fire. The most notable achievement is Lin Yuxuan's Douyin account, which has gained more than 100,000 followers in just 2 days. Before, his Douyin account only had a few thousand followers. On this day, Yi Chang was also preparing to return to Pengchang. "Brother-in-law, can't you really bring pears in them?" Lin Xuanyu was a little gloomy. "Xiaoyu, let me tell you the truth. Your team has a lot of problems. Even if you lay a solid foundation for this joke, it will be popular for a while at most, and then people will leave the tea and get angry." Yi Chang said indifferently, "You are my brother-in-law, that's why I plan to support you. Don't blame my brother-in-law for being too straight, this is the reality. If they have potential, let me train them, I will definitely be happy. However, judging from previous contacts, they don't have much potential, and they can't see the potential, and letting them follow will only drag you back, and in the end, you may not have anything to do with your friends." Lin Xuanyu said sadly, "But brother-in-law,
We are a team after all. We can't just abandon them just because I am popular. Isn't this too heartless? This is not heartless, but a necessity. Those who can't keep up will definitely be thrown off the car. What's more, you can help them in the future, as long as you are still in the same circle. Yi Chang shook his head and said, "Brother-in-law, I still can't do it, so I decided to stay and not go to Pengcheng with you." Lin Xuanyu took a deep breath and seemed to have made a decision. "Have you decided?" Yi Chang was a little surprised. "It's decided, we believe that our team will have a future," Lin Xuanyu said. "Since you have decided, then I also respect your decision." Yi Chang nodded. "You still ask President Li about signing the contract, he will arrange it, but I won't tell him about your relationship with me, and you can't tell him, everything is in accordance with the guild's regulations." "Brother-in-law, don't worry, I know what to do." Lin Xuanyu nodded. On the same day, Yi Chang drove Lin Yuanyuan and Qin out of Shashi and returned to Pengcheng. In a hotel, several Lin Xuanyu gathered together. "Brother Yu, what a great opportunity, why don't you know how to take it? If you follow your brother-in-law, you will definitely be famous in the future." "Yeah, in fact, you really don't have to worry about us, as long as you become famous in the future, don't forget us. Brother-in-law is definitely a very capable person. Following him is the king's way." A joke he casually gave became a fire. A few pairs said they really admire Yi Chang. So seeing that Lin Xuanyu did not go to Pengcheng with his brother-in-law, I was very puzzled. I have a few pounds and a few taels myself, and I have a good idea. I really want to go to Pengcheng with my brother-in-law. Although the starting point will be much higher, I may not be able to support it. The psychological pressure is too great, it is better to be down to earth. We also know where our shortcomings lie. As long as we cultivate well and study hard, we will definitely be able to improve the level of short videos. Lin Xuanyu said brothers are united, and their profits cut gold. Do you think this is the truth? Yes, brothers are united, and their profits will break the gold. Several people responded. After this incident, the cohesion of the team has been greatly increased. It also pays more attention to their own weaknesses, and is not as blindly confident as before. On the highway to Pengcheng, I really can't see that this kid suddenly has such an opinion. I thought he would definitely follow him to Pengcheng, Lin Yuanyuan said while driving. I was surprised too. Yi Chang sat in the passenger seat and said with a smile, "Now is the internet world, even if Lin Xuanyu doesn't come to Pengcheng, Yi Chang can still train him." Anyway, he mastered a lot of jokes. The 7th day of the first lunar month, which is February 22, 2018. After 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Yi Cheng's family of 3 finally arrived in Pengcheng. It was faster than expected, and there was no big traffic jam. Mainly, many returning passengers set off early in order to avoid traffic jams. Everyone is early, and the traffic jam is early. On the contrary, it is a normal trip, and there is no blockage. However, Yi Chang no longer intends to drive more than 10 hours back to his hometown. It's a real ordeal for the driver. Even if 2 people take turns, it is very hard. When they got home, Yi Chang and Lin Yuanyuan were lying on the sofa, not wanting to move. On the other hand, Qin, because she slept in the car, was in good spirits and began to play with her toys. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Tang Xiaofeng brought his wife and 2 children to pay New Year's greetings. Although it's already 7th year, they returned to Pengcheng on the 6th day of the first year. After all, he officially started work on the 7th day. The eldest aunt and the eldest uncle also took the high-speed train to Pengcheng ahead of schedule. After all, Tang Xiaofeng and his wife had to go to work, and their 2 children had to be taken care of. Brother Chang, you are right. The stock market has rebounded for 4 consecutive days. Especially today, the market has skyrocketed. Fortunately, I listened to you and didn't cut the stock. Tang Xiaofeng said. Then you have to be careful. This rebound won't last long. It may take a while to adjust and fluctuate. Basically, there will be no trend. Try to only do short-term bands. Yi Chang said. Tang Xiaofeng nodded, paying more and more attention to Yi Chang's opinion. Moreover, he guessed that the reason why Yi Chang bought a house and a car so quickly might have something to do with stock speculation. The next day is the 8th day of the first lunar month. In the morning, Yi Chang first sent Qin to the kindergarten. This kindergarten has a childcare function. Even during winter and summer vacations, it can also take care of infants and young children. Instead of spending money on a nanny, I am not very relieved. It is better to send it to a kindergarten. There are many children in the kindergarten to play with, which is more beneficial to Qin's growth. After arriving at the company, Yi Chang listened to Li Renbuo's work report. During the New Year's Eve, Li Renbuo didn't take much rest. He only stayed in Haizhu City on New Year's Eve and the first or 2 days of the new year, and then went back to work in the company. Boss, this is the latest data for all sign anchors. Li Runbo submitted a document. Yi Cheng took a brief look and could only say that the data increase was very good. Lali, next, we need to speed up the signing of the anchors on the list. I allow you to increase the commission in various aspects, but one thing is that the bottom line cannot be crossed. Yi Cheng said. As we enter 2018, the field of live broadcasting will undergo great changes, so he must arrange it as soon as possible so that he can enjoy the biggest dividend. Therefore, he has to train his anchors at all costs. Whether his assets can exceed 1 billion this year depends on the Shanghai Guild. Boss, don't worry, I will never let you down. Li Runbo said confidently. With the full support of the boss in terms of funds, he is very handy in doing things. In the afternoon, Lin Yuanyuan entered his office and showed Yi Cheng this year's financial statements. I didn't expect that the revenue from advertising would be so high. Lin Yuanyuan laughed. She is the chief financial officer of the company, and she naturally knows the most about the company's income. When he first took over, he was almost poor and the company had very little income, which was why the original Shanghai Guild almost went bankrupt. A company does not have a stable and continuous source of income. Once it can't make ends meet, the only way to go is to go bankrupt. Now, as many potential anchors have been cultivated and started to receive advertisements, their income has begun to increase significantly. Although it is far from being profitable, it also sees hope. This is just the beginning, and you can't starve to death just relying on advertising fees. You will know how profitable live broadcasts are in the future. Yi Cheng smiled. He really doesn't like this advertising revenue. Of course, this is still because the level of the anchor is not high enough. If such a big anchor, an advertisement often starts with 1 million. Now the LG king with the most fans in the guild, an advertisement has risen to 200,000. Just a few ads a month. After Lin Yuanyuan went out, Yi Cheng opened a document on the computer and started typing some messy content. Ordinary people don't understand it at all. Yi Cheng did it on purpose. After all, the things he recorded were all very important information from previous lives. This is also in order to prevent him from forgetting something for too long, so he recorded it. This record, he has been going on for several months. Some things can't be remembered, and he can only trigger memory through some information. So it's intermittent and rotten. Even he himself had a headache, so he could only slowly organize the timeline in the future. Suddenly, Yi Cheng's cell phone rang. He picked it up and saw that it was Su Bingue from Beijing. During Chinese New Year, Yi Cheng also talked to him on the phone. Hey, brother Su, why do you have time to call me? After Yi Cheng pressed the button to answer, he immediately said with a smile. Brother, I'm going to come to Pengcheng to see if you are still in your hometown? Su Bingue smiled. Brother Su, I've returned to Pengcheng. When are you coming? I'll pick you up. Yi Cheng said. You don't need to pick up the plane. I'm going to Pengcheng, it's estimated to be midnight. Su Bingue said, by the way, I came to Pengcheng to discuss a film and television project. There was a director I knew. The cost exceeded expectations in the middle of the filming, and now the funds are insufficient. I want to ask me to vote, otherwise they are all planning to sell the house. I don't know the specific situation, the risk is not big, so come and see, you are interested in this, if it is feasible, or you can also vote a little. To be honest, my director friend, the level is still very good, but there are no good opportunities. Oh, brother Su, what crew is it? Yi Cheng asked curiously. The director's name is Wu Jin, and the title of the play seems to be Dragon Group. Yes, it's the Dragon Group. I can't say a word or two about the specific content. You'll know when we get together. Su Bingue said. Yi Cheng was shocked all over, showing shock. He suddenly realized what he had forgotten before, and he couldn't remember it. It turned out to be a great opportunity to make money. Because in the previous life, this Wu Jin became popular because of the Dragon Group filmed. The Dragon Group was released on the National Day in 2018 and became a dark horse, and finally sold an astonishing box office of 4.8 billion in the world. Not only that, Wu Jin shot Dragon Group 2 years later, which will be released in the Spring Festival in 2021, with a box office of 7.6 billion. Therefore, Wu Jin has also become a hot top director in China. If you can invest in this Dragon Group, the final return is absolutely amazing. Moreover, with the investment of Dragon Group 1, there may be an opportunity to invest in Dragon Group 2. Brother Su, when you talk about film investment, then I'm interested, remember to bring me. Yi Cheng said quickly. He remembered that Wu Jin was interviewed by reporters after the explosion of Dragon Group 1 in his previous life.
He talked about the problem of shortage of funds. In the end, he really sold a house in Pengcheng, and only finished the auction of Dragon Group 1. That is to say, this time Su Bingui probably didn't invest, or that he didn't invest enough. This way, he has a chance. No problem, I'll contact you when I get to Pengcheng. However, film investment, brother, I have to remind you that if you are not careful, you will lose everything. Su Bingui smiled. No movie can be judged good or bad until it is released. If you can make 3 or 5 of 100 movies to make money, that's not bad. After hanging up the phone, Yi Chang started to search for information about the shooting of the Dragon Group. The next morning, Yi Chang met Su Bingui. Brother, let's go, I'll take you to see Wu Jin. He's worried about filming now, and he's even ready to sell his house. Su Bingui said. He knew that Yi Chang had money in his hands, so he pulled Yi Chang, which was also a favor for Wu Jin's friend. Of course, whether Yi Chang will vote depends on whether Wu Jin can persuade Yi Chang. But Su Bingui didn't know that Yi Chang made up his mind to vote, and even voted as much as he wanted. The more the better, after all, the more investment, the more box office dividends. However, Yi Chang also knew that the bulk of Dragon Group 1's box office was from early investors. Yi Chang can only drink some soup. His main goal is to have a good relationship with Wu Jin. As the saying goes, how can the icing on the cake be compared to sending charcoal in the snow? Wu Jin is going to sell his house, so he must be very grateful to Yi Chang for his investment. Yi Chang and Su Bingui came to Wu Jin's residence. This is a 120 square meter house. The area of the house is not large. Due to the good location, the house price here is very expensive. It starts at 30,000 yuan. By 2021, the house price here will exceed 70,000 yuan. It is said that Wu Jin sold this house. Brother Su, who is this? Wu Jin wears glasses and looks a little thin, but his eyes give people a sense of firmness. Old Wu, let me introduce you, this is Brother Yi Chang. Don't look young, but he is not cheap. I specially brought you to invest in movies, but you can't fool Brother Yi. Su Bingui said. Hello, Boss Yi, hurry up and hurry up. Wu Jin became very enthusiastic. The most urgent thing for him now is to attract investment. Soon, Wu Jin's wife Yi Zi came up with tea. And Wu Jin also began to introduce the shooting situation of the Qilong Group. To be a director, that eloquence is of course very good. Old Wu, since the script of this movie is very good and the probability of fire is very high, why don't those who invested in the early stage give you additional investment? Su Bingui couldn't help but ask. Those guys are completely capitalist, short-sighted, they only want to make money, but they don't know how to shoot movies. They pay attention to details and exquisite details. Save a little here, save a little there, the cost is spent on the actors, and they can produce high-quality movies. Wu Jin said with a cold snort. The reason why the current film and television industry does not produce good works is because of the consequences of capital. But he couldn't do anything. No one knows whether the movie can make money, so it is more prudent to be cautious in investment. Brother Su, how many do you think you can cast? Wu Jin turned around and said. Su Bingui's face showed a touch of embarrassment, and said, Old Wu, you know, the money I have is very limited, and your sister-in-law has the financial power. I can invest up to 2 million. Wu Jin showed a hint of disappointment. Because in his plan, at least tens of millions of funds are needed to complete the shooting of the Dragon Group. If you want to shoot a little more perfect, the funds will be more. He couldn't help but set his eyes on Yi Chang with anticipation. If Yi Chang can invest a few million and then sell the house, it should be barely enough. And there is no need to ask Grandpa to tell Grandma to pretend to be a grandson. Director Wu, how much money do you need to finish the filming of the Dragon Group? Yi Chang asked directly. Since Su Bingui was able to invest 2 million, of course he gave the rest. In the previous life, Wu Jin said that due to lack of funds, the final shooting of the Dragon Group was unsatisfactory and had some flaws, and the Dragon Group 2 was much better than the first because it had sufficient funds. If the filming is to be finished, it should be 10 million more. Wu Jin thought about it and said, At least, or is 10 million enough? Yi Chang asked again. Wu Jin was stunned for a moment, stared at Yi Chang, and then smiled. Of course, at least, if you want to shoot in the most perfect state, it should cost 15 million. Wu Dao, let's see, since we want to shoot, it must be perfect. Brother Su voted 2 million, and I voted for the remaining 13 million. Yi Chang laughed. Both Wu Jin and Su Bingui were surprised. Boss Yi, are you sure? Wu Jin took a deep breath and immediately asked excitedly. Of course, but I also have a small request. Yi Chang laughed. Any request? Wu Jin asked. He was worried that Yi Chang would make some rude demands, such as stuffing someone into the crew.
It was a common occurrence, and it was what he hated the most. It's very simple. If the Dragon Group is popular, when the second film is made in the future, I must be included in the list of investors, and the investment ratio should not be too low. Yi Chang laughed. This is his main purpose. Dragon Group 1 can only drink some soup, but Dragon Group 2, he has to eat big meat. Boss Yi, are you so sure that my Dragon Group can catch fire? Wu Jin was greatly moved. Although he also had the idea of making a second film in his heart, he still had to look at the box office of the first film. I believe that director Wu's attitude of striving for perfection is something that many well-known directors cannot achieve. Since director Wu is willing to sell houses to make movies, why can't I take a gamble? Yi Chang laughed. Old Wu, have you seen it? This is the atmosphere of Brother Yi. Originally, I invested 2 million, and I was a little hesitant. Now I don't worry anymore. Su Bingui smiled. Okay, I promise you. Wu Jin nodded immediately. He didn't know how many investors waived their checks and wanted to be added to the list of investors in Dragon Group 2 after Dragon Group 1 was released. This also led to some investors in the original Dragon Group 1 being directly excluded from the game. After all, those who invest in Dragon Group 2 have great backgrounds. Yi Chang was worried that this would happen, so he planned to sign an agreement with Wu Jin, so that with the agreement, Wu Jin would have no way to breach the contract. Unless Wu Jin stops shooting Dragon Group 2, he must accept Yi Chang's investment. After the negotiation, Wu Jin couldn't wait and immediately hoped to sign an agreement with Yi Chang and Su Bingui. Yi Chang was naturally happy. Soon, Wu Jin called in the crew and signed an investment agreement. Yi Chang invested 13 million, accounting for 16.38 of the total investment. Su Bingui invested 2 million, accounting for 3.15 of the total investment. In addition, Yi Chang signed an additional supplementary agreement with Wu Jin, which is about the follow-up shooting of Dragon Group 2. Once the filming of Dragon Group 2 begins, Yi Chang will be eligible for priority investment, with at least 30 of the investment. Finally, Yi Chang ate at Wu Jin's house. It was made by Wu Jin's daughter-in-law. Cooking is not bad. After leaving, Su Bingui sat in Yi Chang's car and said with a smile, Brother Yi, you are too bold, you dare to vote for more than 10 million yuan, and I will serve you. I am not afraid of losing, then I will not pay. The main reason is that I am very optimistic about Wu Dao. Yi Chang smiled and said, if I really lose, I'd be happy. But I believe in my own vision. With this Dragon Group, Wu Dao will definitely become popular. You are stronger than me. Su Bingui raised his thumb. Yi Chang sent Su Bingui to the hotel, and then returned to the company. In a blink of an eye, it was March 2nd, Friday afternoon. Lantern Festival. There are many places in Pengcheng that hold lantern festivals. Yi Chang took his wife and daughter to the nearest Tiangong folk village lantern festival. The lantern festival here starts as early as New Year's Day. This is a lantern carnival that integrates lantern festivals, food, performances, and entertainment. Tang Xiaofeng's family also came together. Too many people. Yi Chang held his daughter in one hand and his daughter-in-law in the other, afraid of being separated. As for the Tang Xiaofeng family, they have long since separated. The three came to a charade guessing activity place. As long as you guess correctly, you can get a delicate little lantern, which is a cartoon image that many children watch. It is not a fire, but an LED light, but it looks very beautiful, which makes many children very excited, desperately pulling his parents to guess word puzzles. Qin also shouted for a lantern. Wife, you go up. Yi Chang shrugged and said, he's really not good at guessing charades. Lin Yuanyuan smiled and nodded, then pulled Qin up. A few minutes later, Lin Yuanyuan and Qin came down with a small lantern of Peppa Pig in her hand. At home, Qin likes to watch Peppa Pig the most, and many toys are also related to Peppa Pig. Qin was very happy with a small lantern. The family of three didn't go back until after 9 o'clock in the evening. After taking a bath, Qin went to bed soon. Yi Chang sat in front of the laptop and opened the Huobai platform. The price of Bitcoin has risen to 11,000 again. In the few days of the new year, he sold half of it, and he also started to sell the remaining half. In this way, until March 6th, Yi Chang finally released all the contracts for long Bitcoin. The average price of contracts sold was 11,288 gold. The average price of the purchased contract is $8,239 gold. This makes almost 3,050 per long Bitcoin contract. He originally held 10,899 Bitcoin long contracts. After deducting the handling fee and leverage interest, Yi Chang made 32 million this time. Looking at the funds in the account, it is close to 50 million US dollars. Yi Chang wiped his chin and immediately withdrew US 35 million.
He also has more than 14 million in his account.
Because
He also wanted to do a short contract.
there is no way frying BitTE coin is the same as picking up money.
He was a little reluctant to leave the venue just like that. It cannot be said that Yi Chang was too greedy and did not stick to his previous decision.
It's so easy to get money.
Next, the BTC will drop to $4,000 or $5,000 gold, and it will last for a long time. Of course, Yi Chang certainly won't hold until that time. Because of leverage, the interest rate is still quite high. It's fine for a month or two, but if it lasts for a few months or even more than a year, it's helping others make money.
As for whether this is the last time in 2018 to speculate on BitTE coin, it is unknown. Maybe Yi Chang will change his mind again. My current assets should be 600 million, right?
Yi Chang was thinking in his heart. If it wasn't for speculating on Bitcoin, it would be impossible to earn so much in half a year. Not to mention the stock market does not work, nor does speculating in futures.
This possibility is only possible with BitTE coin.
Unfortunately, with 600 million assets, there is still a huge gap between 10 billion and it is almost impossible to cross. Assets of 1 billion to 10 billion are not a simple tenfold gap, but a natural gap that is almost insurmountable.
For Yi Chang, there is a long way to go. Ways to make money must continue.
So far, he has deployed live broadcast companies and film investments, both of which are relatively profitable industries.
But to achieve tens of billions of assets, it is unlikely.
In fact, he can invest in startups with great potential in the future. After all, the market value of stocks is also an asset.
But the cycle is a bit long.
There was only a little over 3 years left for Yi Chang. According to my original plan, several hundred million in assets are enough for me to achieve financial freedom and enjoy life. Yi Chang sighed with emotion, but was extremely helpless. Who made the temptation of the system too great?
After all, what about financial freedom? And death and sickness?
Who knows what will happen next?
But having a system is different.
Although he doesn't know what function his system has, he must give himself an extra layer of protection.
Night.
After taking a shower, Yi Chang was playing with his phone on the bed.
Xin was already asleep. At this time, his wife Lin Yuan came out wearing pajamas.
After drying her hair, she suddenly said, "Husband, my great-aunt hasn't come this month."
Isn't your aunt always accurate?
Yi Chang looked at the phone without looking back. Suddenly, he realized something, looked up at his wife, and said in surprise, "Will you be pregnant?"
"I don't know, it should be coming." Lin Yuan said. "No, you have to test it." Yi Chang got up quickly and said, "What are you doing?" Lin Yuan asked.
"I'm going out to buy early pregnancy test strips, and I'll know when I get up tomorrow morning,"
Yi Chang said. He was still quite excited. If the wife is really pregnant, that's fine. It's so late, so it's the same to buy it tomorrow. Lin Yuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry.
"No, it's better to test it a day earlier, and I heard that the test in the morning is the most accurate." Yi Chang shook his head and said. After he changed his clothes, he went out with his mobile phone. There is a 24-hour pharmacy outside the community. Yi Chang spent dozens of dollars to buy the best kind of early pregnancy test strips. The next morning, Yi Chang was woken up by Lin Yuan from her deep sleep.
"Why did you get up before it was dawn?"
Yi Chang opened his eyes in a daze and saw his daughter-in-law looking at him.
"Husband, I just took a test," Lin Yuan said very seriously.
Yi Chang was stunned for a moment, and then he realized that all the sleepiness was gone, and he asked quickly, "What's the result?"
"Not pregnant," Lin Yuan said. "Not pregnant? Then why didn't your aunt come?" Yi Chang was very puzzled. "Can't it be detected yet?" "Husband, my aunt is here," Lin Yuan said.
Yi Chang was immediately stunned. "No wonder my wife got up so early, it turned out to be my aunt."
"Happy White. Why, not pregnant, not happy?" Lin Yuan laughed.
"No, I didn't get pregnant this time, and next time, as long as we work harder."
Yi Chang laughed. Lin Yuan rolled her eyes at Yi Chang.
Although she was an old husband and wife, she was still very sensitive to this kind of topic. Yi Chang said,
"Actually, it's a good thing that we didn't get pregnant this time. We have to prepare for pregnancy.
When we were pregnant with Xin before, we didn't make any preparations. Xin has been weak and sick since she was a child, so the second child must be changed. When your rant is over, I'll take you to a specialist to take care of your body." Yi Chang said, "So, during this time, cosmetics and the like can't be used. You know, I haven't used makeup very much, and I'm not used to it."
Lin Yuan said.
"I know, after all, my wife is naturally beautiful." Even without makeup, she is more beautiful than 99 of women. Yi Cheng smiled and hugged Lin Yuanyuan in his arms.
Lin Yuanyuan's natural skin is very good.
Even if she doesn't use cosmetics very much, her skin is white, tender and smooth. It is because of the increased pressure in the past 2 years and the frequent overtime work that has made her skin worse. However, now that I have quit my job and become a boss, my quality of life has greatly improved, my whole body has become more radiant, and my skin has improved a lot again.
It's your sweet mouth. Lin Yuanyuan chuckled lightly.
In the next few days, Yi Cheng inquired about a well-known female professor at a maternal and child healthcare hospital in Pengcheng. He heard that she was very good at female fertility treatment, and that many rich and powerful stars were looking for this female professor.
But make an appointment and it's expensive.
Yi Cheng is naturally not short of this money.
After making an appointment, the time is also more than a week later. Tuesday, March 20th.
Yi Cheng and Lin Yuanyuan arrived at the maternal and child health hospital early and waited outside Professor Chang Ning's consultation room.
Not much to wait, because Professor Chang Ning only sees 14 people every day. 8 in the morning and 6 in the afternoon. Lin Yuanyuan's appointment number is number 5.
After waiting until 10:15, Lin Yuanyuan was finally called.
The two hurried in.
Professor Chang Ning's consultation was actually very simple, mainly taking the pulse, asking about her physical condition, and asking very detailed questions.
Next to the female Professor Chang Ning, there was a very young female doctor.
She was very beautiful, and she was obviously a disciple of the female Professor Chang Ning. After giving Lin Yuanyuan a pulse, female Professor Chang Ning also asked the female doctor to take a pulse in person, and then pointed out some questions. This kind of hand-in-hand teaching and guidance is definitely to inherit the mantle. Yi Cheng looked at the doctor's nameplate of this young female doctor, called Li Yaji. Just like that, almost half an hour passed. Mrs. Lin, your physical foundation is not bad, but you didn't take care of yourself well in the first child. If you get pregnant rashly, it will have some impact on the second child. Therefore, I suggest that you take some Chinese medicine while taking some rehabilitation.
Physiotherapy is almost 3 to 5 months away. Professor Chang Ning said. Okay. Lin Yuanyuan nodded and said. Then Chang Ning began to write the prescription of traditional Chinese medicine for Lin Yuanyuan.
While writing, he did not forget to explain some details of the medication to the female doctor around him, how to prescribe the right medicine, what taboos, and so on. After writing the prescription, Chang Ning explained some things. After thanking them, Yi Cheng and Lin Yuanyuan came out of the consultation room, went directly to the pharmacy to get the medicine, and at the same time, they applied for the rehabilitation physiotherapy package. Traditional Chinese medicine is not expensive, more than 1,000 doses. A pair of 7 doses is less than 10,000 yuan. Even if you eat a few pairs, it will cost tens of thousands of dollars. The main reason is that the rehabilitation physiotherapy package is very expensive.
A course of treatment is 88,000 yuan.
It will last at least 3 months, and it will cost hundreds of thousands of yuan. Yi Cheng doesn't care either, as long as it works.
Lin Yuanyuan had her first physiotherapy that day. How do you feel? After Lin Yuanyuan came out, Yi Cheng asked quickly. I've never felt so relaxed in my body. Lin Yuanyuan began to talk about the process of rehabilitation physiotherapy. There are acupuncture, massage and some other programs. Once set, the body and spirit have been relaxed. Yi Cheng also felt that Lin Yuanyuan's mental state seemed to have improved a lot. In this way, Lin Yuanyuan drank traditional Chinese medicine every day, and then went to the hospital for physical therapy.
After one course of treatment, the effect was very significant. Yi Cheng couldn't believe it worked so well. It's no wonder that so many rich people are looking for this female Professor Chang Ning, and she really has a set. Although expensive, it is definitely worth the price.
In a blink of an eye, it was the end of April. The Shanghai Association held its first signing ceremony for anchors.
After several months of development, the Shanghai Guild has grown rapidly, and the number of sign anchors has exceeded 300. Don't look at the small number. Compared to those S-rank guilds, there are thousands or even tens of thousands of people, which is simply not worth mentioning. But Shanghai Association pays attention to quality. Each sign anchor has achieved excellent results through the route and personnel set by the company to operate. Now among all the sign live broadcasts, there are more than 50 fans with more than 1 million fans. Others, in addition to the ones who just joined, basically have hundreds of thousands of fans. The one with the highest number of fans is not LG King, who was the first to operate, but another anchor number, Crazy Little Easy, who has taken the lead. In just 3 months, he has attracted more than 9 million fans on several platforms.
and LG Wang ranks second, with more than 7 million fans.
Yi Chung values this crazy little plum more than LG King. Crazy Little Plum is not alone, but a pair of twins, mainly focusing on funny short videos.
Moreover, their live broadcast style is very good, which is the main reason why their ability to attract fans is so fast. Such anchors will have better results if they bring goods in the future. And LG King is not a live broadcast anchor.
In addition, the younger brother-in-law Lin Xuanyu also got his wish with the help of the fortune teller's joke, which has become popular and now has more than 3 million fans. After the guild's key training, his live broadcast level has also greatly improved. Now the background and strength of the guild are very close to the S-rank guild. Yi Chang also plans to officially start the precedent of live streaming. So this time it's not just a party, but also take this opportunity to conduct a live broadcast training for all contracted anchors. The training course was naturally written by Yi Chang. After all, he has seen too many live broadcasts in his previous life, and he almost knows all kinds of routine scripts. The party directly packaged a resort hotel.
Direct and indirect costs, at least more than 3 million.
Because all the contracted anchors' travel expenses, meals, and accommodation are all covered by the guild.
However, this cost is totally worth it.
This can increase the sense of belonging of the contracted anchor to the guild. Of course, when these anchors were signed, they were not popular, so the guild had a strong control over them, and the agreements they signed were relatively harsh. This is also Yi Chang to prevent them from jumping jobs or going it alone after they become popular.
Yi Chang spent a lot of money to train them to make money. Of course, the money he should give them will definitely not be less. It's definitely a win-win.
The current Shanghai Guild has been expanded many times, and it has long since changed from what it used to be, and the number of employees has been in the hundreds.
It even has its own legal department. Pengcheng Manhwa Resort Hotel.
It has been furnished with a long red carpet leading into the hotel.
Outside the hotel, there were many security guards, keeping many fans out. Hundreds of sign anchors were present at this gathering. Naturally, it also attracted many local and even overseas loyal fans to watch.
Whenever a well-known anchor arrives and walks through the red carpet, it will immediately cause a lot of screams, like chasing stars. On the floor-to-ceiling glass balcony outside the reception hall on the top floor of the hotel, Yi Chang and Li Runbo were dressed in formal suits, looking down at the crowd gathered below on the conspicuous red carpet. Old version, after this gathering, our Shanghai Guild will be officially famous in the live broadcast world.
Li Runbo laughed. He was in awe of the old version of the mind. Live broadcast with goods, this is absolutely perfect.
After negotiating with the official operation department of Douyin, it has agreed to develop a pilot function of live broadcast and delivery for Shanghai Guild. As long as Shanghai Guild is successful, Douyin will officially promote it on the entire platform.
Whether it can be successful or not, just watch it once.
Yi Chang said with a smile. However, for the first time live streaming, the products on the shelves must be well selected, and there must be no quality problems. Boss, don't worry, the brands selected this time are all very good, and the prices will be unbelievably low.
Li Runbo is very confident.
In order to find a partner, he traveled a lot in the past 2 months. At this time, several people in suits appeared on the red carpet. Boss, it's Mr. Zhang from Douyin who is here.
Li Runbo's eyes are very sharp. Then let's go meet you. Yi Chang nodded and said.
This party also invited a senior official of Douyin to be responsible for the new project of Douyin's live broadcast delivery. In a sense, the interests of the Shanghai Guild and this President Zhang are linked this time. Once the live broadcast of goods can be a great success, this President Zhang will also greatly increase his influence within the official Douyin and gain a higher status and authority.
Hotel entrance.
Mr. Zhang, welcome to the anchor party of our Shanghai Guild. This is President Yi, the boss of our Shanghai Guild.
Li Runbo greeted him warmly, and then introduced Yi Chang to Mr. Zhang.
It turned out to be Mr. Yi. He had already learned from Mr. Li that there was a mysterious boss in the Shanghai Guild. He transformed the Shanghai Guild from an obscure little guild to a shocking reversal, and cultivated a large number of potential anchors. Our company internally, they all discussed you.
President Zhang quickly shook hands with Yi Chang.
As a senior inside Douyin, he knows how much the Shanghai Guild has changed. Although it is not rated as an S-rank guild, it already has this qualification and strength. Moreover, the great potential shown by the Shanghai Guild has long been included in the key support objects of Douyin. Because of this, the top management of Douyin attaches great importance to the live broadcast delivery project proposed by the Shanghai Association this time, and he leads the pilot project of this project. And all of this is said to be planned by the mysterious Shanghai Guild boss.
Mr. Zhang, I've become the shopkeeper.
President Li is the hero who brought up the Shanghai Guild. Coupled with the support of Zhang and other Douyin high-level executives, we have the Shanghai Guild today.
Yi Cheng laughed.
The three walked into the lobby side by side. The three are very popular and naturally attracted the attention of many people. For many anchors, both Li Runbo and President Zhang are familiar with each other. After all, they are Douyin anchors and sign anchors of the Shanghai Association, so they have more contact. As for Yi Cheng, the behind-the-scenes boss, many contracted anchors have only heard of it, but have never seen it. I heard that standing beside President Li is the big boss behind our Shanghai Guild. Wow, it turns out to be the big boss. He looks so young. Not only young, but also handsome.
Could it be the second generation of super rich?
This aura is too pompous. Some of the contracted anchors who stayed in the lobby all started talking in a low voice. When I came to the top floor conference room, several big anchors were receiving the final live broadcast training. They are also the first batch of live broadcast sales. Each of them has more than 3 million fans, and the popularity of live broadcasts on weekdays is often thousands, or tens of thousands. The three of Yi Cheng sat down in the back and watched the whole training come over. After watching for a while, Mr. Zhang smiled and said, "This training is really something. Mr. Zhang, this is the training manual for live streaming that we compiled by Mr. Yi himself. To be honest, if I hadn't read it, I would never have imagined that live streaming could be played like this."
Li Runbo said.
It seems that Yi always has the essence of live broadcasting.
President Zhang was amazed and paid more and more attention to Yi Cheng. He knows that the Shanghai Guild can grow and invest a lot of money.
With extremely strong financial strength and strong business capabilities, it is foreseeable that this President Yi will surely shine in the live broadcast industry. After the training was over, the official party began. All the sign anchors entered the reception hall, and there was a black press blockbuster. Yi Cheng was very satisfied with seeing so many sign anchors, all of them still famous. Li Runbo presided over the meeting. Now we welcome the boss of our Shanghai Guild, Mr. Yi, to speak for us. After Li Runbo said something, he finally looked at Yi Cheng, who was sitting in the center of the first row. Soon, there was thunderous applause from the scene. These sign anchors have a very strong sense of belonging to the Shanghai Guild. After all, they all grew up under the cultivation of the Shanghai Guild.
The core person who formulates the entire contracted anchor training plan is the boss Yi Cheng.
Yi Cheng got up and walked to the stage, said with a smile, "Let me just say a few words. I have paid attention to the short video live broadcast industry a few years ago, thinking that this is a promising industry that will become the internet industry chain. However, so far, the short video live broadcast has limited monetization ability and cannot fully demonstrate its due value. Therefore, I came in because I wanted to break this pattern and find a new monetization method." His voice was sonorous and powerful.
Makes people have a strong sense of trust.
Lin Yuan, who was sitting in the front row below, looked at her husband standing on the platform with a high-spirited look, and felt a sense of pride in her heart. Many sign anchors are curious.
What is the new way of monetization?
They had just attended the party and didn't know about the project of live streaming. Just know that this time there will be a very important training. Now it seems that this training must have something to do with the new monetization method. As Yi Cheng finished speaking, thunderous applause broke out again.
This time, we have invited President Zhang of Douyin's operation department. Please come to the stage and say a few words.
After Yi Cheng went down, Li Runbo said. Soon, Douyin Zhang took to the stage. "I am very honored to be able to participate in the signing ceremony of the Shanghai Guild. I believe this will be a major change in the field of live broadcasting, and the Shanghai Guild will also be the leader of this change."
Forerunner.
The anchors below were stunned, because the evaluation of the Shanghai Guild was too high. After Mr. Zhang finished speaking and returned to his seat, Li Runbo walked up to the stage and said solemnly, "Now I announce the official start of Douyin's first live streaming sales event." Soon, many staff members began to arrange quickly. On the big screen behind the table, a well-designed poster also appeared.
Shanghai Selection. Douyin's first live streaming event.
Many high-quality products, ultra-low prices, a lot of discounts, a lot of benefits. The signed anchors present were all curious.
Live sales?
They had never heard of it before.
Could it be that this is the new monetization method of live broadcast that Mr. Yi said?
Soon, several anchors took to the huge stage. Two of them look very similar and are twins. They are crazy little plums. He is also the most popular and famous anchor of Shanghai Guild. Several other anchors are also famous, including LG King, Pipsauce. Even Lin Xuanyu is in it. Of course, the anchor of this live broadcast is Crazy Little Plum, and the other anchors are dedicated to helping, and they can also gather their fans into one live broadcast room and sell as many products as possible.
The live broadcast has started. On another big screen at the venue, the live broadcast of Crazy Little Plum appeared.
And the name of the live broadcast room has also been changed to Shanghai Selection Douyin's first live broadcast sales event. The popularity of the live broadcast room is rapidly increasing. Since the Crazy Little Prince has already posted a short video, it is mentioned that there will be an earth-shattering event specially prepared for fans. So many fans have been waiting for a long time. Moreover, several other anchors also posted videos, saying that they would be waiting for fans in Crazy Little Plum's live broadcast room. In less than a minute, the popularity of the live broadcast room has exceeded 10,000. And many fans are very curious after seeing the name of the live broadcast room changed, and they have asked what is the situation of the live broadcast sales event. Not only fans, but also other guild anchors on Douyin are also very curious about the special event held by the Shanghai Guild. After all, the Shanghai Guild has risen too fast, and it is too fast to be overwhelmed. According to the news they got, this time Douyin and Shanghai Association will launch a special pilot cooperation, and once successful, it will be extended to the entire Douyin platform.
So this time, the live broadcast of Crazy Little Lazy is definitely attracting attention.
It attracted not only fans, but also other guild anchors came in one after another, which also led to the influx of fans of these anchors. In just a few minutes, the popularity of Crazy Little Lazy's live broadcast room has exceeded 50,000. The peak popularity of Crazy Little Plum is usually like this, and it will take a period of live broadcast to achieve it.
And this time, it was only a few minutes before the live broadcast started.
Seeing this, Yi Chang and Li Runbo looked at each other and both smiled. Not to mention the situation of live broadcast sales, at least the popularity brought by this live broadcast will be very amazing.
Shining Times, HQ.
As the oldest guild in the live broadcast field, it was established in the YY era. Among the live broadcast guilds, it has the most abundant funds, the largest scale, the highest qualifications, and the widest connections. It is also one of the first guilds to settle in Douyin.
The boss Huishan has an unparalleled position and influence in the field of live broadcasting.
Even he himself is the #1 top anchor on Douyin, with as many as 20 to 30 million fans on the entire network. At this moment, he was sitting in front of a big screen with several guild executives, and the live broadcast room of Crazy Little Plum was displayed on it. The popularity has exceeded 100,000.
Live streaming? Chen Qihong, the god of light, frowned.
As a leader in the field of live broadcasting, he has an unparalleled sensitivity to live broadcasting. After seeing the first live broadcast launched by the Shanghai Guild, I immediately judged acutely that if it was a major event, I am afraid that the field of live broadcast will usher in an earth-shaking drastic change. The Shanghai Guild, Yi Chang. I really didn't expect such a good situation, and it was changed by a small guild.
Chen Qihong muttered to himself. Now Shanghai Guild has started the first live broadcast and delivery.
As long as it is successful, it will become the leader of live broadcast delivery. In the future, as long as live broadcast delivery is mentioned, it will definitely be linked with Shanghai Guild.
This is a huge prestige.
It is a pity that such a creation was not created in his glorious era. He is very sorry in his heart, otherwise, taking advantage of such innovations will be enough to consolidate the first in the live broadcast field of the glorious era.
Minutes passed by. Chen Qihong and others did not dare to leave the slightest.
Because they have to understand the entire process of live streaming. This will be the fastest way to grasp the real situation of live streaming and use it. In fact, not only the glorious era, but also many guilds, even anchors, and even other platforms. All are paying attention to this far-reaching live broadcast at this moment. Yi Chang was sitting in a chair and watching the big screen. The popularity of the live broadcast room had soared to 180,000, and it was still soaring rapidly.
The gimmick of Douyin's first live broadcast is too big. Moreover, Douyin has carried out a key promotion.
When the number of live broadcasts exceeded 300,000, Crazy Little Plum finally officially began to sell live broadcasts.
The first item is cosmetics. Yi Chang knew that cosmetics were definitely the best-selling products in the live broadcasts in previous lives. With the improvement of living standards, many young people, especially young girls, like to buy cosmetics. Even middle-aged and elderly people have begun to have a soft spot for cosmetics. Before the live broadcast, the anchors such as Crazy Little Lazy had already had enough knowledge of all products, so they were no worse than those salesmen when they sold them. And the fans are also very supportive. When the first set of cosmetics was put on the shelves, a large number of fans went crazy. The data in the background appears on the other screen for the first time.
A set of 88 cosmetics has sold more than 30,000 sets in less than a minute, and it is still increasing rapidly.
Many people present were stunned when they saw it.
Except for Yi Chang's calm face, everyone else was overjoyed, and even President Zhang was overjoyed. Because he knows that Douyin has finally found a new way to cash out traffic. Selling goods on live broadcast seems to be the beginning of Shanghai Guild, but it is more beneficial to Douyin. After all, Douyin is not only facing a Shanghai Guild, but tens of thousands of anchors. If every anchor carries out live broadcasts and brings goods, as long as 1/10 of them succeeds, how much wealth will it create for Douyin?
The first item. Second item. Items are put on the shelves and then sold.
The number of sold items on the screen is also changing in real time.
Everyone is numb.
It was only at this moment that they discovered that the purchasing power of Douyin users was too strong. At this moment, the popularity in the live broadcast room has exceeded 800,000. The 18 items on the shelves, ranging from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands, and the total sales have exceeded 30 million. And this live broadcast sale only lasted for more than an hour. In this way, this live broadcast continued until more than 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The major anchors took turns to play, and a total of 49 products were put on the shelves. The peak popularity of the live broadcast room reached an astonishing 1.28 million. The total number of viewers exceeded 10 million. In the end, the total sales reached a horror of more than 103.24 million.
It broke a billion.
When the live broadcast ended, the audience burst into thunderous applause. This is not only applauding for the success of this live broadcast, but also for the bright future of these anchors. After all, they will be able to live broadcast and bring goods in the future.
Mr. Yi, thank you for your contribution to the field of live broadcasting. President Zhang couldn't help but stand up and even bowed to Yi Chang. He was so excited right now. What a creative idea this is. Who would have thought that the streamer's ability to cash in traffic would be so strong?
A live broadcast, 100 million sales. Although it has been fully promoted by Douyin, it has also shown the amazing effect of live streaming. Mr. Zhang, this is mutually beneficial in itself. If there is no Douyin platform, how can our live broadcast union and anchors have such an opportunity to display their talents and show themselves?
Yi Chang laughed.
Mr. Zhang, Mr. Yi, I've watched this live broadcast for so long, it's already more than 2 o'clock, let's hurry up and have lunch, it's ready over there.
Li Ranbo said.
Well, let all the anchors have a meal too, and the anchors who participated in the live broadcast just now have also worked very hard. They must take care of everything. They are the heroes of this live broadcast.
Yi Chang nodded and said.
Mr. Yi, don't worry, everything will be arranged properly.
Li Ranbo said.
So, a group of people walked out of the conference hall and walked towards the elevator.
At the same time, with the end of the first live broadcast, relevant information and data also spread rapidly on the internet.
Shining Times, HQ Crazy Little Plum's live broadcast is over. Huishan Chen Shihong has been paying attention to this live broadcast sale.
Have you got the data? Chen Shihong, who was eating instant noodles, saw an employee walk in from outside and asked quickly.
Mr. Chen, I got it, and the total sales exceeded 100 million, said the employee.
What, broke a billion? Chen Shihong was shocked, showing shock. He knows what does it mean for the total sales to break through 100 million in this live broadcast? This is definitely a huge gold mine that has not yet been discovered, and contains huge wealth.
This Yi Chang is really a genius.
Chen Shihong sighed deeply.
Because according to the information he got, the way to cash out this live broadcast was planned by the boss behind the Shanghai Guild. Quick, immediately notify the planning department that we must thoroughly explore the core essence of live broadcast sales, form a journey, and then train our big anchors. Chen Shihong said decisively on the spot. Although the top spot was won by the Shanghai Guild, the market for live streaming is absolutely astonishingly large, and the glorious era can keep up and get a piece of the pie. Moreover, with the strength and heritage of the Guanhui era, there is every chance to take the lead. After all, on Douyin and even several other platforms, the top anchors with huge traffic are in the glorious era, and Huishan is one of them. What needs to be done now is to figure out the operation method brought back by the live broadcast, so as to completely replicate it.
Not only the glorious era, but other large and small guilds have also taken action. For a time, live streaming became a huge explosion.
On the same day, a piece of news appeared on the headlines, which was about the first live streaming sales event of Douyin held by the Shanghai Association. The total sales exceeded 100 million, which attracted various media reports. In just 2 days, the topic of live broadcast and delivery of goods has been on the microwave topic list. And the Shanghai Guild has also become quite famous. In addition to becoming more famous, in this live broadcast, the number of fans of Crazy Little Lizzy has soared by 6 million in just a few days, and even several other anchors who appeared in the live broadcast room have also. There has been a lot of fanfare.
Shanghai Guild. In the office.
Boss, this time the live broadcast brings goods. Our company can earn 30 million yuan only by commission, and then deduct the commission in various payments to the anchor, and the net income looks like 20 million.
Li Runbo said a little excitedly.
The success of this live broadcast was something he did not expect. Just one live broadcast brought the goods, and the guild turned from a loss to a profit.
Before the company's expenses, the anchor training and operation were all borne by the boss. This is just the beginning. However, for live broadcasts, strict rules and regulations must be formulated. The contracted anchors cannot accept orders at will, and they must ensure product quality and after-sales service. Yi Cheng nodded and said,
but he sees farther. The immediate benefits are huge, but we must pay more attention to the long term. In the previous life, I didn't know how many anchors there were, so I fell into trouble, and there were many top anchors. Boss, I will pay attention to this, and since our live broadcast successfully brought goods, more and more manufacturers and companies have contacted us, hoping to cooperate. There are too many, but I don't think I can use it.
Soon, other guilds should follow suit. Li Runbo said.
That's for sure.
The pie of live streaming is too big.
Next, there will be competition for hegemony, savage growth, and a series of problems. I estimate that there will be contract anchors who will be motivated by interests and will make a breach of contract.
For this kind of thing, don't be merciful.
Yi Cheng said in a deep voice. He spent so much money to train these sign anchors, and naturally he didn't let them betray them. Although it hasn't appeared yet, it has to be guarded against. Of course, he will not treat these anchors badly. He will never be stingy when it comes to salary commissions. Just like this first live broadcast, Yi Cheng gave a 30 commission, which should be said to be not low. And all the planning is done by the company, they only need to live broadcast and sell the goods, which saves a lot of trouble. This will also be how Shanghai Guild will operate in the future.
After talking for a long time, Li Runbo went out. Not long after, the phone rang, and it was Uncle Lang. Yi Cheng, you are really good at selling goods on live broadcast. In just a few hours, you have sold more than 80,000 pieces of clothes. I'm so busy with express delivery here.
Uncle Lang's very excited voice came out. Although the price sold in the live broadcast room is relatively low, there is still a big profit. As long as we continue to cooperate in the future, the clothes produced by the factory will not have trouble selling at all.
Uncle Lang, the quality is good and the price is low. Fans will recognize it. However, after-sales service is also indispensable.
Yi Cheng said. He has set up a special customer service department in the company, mainly responsible for the after-sales of the goods. As long as there is a problem, it will be transferred to the supplying factory. Only by mastering the after-sales customer service can you truly grasp the quality of the products, and you will not be fooled by the merchants and charge them with shoddy products, otherwise it will damage the interests of the anchor and even the guild. Examples of this in past lives abound. Yi Cheng, don't worry, as long as the customer is dissatisfied with one item, it will be returned and exchanged, and the express delivery will be free.
Uncle Lang said.
Yi Cheng is quite relieved to Uncle Lang. After all, he is a good person.
But other businesses are not necessarily so.
Therefore, he asked Li Runbo to keep an eye on customer service.
Arrive home.
Yi Cheng has a sore back. In the past few days, Yi Cheng has not been idle for a moment.
And Lin Yuan was even more busy.
After all, she's in charge of finances. Brother-in-law, this cup, I respect you. If it wasn't for your cultivation, I wouldn't be today, or I would still be eating and waiting to die at dinner. Lin Xuanyu held a glass of beer and held it up in front of Yi Cheng. Yi Cheng smiled and said, "This is the result of your hard work, but don't be too proud. If you want to keep your feet on the ground, if you want a long-term fire, then you can't float. Be down to earth and shoot a short video and broadcast it live." This time, Lin Xuanyu also helped to sell goods on the live broadcast, and he was allocated hundreds of thousands. In addition to the income earned in the previous few months, it has already exceeded 1 million. In just a few months, the revenue exceeded 1 million.
There will definitely be more in the future.
It was something he had never thought of before. His original dream was to shoot some short videos, make a small fire, and earn 20,000 to 30,000 yuan a month. I didn't expect that a fortune teller joke from my brother-in-law would make him a big hit. Brother-in-law, don't worry, if I really float, you will wake me up with a slap.
Lin Xuanyu laughed.
Next to Lin Yuan, watching her brother's career on the right track, she was very relieved.
Uncle, I want to drink too. Qin suddenly said. Come on, take a sip, just a sip. Lin Xuanyu was about to hand over the beer. Lin Yuanyuan glared at him. Children can't drink, come to Qin and drink orange juice with mother. Lin Yuxuan sneered. Xiaoyu, do you plan to stay in Pengchang or go back to Shushi? Yi Cheng clinks glasses with his brother-in-law, then asks. I plan to go back to Shushi and broadcast live in my hometown to feel more comfortable. Lin Xuanyu said. That's fine, but after you go back, you need to get the live broadcast venue early. I will arrange for a guild to let you sell your first live broadcast. Yi Cheng nodded and said. Okay, brother-in-law. Lin Xuanyu nodded. He is also looking forward to his first live broadcast sale. Friday, June 15th. In the office of the Shanghai Guild. Now the company's office space is no longer what it used to be, and it has expanded several times. After all, the number of employees has doubled. Yi Cheng's office is very bright and spacious. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows, you can see the Xiangjiang River in the distance. Yi Cheng also breathed a sigh of relief when he watched the last BitTE coin on the mobile phone Huacoin platform complete the transaction. It is finally over. In the past 2 months, he has done 3 waves in total. Around April 10th, he sold all the short contracts of BitBTC, with an average price of 7,000. The average purchase price is more than $10,480 gold. In the end, last time he made about $20 million. He still did not leave the market, but just withdrew $20 million, and bought the remaining $14 million to buy a long contract again. Before May 7th, they all shot again and earned more than $21 million. Then a total of more than $35 million were bought into short contracts. Until today, all of them have been emptied, and they have earned $38 million. This time, he didn't buy BTC anymore. In fact, he will be able to do another wave by the end of July. BitTE coin will continue to fall again, but the duration is too long. It is estimated that it will take several months. Yi Cheng intends to give up. After all, he has made enough money on BTC. Plus this time, it looks like he has made at least $1 billion. With the withdrawal of more than $70 million in the account, Yi Cheng could not help but let out a sigh of relief, and the whole person relaxed. For the next more than a year, he will no longer be in contact with BitTE coin. Now that the live broadcast company is on the right track, the speed of making money is not slow. Since Shanghai Guild took the lead in launching live broadcast sales, other guilds have followed suit. Now live broadcast sales are very popular. Not only Douyin, but other platforms have also limited the function of live broadcast sales. Just relying on live broadcast sales, the monthly profit of Shanghai Guild can almost reach 30 to 40 million. This is already very low profitability. Moreover, in the future, the way of live broadcast sales will become more and more mature, and the profitability will also be stronger. Through the Shanghai Guild, Yi Cheng earning 5 to 1 billion a year is not a problem. But this is the limit. There are only more than 2 years until 2021, when he is reborn. In other words, he can earn up to 3 billion through the Shanghai Guild. There is still a big gap between the billions. Although there is still film investment, he estimates that even if he can invest in Dragon Group 2, it can be at most 3 to 5 billion yuan, which is just a drop in the bucket. Therefore, he must look for more ways to make money. He has some understanding of some future box office movies, but it is almost impossible to invest in them. Because of the exclusiveness of capital, he cannot participate at all. Being able to invest in the Dragon Group this time is just a coincidence. In fact, there are many ways to make money by investing, but many of them are laborious. Yi Cheng doesn't think he can do it. If you don't do it well, but you lose money, that's what makes you vomit blood. For Yi Cheng, there is nothing faster than speculating on BTC, futures, and even the stock market. It's a pity that BitTE coin can't be fired anymore for the time being. Futures and the stock market. The opportunity is not there yet. Just as Yi Cheng was thinking, the door of the office was pushed open. The only one who can push in without knocking on the door is his wife. Lin Yuanyuan walked in, sat on the sofa next to her, and asked curiously, "Husband, what are you thinking when you see your frowning face?" "Thinking about how to make money." Yi Cheng got up, walked over to Lin Yuanyuan, and held her hand gently. After more than 2 months of conditioning, Lin Yuanyuan seemed to be several years younger, and her skin was so white and tender that she could squeeze out water. Coupled with light makeup and customized clothing, the whole person has an elegant and demure temperament, but there is a little charm in the kexy feeling. Yi Cheng is very satisfied with this. This was the wife he hoped for, instead of becoming haggard and worrying because of the burdens of life like in the previous life. "Husband, don't work too hard, we've made enough money now." Lin Yuanyuan held Yi Cheng's palm tightly and said softly. During these days,
She could feel that her husband seemed to have an inexplicable sense of urgency. After all, they have lived together for 7 years. She and Yi Chang's lives are integrated, and they can understand her husband's emotional changes in detail regardless of each other.
Don't worry, I'm fine.
Yi Chang knew that his wife had noticed a change in him, but he couldn't say it.
After all, this kind of thing is too bizarre. It won't take a while, let's go on a trip. Lin Yuan said suddenly. Tourism?
Yes,
then where do you want to go? Yi Chang laughed.
Speaking of which, in the previous life, the family really never went out to travel, and the same is true in this life. However, with the current conditions, even traveling around the world is no problem.
Forget about being abroad. If you don't feel safe, how about going to Jeonju? Lin Yuan thought for a while and said, okay, just Jeonju.
Yi Chang agreed without hesitation.
After all, he has never been there.
If he has the opportunity in the future, he will travel all over the world with his family. The two negotiated the time and set off when the summer vacation came. After the two talked for a while, Lin Yuan received a call from an employee saying that she had something to look for, so she went out.
Not long after Lin Yuan left, Yi Chang's cell phone rang.
Yi Chang picked it up and saw that it was a prestige video from his eldest brother Yi He. Over the past few months, Yi Chang has been keeping in touch with his eldest brother. The eldest brother often tells Yi Chang about crayfish farming. In terms of time, it is now the peak fishing season. After all, the food stalls on the street are full of the fragrance of crayfish.
Video is on.
Brother, this year's crayfish fishing has all ended.
Yi He looked tanned a lot, but he had a knowing smile on his face. It is very hard to engage in crayfish farming.
From the construction of a lobster farm, to the selection of seedlings, daily feeding, disease treatment.
Yeha has to do it himself.
Not to mention eldest brother Yi He, even eldest sister-in-law Sui also tanned a lot.
So fast? Yi Chang was surprised. It's getting late. The last batch of crayfish was sent away yesterday.
Yi He smiled all over his face. This year, the market for crayfish farming is very good. Crayfish are being collected everywhere, and there is no shortage of sales.
Moreover, the disease of crayfish is also less, and there is almost no loss. I calculated all the accounts with your sister-in-law. There are 32 acres in total. The average benefit per acre is about 27,800 yuan. Excluding all expenses, the net profit of 1 acre should be 21,300 yuan. It looks like 100 yuan. So the total income is more than 681,600.
Yi He said excitedly.
Yi Chang was a little surprised. It seems that farming crayfish is quite profitable.
In the past, more than 400,000 yuan was spent on renting land, reclaiming wasteland, excavating ponds,
arranging fences and protective nets, etc.
It's only half a year now. Not only has the investment recovered, but I can also earn 200,000.
Moreover, crayfish can be caught twice a year. Subsequent investments are much less.
Of course, crayfish farming generally has the highest production in the first year.
Over time, lobsters develop various problems due to severe inbreeding.
Therefore, it is best to replant and raise seedlings in the coming year. After chatting with my elder brother for a long time, Yi Chang hung up the video.
He didn't let the big brother split the money. The money will continue to be invested in expanding lobster farming. In Yi Chang's plan, lobster farming is just the beginning.
After the lobster farming is completely stabilized, other projects will be expanded, and a large farmhouse base will eventually be created.
Just as I put the phone down, it rang again.
He picked it up and saw that it was director Wu Jin calling.
Is the movie Dragon Group 1 finished?
In the previous life, Dragon Group 1 was released on the National Day in 2018. It is now mid-June, and the National Day is just over 2 months away.
Hey, Director Wu, why do you have time to call me?
After Yi Chang pressed the button to answer, he smiled. Mr. Yi, the film has finished cutting and other post-production.
There will be a trial screening next Wednesday. If you have time, you can come and have a look, Wu Jin said.
With the 15 million invested by Yi Chang and Su Bingui, the filming went very smoothly and achieved exactly what he wanted. Now that the filming is completed and the post-cut production is completed, an internal preview is required, and all investors and industry insiders are invited to gather together to watch. After the preview, the audience also fills out a questionnaire, and the filmmakers continue to revise the film according to the opinions in the questionnaire.
No problem, Yi Chang said.
Although he has seen Dragon Group 1 in the cinema in his previous life, it is still very good to have the opportunity to watch a movie preview.
After all, ordinary audiences do not have this opportunity.
After hanging up,
Yi Chang made an internal call and asked Li Renbo to come over and hand over a document to the other party. Old Li, do your own research. These are some things I've figured out recently, Yi Chang said. As a reborn person, his grasp of the future is naturally incomparable to others. Therefore, every once in a while, he will give a guiding document to guide the company's development direction. In fact, he has planned these things for a long time, but it is not easy to take them out all at once and release part of them every once in a while. Okay, boss. Li Renbo said very cherishly. He knew how precious the information given by his boss was. He is now full of admiration for his boss's high-level vision and insight. Although he is the general manager of the company, the general direction and planning of the entire company are formulated by the boss. By the way, boss, I found a promising new female anchor on Douyin. Although there are not many fans now, the short video I posted is very eye-catching, but I don't know how to discover it yet. Her direction. Li Renbo said suddenly. Oh, what kind of female anchor? Yi Chang was interested. If Li Renbo feels that he has potential, it must be good. The anchor's name is Hanfu Shishir. Li Renbo said. Hanfu Shishir? Yi Chang was stunned for a moment, and immediately thought of this female anchor. She was definitely a unique anchor on Douyin in her previous life. Because this female anchor's short videos are mainly to promote Hanfu. Moreover, this female anchor is also the administrator of the largest Hanfu bar in the country. She was very popular when she was in the Hanfu bar. Later, she came to Douyin, and it quickly rose sharply. The reason why Yi Chang didn't think about this female anchor is mainly because of this female anchor. Later, an accident happened. It is said that she was seriously injured because of her boyfriend's domestic violence. Since it was mentioned by Li Renbo now, Yi Chang remembered it completely. So he took out his mobile phone, entered Douyin, and searched for Hanfu Shishir. Only more than 8,000 fans. There are only 12 short video works. Apparently, it didn't take long for Douyin to settle in. Hanfu Shishir looks very sweet, elegant and demure, which is in line with the characteristics of Hanfu. Although there are only more than 8,000 fans, each work has a high percentage of likes and comments. It's really good. Get in touch with this female anchor and win over. The signing level can be improved. After watching for a while, Yi Chang said to Li Renbo. In the Shanghai Guild, there are 5 levels of signing, which are the highest S level, A level, B level, C level, and the lowest D level. Now the highest S level signing, there is no one for the time being, and there are only 2 A levels, one is Crazy Little Plum and LG King. The rest are B grades, C grades, and D grades. The new anchors are basically D-level contracts. Yi Chang's meaning is obvious, he can directly sign a C-level contract for this Hanfu Shishir. According to his recollection, this Hanfu Shishir did not seem to join the guild. He was a free anchor and had a connection with the Hanfu Association. After she became popular, she sold Hanfu on a live broadcast, and the sales volume was very high. It is under the influence of this Hanfu Shishir that more and more people wear Hanfu, and even enter the official line of sight and become the image person of Hanfu. If it weren't for the latter, the future of this Shishir Hanfu is limitless. As far as Yi Chang knows, in the next few years, the Hanfu market will grow bigger and bigger, and it will have a sales scale of more than 2 billion years. Don't look at 3 billion, it seems that it is not much, but in a specific field of clothing, it is already very good. If Yi Chang can seize this opportunity and enter the field of Hanfu, as long as he occupies half of the country, there is no problem with 1 or 2 billion a year. Although not much, it can add up to a lot. The future influence of Hanfu Shishir on the Hanfu market is enough to make Yi Chang attach great importance to it. So, Yi Chang must sign this Hanfu Shishir. The next day, the weekend. Yi Chang and his wife took their children to play in the water park. The weather is starting to heat up now. It was the first time for Yi Chang and his wife to come here to play. It was very crowded, with children and adults in swimsuits everywhere. Tickets are not cheap. Adult tickets cost more than 500, children's tickets are more than 300, and 3 people are more than 1,000. After the 3 changed their clothes, they came to the giant Beast Bowl slide on the first route. The swimsuit that my wife wears is of a more conservative type, but it still sets off her figure very well and attracts a lot of attention. Under the guidance of a staff member, a family of 3 got on a 2-person raft. Xin was too young to be a seat by herself, so she was held by Yi Chang. Xin, are you nervous? Yi Chang asked. Don't be nervous, Dad is holding you anyway. Xin laughed, looking very happy. On the other hand, his wife Lin Yuan was a little nervous. Because she has never played such a game before. She used to go to Happy Valley to play, such as the Ferris wheel, the big pendulum, etc. She never dared to go up. Of course, Yi Cheng's face turned pale after playing it once. Therefore, he will definitely not play any exciting sports such as bungee jumping. Wife, how about you? Yi Cheng laughed. Well enough. Lin Yuan was still a little nervous. Ready, said the staff. Soon, the raft was driven by the conveyor and entered the behemoth bowl. At the beginning, the speed of the raft was relatively slow, but as the movement accelerated, the raft moved quickly along the bowl wall in the behemoth bowl, as if it was a planet doing centrifugal motion. They will all be thrown out. Qin immediately shrunk her head into Yi Cheng's arms, not daring to look outside. But Lin Yuan screamed. The excitement brought by this free spin is too strong. Finally, the raft entered the long slide through the exit from the giant beast bowl. As the water flowed, it seemed to be a part of the water and flowed down the track rapidly. Boom! With a roar, the raft quickly rushed from the slide into the pool. The whole family of 3 was submerged in water. Fortunately, the raft didn't fall over. Dad, I don't want to play anymore. Qin shrank in Yi Cheng's arms like a quail, whizzing and shaking. And Lin Yuan on the opposite side was not much better. Yi Cheng sighed in his heart. It seems that many of the next projects are not playable. After all, the giant beast bowl slide is not particularly exciting. The giant flood gorge behind, the rapid drifting area of the lazy river, the vertical limit, the centrifugal slide, etc., are all very exciting. Okay, let's go directly to wonderful parent-child city. Yi Cheng nodded and said. Soon, the 3 got off the raft. It wasn't until after 3 o'clock in the afternoon that Yi Cheng came out with his wife and children, and he ate inside at noon. Although I didn't play those thrilling projects, Qin still had a great time. Yi Cheng looked at his phone, and there were several missed calls, one of which was from Li Runbo. So he called back. Boss, I got in touch with that Hanfu Shishir. She didn't want to sign the contract, saying that playing Hanfu was just a hobby. Li Runbo said. Didn't she ask for anything? Yi Cheng was very curious. Although the other party in the previous life did not sign a contract with the guild, they still sold goods on live broadcast, which meant that the other party still had the idea of making money. No. Li Runbo said. Give me her contact number and I'll contact her in person. Yi Cheng thought for a while and said. On platforms such as Douyin, there are still some anchors who play Hanfu, but there are not many people who match the temperament of Hanfu like Shishir. Although he could completely cultivate a new one, Yi Cheng was not sure whether it would be popular. And the fact that this Hanfu Shishir can be popular in her previous life shows that she has a quality that ordinary people do not have, and this is what Yi Cheng needs. Because of this, the anchors Yi Cheng cultivated are often those who have been hit by fires in previous lives. Any anchor can become popular, except for a few coincidences, and more have unique characteristics, which are gradually discovered on platforms such as Douyin. Otherwise, relying on operations is likely to be just a flash in the pan. Soon, Li Runbo sent the information of Hanfu Shishir. In addition to the contact number, there are other details. With the energy of the Shanghai Guild, it is not particularly difficult to grasp the identity information of a host. Yi Cheng took a look at it, and combined with his memory, he suddenly knew something. Hanfu Shishir's name is Heinxia, and he is still a graduate student majoring in Chinese at Nanjing Normal University. Yi Cheng didn't call for a while. Outside after all. Moreover, the timing of the call should be grasped. He plans to talk tomorrow. The next day, after breakfast, Yi Cheng drove to the company alone. As for the wife, she takes the children to a parent-child class. Although it was the weekend, the company was still very busy. It is very normal for Shanghai Guild to work overtime, because on weekends, it is the peak live broadcast period. Yi Cheng chatted with Li Ran for a while in the office. After Li Runbo left, Yi Cheng made a call from his mobile phone. It was Hanfu Shishir's call to welcome Xia. After more than 10 seconds of ringing, someone finally answered, a girl with a very soft voice. Hello, who are you? There was a little doubt in his voice. It's Miss Shishir he and Hanfu on Douyin. I'm Yi Cheng, the boss of Shanghai Guild. Do you have time to talk to you? Yi Cheng asked. On the other side, Heinxia was taking pictures of Hanfu with a few girlfriends. They are all fans of Hanfu. Xiao Xia, I'm about to shoot. A girl in Hanfu shouted. Wait a minute, I'll answer the phone. Heinxia covered her phone and said to her girlfriends. Then she said to the phone, yes, what's the matter? She hasn't played Douyin for a long time, and she doesn't know much about guilds and the like. But she was a little curious why people have been looking for her these days, saying that they want to sign a contract to become a professional anchor or something. But she had no such idea at all. After all, she is still in graduate school. I usually take pictures of Han costumes and post them on Tieba or Douyin, just for fun.
Like a few of her best friends, they all play like this.
Miss He, someone in our guild contacted you before, hoping that you can join the guild, get promotion and operation, and become a professional anchor, but you refused. Can I know why?
Yi Cheng's voice came from the phone.
I'll call you President Yi. It's like this.
I'm just interested in shooting hanfu, and I'm still in graduate school, so it's impossible to be a professional anchor. Hingsha said, by the way, I still have things to do here, I'll hang up first. Miss He, let's do this, I'll call you when you have time, or I can come to you in person.
Yi Chang said.
In the evening, in fact, we don't need to talk anymore.
Hingsha had a headache and said immediately.
Okay, then at night, if I can't convince Miss He, I will definitely not bother you in the future.
Yi Chang laughed. All right.
Hingsha said. After hanging up the phone, she smiled bitterly, knowing that she would not post short videos on Douyin. She put her phone in her bag and walked to a few girlfriends.
Xiao Xia, what's the phone number?
A girlfriend said. It's the Shanghai Guild that made me a contract anchor. Hingsha said. Xiao Xia, in fact, being an anchor seems to be pretty good. I heard that some anchors and internet celebrities are very profitable, someone said.
I just want to be free to pat hanfu.
Hingsha said. In the office, Yi Cheng hung up the phone and shook his head.
This girl is more difficult to handle than expected. Night.
Yi Cheng was in the study and called Hingsha again.
Soon, Hingsha's nice voice came from the phone. Miss He, can I ask you why you like hanfu?
Yi Cheng asked. I feel that hanfu is a symbol of national costumes. In foreign countries, there are costumes with specific meanings, such as the kimono of Fusang.
As an ancient cultural country with thousands of years of history, we should not let traditional costumes like hanfu be buried here. Many people know and like her.
Hingsha seems to be particularly interested when it comes to hanfu.
I can see that, Miss He, you really like hanfu and love hanfu, but don't you think that shooting hanfu videos through Douyin can better promote hanfu and let more people realize the beauty of hanfu's ancient style?
Yi Cheng said maybe you just want to shoot for fun, but why don't you want to go further if more people like and wear hanfu because of the hanfu you shoot?
Is this possible?
Hingsha was slightly taken aback.
Of course it is feasible.
You know why our Shanghai Guild is looking for you to cooperate. In fact, it is to promote hanfu specifically. In our plan, we will use Douyin to let hundreds of millions of users see hanfu, recognize it, and like it. Even if there are only 1% of the people, there are millions. And all of this requires someone with an image who can show the beauty of hanfu. And Miss He, your temperament matches hanfu very well.
Yi Chang said. However, I usually have to go to class, so I don't have much time at all.
Hingsha said hesitantly. Miss He, there are several types of contracts in our guild.
I can prepare a special contract for you. You can arrange the time freely.
You only need to upload the hanfu video on time.
And we will also carry out operation and promotion.
You don't need to waste too much time. Yi Cheng heard Hingsha's intentions, and immediately said more vigorously.
I have to think about it.
Hingsha didn't make up his mind.
She even wanted to find someone to discuss it with. She doesn't want to be deceived and help people with money.
Well, I'll add your prestige, and I'll send you a contract that I've drawn up later.
You can take a look at it yourself. If you're worried, you can ask a professional to take a look. Yi Cheng said. That's fine.
Hingsha said. After hanging up, Yi Cheng called Li Runbo and asked him to send contract 3 over there. In response to Hingsha, Yi Cheng and Li Runbo drew up 3 contracts according to Yi Cheng's request, which were mainly used according to different situations. It didn't take long for Li Runbo's contract to be sent.
Yi Cheng added Hingsha's prestige first. Power signal is Xia Yu Bingrun.
After passing, Yi Cheng sent the contract over. Of course, this contract does not have the word Shanghai Guild and Chen Yuan Company, Limited.
If this kind of contract is spread out, it will be a big problem.
On the other side, Hingsha opened the contract and read it in detail. When she saw that the support fund was guaranteed at 10,000 a month, and as the number of fans increased, the support fund would be adjusted accordingly, and she was immediately surprised. Although her family is not bad, her father is a department-level cadre, and her mother is a university professor, but the monthly subsidy of 10,000 yuan is definitely not low. There are also advertising commissions, live broadcast sales commissions and so on. In addition, there is no limit to the live broadcast time, etc.
This contract level is basically comparable to the A level.
It can be seen that Yi Cheng made a lot of money in order to sign Hingsha. Of course, Yi Cheng also placed hope on this Hingsha. However, Hingsha was still a bit unable to win, so he found a few girlfriends in the prestige group and chatted about the contract.
Xiaoxia, why don't you agree to such good conditions?
Yeah, when you increase your fans, the support fee will be higher, and there will be commissions for advertisements and live broadcast sales. By the way, I finally know about this Shanghai Guild, which is the one that started Douyin's first live broadcast sale. Goods activities, what a powerful guild. I heard that Crazy Lazy belongs to this Shanghai Guild. Xiao Xia, if you become the guild's contract anchor, can you ask for Xiao Lizi's autograph in the future? I'm his fan. Seeing what several girlfriends said, Yingxia finally made a decision. However, she was still not at ease, and contacted her cousin again, who studied law and worked as a lawyer in a law firm. After her cousin read it, she replied the contract is very good, there are no traps, but you must be careful, because there may be some supplementary agreements or the like. Well, if you really want to sign, I will accompany you. Cousin, thank you then. Yingxia replied. Now that the decision has been made, she credits Yi Chang. Yi Chang had just finished taking a shower when he saw the phone vibrate. He picked it up and saw that it was a message from Yingxia. She agreed. After Yingxia agreed to sign the contract, Yi Chang asked Li Runbo to send someone over to sign the contract with Yingxia. After the signing of the contract was completed, under the arrangement of Yi Chang, the guild began to promote and operate Yingxia. Yingxia's ability to play fans in Hanfu was very strong. In less than half a month, the number of fans has exceeded 2 million, making Douyin full of beautiful short videos about Yingxia wearing Hanfu. On the other hand, Yi Chang went back to Shashi to discuss with Lin Yuan's uncle Lin Lang, and persuaded him to transform and expand the factory to specialize in Hanfu. Yi Chang can not only get a share of Hanfu by selling goods through live broadcast, but it is best to set up a Hanfu manufacturing factory and establish a strong enough Hanfu brand. Lin Lang was persuaded by Yi Chang. In the end, the two reached an agreement. Yi Chang invested 30 million in Uncle Lang's factory, occupying 60 of the shares, specializing in Hanfu. Of course, the factory is still managed by Lin Lang. To this end, Yi Chang specially hired several Hanfu design experts with high salaries to design Hanfu for the factory. And just like that, it's early July. The weather is getting hot. Elementary and middle schools are also on vacation. Yi Chang and his wife are also going to take Qin Qin to Juzhegu, Sichuan province. Qin Qin was very happy. She got up early in the morning and put on her school bag, which contained her favorite picture books and snacks. At this moment, the phone rang. It was a call from the driver. Yi Chang hurriedly greeted his wife and daughter and started to go out. Half an hour later, the three of Yi Chang dragged their luggage and entered the airport station. When traveling abroad, you must not drive. Otherwise you will be exhausted. So how to enjoy the freedom and pleasure of traveling? 3 hours later, the plane landed at Rongqing Sanlu Airport. Yi Chang and the others did not go directly to Juzhegu, but planned to spend a day or two in Rongqing. Not in a hurry anyway. This time is purely for travel and relaxation. Where there is fun and delicious food, go wherever. Tried all kinds of food. In this way, on the third day, a family of 3 took the high-speed train from Rongqing to Juzhegu. This high-speed rail was opened in March in the first half of the year. Originally, there was only a bus ride, which took 7 or 8 hours, and it was exhausting to sit. It only takes 2 hours now. On the high-speed rail, you can see the beautiful scenery outside along the way. This is what Pengcheng cannot see. You can't even see it by plane. The second-class seat for 3 people, as for the first-class seat and the business seat, because there are no tickets. Qin Qin kept looking outside, pointing and asking non-stop. Sitting across from Yi Chang is a father, son, and a middle-aged woman. The old father looked in his 50s or 60s. He seemed to be in poor spirits. He kept his eyes closed. At a glance, he knew that he must be sick. The man next to him was wearing a vest, showing dark and strong muscles, and the whole person looked cold and rigid. Cough, cough. The old man couldn't help coughing. The man quickly patted the old man on the back. The middle-aged woman next to her frowned, her face full of disgust. After several repetitions, the middle-aged woman couldn't help shouting, "Why do you keep coughing? There's no tuberculosis, right?" "My dad doesn't have tuberculosis," said the tough man. "Then you can't cough like that. Can you still let people ride in the car?" The middle-aged woman was very dissatisfied. "People don't want to cough on purpose, so I can't be considerate. It's not easy for anyone to go out." Yi Chang couldn't help but said. The old man was obviously very ill. The middle-aged woman wanted to have a seizure, but seeing that Yi Chang was full of aura, she knew at first glance that she was not an ordinary person, and suddenly became a little timid. She muttered a few words, then said nothing. "Grandpa, give you candy." Qin Qin suddenly took out a piece of candy and handed it to the old man opposite. Seeing this, the old man said weakly, "Thank you, little boy, Grandpa can't eat candy." "Why?" Qin Qin was a little puzzled. "Grandpa is sick."
The old man said something and coughed again. What's your father's illness? Are you going to see a doctor? Yi Chang asked. The resolute man was silent for a while, and then said in a low voice, it's late-stage lung cancer. We just came out of Rongqing Cancer Hospital. Yi Chang suddenly realized that this old man might not live long. He had a heart of compassion and knew the pain of lung cancer. Because more than 10 years ago, my grandmother also died of lung cancer. Next, Yi Chang chatted with the man. This man's name is Fei Zhang. He is from Baiyin in Gansu province, and he is a veteran. Because the doctor said that the old man's condition was in the advanced stage and could not live for 3 months, and because of the previous treatment, he spent all his savings and borrowed foreign debts, and he had no money to treat the disease, so he had to give up the treatment and brought him with him who had never traveled. The old man went to Juzhaegu for a visit, which was a pity for the old man. More than an hour later, a high-speed rail stopped at Juzhaegu station. Yi Chang and the three hurried down. Unexpectedly, the father and son who were sitting opposite also got up. They also got off at Juzhaegu station. After getting off the high-speed train, Yi Chang looked at the old man who was being supported by the resolute man, and asked, Brother Fei, your father is so ill. Why don't you find a place to live first and wait for his health to recover? Me. A look of embarrassment appeared on Fei's face. Because he has no money on him. The rest of the money is only enough for the fare and food expenses to go back to his hometown. He only intends to play with his father for 1 day, and he will go back by bus early tomorrow morning. Well, I'll find a place for you. Yi Chang was well informed, and immediately saw the reason why Fei Zhang was embarrassed, and immediately said, when they meet by chance, he can only help a little. Without waiting for Fei Wei to refuse, Yi Chang took out his mobile phone and booked another double room in Juzhaegu. Before Yi Chang came, he had already booked a suite in a resort hotel and just checked in. After the reservation was made, Yi Chang called 2 taxis, and after a few people got in the car, they went to the reserved resort hotel. After arriving at the hotel, Fei Wei scratched his head and said, Yi, brother Yi, I will pay you back the rent. Okay, let the old man go in and rest. Yi Chang patted his shoulder and said. After Fei Zhang and his son entered the room, Yi Chang also brought his wife and daughter to the door of the suite on the other side. Open the door and enter. Inside is well laid out. Moreover, the air conditioner has been turned on in advance, and the temperature in the entire suite is very suitable. It is indeed a luxury suite that costs 8,000 yuan a night. Although it was expensive, it was nothing to the current Yi Chang. Qin immediately took off her sandals, jumped onto the sofa, and jumped up and down. I'm going to take a shower. Lin Yuan said. She is very clean. The temperature is very high today, so I sweat and feel very uncomfortable. Okay, after a short rest, let's go have Chinese food. Yi Chang nodded and said. After Lin Yuan finished taking a shower, Yi Chang also went to take a shower, and his whole body became more comfortable. They will spend the next few days in Juzhaegu. At 12 o'clock noon, the three Yi Chang went out. But he remembered whether Fei Wei and his son should have gone, so he knocked on the door. Not long after, Fei Zhang opened the door. Brother Yi. Fei Zhang hurriedly greeted him. How is the old man? Yi Chang asked. My dad was already in bed, he said better. Fei Yu said. It's noon, let's have dinner together. Yi Chang said. Brother Yi, thank you, but no, I still have to accompany my dad. Fei Zhang shook his head and said. That's fine. I'll order a meal for you and bring it to you. Don't be polite. When you're out of the house, when you don't have a problem, it's just a matter of your hand. Yi Chang said. Brother Yi, thank you so much. Fei Yu said in a hoarse voice. He really didn't expect to meet a kind-hearted person like Brother Yi. Juzhaegu is known as a fairyland on Earth. It consists of green seas, stacked waterfalls, colorful forests, smoke clouds, snow peaks and strange and colorful minority ethnic customs to form a fairyland with unique natural charm. The landscape of Shigo is mainly distributed in 3 main ditches: Shuzhang Valley, Rise Valley, and Zekoa Valley. There are the widest, tallest, most majestic and most beautiful waterfalls in the scenic area: Pearl Beach Waterfall, Nuaralang Waterfall, Panda Sea Waterfall, Shuzhang Waterfall, 108 alpine lakes and dozens of flowing springs and waterfalls, etc. Landscape. The most beautiful and peculiar is the water in Juzhaegu, which is crystal clear and endless. It presents colorful colors under the refraction and reflection of sunlight, allowing you to appreciate the artistic conception of returning from Huangshan without looking at the mountains, returning from Juzhaegu without looking at the water. Before coming to Juzhaegu, Yi Chang and Lin Yuan had already thoroughly researched the travel strategy. After lunch, the three of them put on sun hats and started to play. At the beginning of walking, the landscape on both sides is very beautiful. Walking in it is refreshing. Moreover, the temperature here is much lower than the outside. It is indeed a holy place for summer.
For 2 days in a row, the family of 3 went touring the mountains and waters, as if they had forgotten the mundane world. On the 3rd day, Mr. Fei was in better physical condition, and with Fei Wei's support, he began to play Juzhegu.
In a blink of an eye, it was July 10th. It was also the 5th day for Yi Chang's family to visit Juzhegu.
According to Yi Chang and his wife's plan, they planned to go to Mount Amei for 2 more days, and then go to the mountain city.
Finally, fly back to Pengcheng.
On this day, the group came to Jianyan Xianquan. It is located between the Sea of Grass and the Virgin Forest, and the terrain is quite dangerous.
This is the furthest I've reached in a few days of play.
Fei Zhang and his son also followed. In addition to the places that the bus can reach only on flat ground, the old man can walk for a while with support. Other places are basically carried by Fei Wei on his back. It was impossible to see that Fei Wei, who was only about 1.7 meters tall, was surprisingly physically strong. When it was noon, Yi Chang and Lin Yuan found a shady place, laid a mat, took out the prepared food and fruit, and prepared to have lunch here. In addition to Yi Chang and his party, other tourists also did the same.
And just like that, it was past 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
The sun disappeared, and every day was covered with a layer of dark clouds.
Got windy. It looks like it's going to rain.
Yi Chang and his party hurriedly packed up and prepared to return. But I didn't expect the weather to change so fast. Just after walking for a few minutes, the bean-sized raindrops fell.
The wind is also blowing faster. Several people hurriedly took shelter from the rain. Why is the weather so inaccurate? Doesn't it mean it's sunny today? Yi Chang hugged Qin and huddled with Lin Yuan under a protruding rock. Although it couldn't completely block the rain, at least it wouldn't rain directly.
Although I brought a sun umbrella, I couldn't open it in such a strong wind. Next to him, Fei Wei also blocked the old man inside. Even so, the wind and rain were rushing, and everyone was quickly soaked. The altitude here is not low, and the weather is fickle. I'm afraid it will cool down soon. We have to find a safe place to hide from the rain, Fei Zhang said loudly.
He retired as a Special Forces soldier and has very rich experience in field survival.
He knows that the rainstorm is so heavy right now, and he doesn't know when it will stop.
The most important thing is that the altitude here is more than 3,000.
Once the heavy rain falls, I am afraid it will cool down. Fortunately, when a few people came, according to Fei Wei's suggestion, although he didn't bring a jacket or the like, he packed a few cotton bath towels and thermal blankets in his backpack.
Brother Yi, help my dad. I'll go out and find a place to hide from the rain. Fei Wei took a look at the amount of rain and the surrounding environment. It would definitely not work like this, and said immediately, "It is good."
Yi Chang nodded, and immediately asked his wife to protect Qin, while he supported the old man. The old man was soaked all over, and was shivering with the wind blowing. Yi Chang tried his best to block the wind and rain with his body, but he also knows that this is not very useful.
The first thing to do now is to find shelter from the wind and rain.
This time it was a miscalculation. If I had known and left a day earlier, I would not have encountered this extreme situation.
Hopefully the rainstorm doesn't last too long. Fei Yu had already faced the wind and the rain, rushed out, and soon disappeared into the wind and rain.
After more than 10 minutes passed, Fei Zhen reappeared, wiped the water on his face, and said loudly, "Brother Yi, I found a place to shelter from the wind and rain 300 meters ahead, but it's not very easy to walk. The terrain is a bit dangerous, but now the rainfall is too heavy and violent. I'm afraid it won't stop in a short time.
Now the ground is full of rainwater, like a flood. Come on, let's go," Yi Chang said quickly. He knew it was too late.
Immediately, he picked up his daughter Qin,
and Lin Yuan hurriedly followed behind.
Fei Wei directly carried the old man on his back, even faster than Yi Chang. It is very difficult to walk in a heavy storm, because the ground is full of water. However, after walking this short distance, the terrain ahead became higher. Fortunately, a few people went through this part of the journey smoothly.
After staggering and walking for more than 10 minutes, I finally arrived at the place.
This is a leeward place, which is sunken inward, forming a good place to shelter from the wind and rain.
Moreover, the front drop is large, so that the water flow does not accumulate.
After Yi Chang put down the piano, he quickly took out the bath towel from the waterproof backpack and wiped it for his wife and daughter. And Fei Wei also brought it with him, and directly hugged the old man with the bath towel, wrapping a thermal blanket on the outside. Then he took out some medicine from the bag and handed it to Yi Chang. "Brother Yi, this is medicine to prevent colds, otherwise it will take a long time and it will be easy to catch a cold." Yi Chang sighed. Fei Yu was really thoughtful. So he took the medicine and swallowed it for his wife and daughter. He ate some himself, and then the three of them huddled together,
wrapped in a bath towel and wrapped in a thermal blanket. Although the clothes were soaking wet, there was nothing to do for the time being. After waiting for another 2 hours, the rainfall did not decrease, and the sky and the earth were hazy. Since the mobile phone was placed in the waterproof backpack for the first time, it did not get wet, but when making a call, the signal was very weak and could not be dialed out at all. Faced with this situation, Yi Chang has a heavy heart. Brother Fei, if it goes on like this, I'm afraid it will be dark soon, so I can't spend the night in the mountains. Yi Chang asked. He could see that this Fei Wei should have sufficient ability to survive in the wild. Therefore, in this case, Fei Jin must be asked for his opinion. Brother Yi, the terrain is very dangerous along the way. I estimate that there are at least 2 places where the water flow is very fast. It is too risky to walk over there hastily. The best way is to wait for the rain to stop and the water to flow. Only when you are small can you act, otherwise you will be trapped outside and the danger will be even greater. Fei Jin shook his head and said. Yi Chang nodded, looking at the violent storm outside with anxiety. When he came over, he really didn't pay much attention to the surrounding environment and geographical location. Dad, I'm cold. Shin's teeth were bumped, and his face was a little pale. Brother Yi, children's bodies are much worse than our adults, and the temperature regulation is a little worse. It's better to take off the wet clothes and cover them with an extra bath towel, Fei Yu said. Then he handed over the thermal blanket he was wearing. Then what if you only have one thermal blanket? Yi Chang was slightly taken aback and said. It is said to be a thermal blanket, but it is actually very thin. Now that the temperature has dropped very quickly, if it was him, a thermal blanket would definitely not be able to hold it up. Brother Yi, don't worry, I'm in good health. Not to mention the weather, I've survived even in a worse environment. Fei Wei smiled casually. Yi Chang could only nod his head, because his daughter really couldn't hold it anymore. So he asked his wife to take off the wet clothes on Shin's body, and then use 2 cotton bath towels to cover it with a thermal blanket. Shin, is it still cold? Yi Chang asked. Dad, it's not cold anymore, it's so warm. Shin said happily. Seeing this, Yi Chang immediately breathed a sigh of relief. If Shin was frozen, he would definitely regret it. Unexpectedly, a relaxed and comfortable trip turned into an adventure. Fortunately, I met Fei Wei and prepared a bath towel and thermal blanket, otherwise it would be really dangerous this time. It was getting dark. The rainfall decreased a little, but it didn't stop. Several people huddled together to ensure that they were eating the leftover food at noon. Fortunately, I brought enough food and didn't throw it away. And so, until late at night. It was still raining outside. The wind stopped. Shin had already fallen asleep in Yi Chang's arms. Yi Chang touched her forehead and didn't have a fever. It seems that the cold prevention medicine I took before has played a role, otherwise, with my daughter's body, it is impossible to say that I will have a cold and fever. Wife, are you cold? Yi Chang asked softly. I'm fine, I can hold on. Lin Yuan shook her head. Being too tired, Yi Chang also fell asleep in a daze. I don't know how long it has passed, and he vaguely heard something moving around him. He opened his eyes and looked, but faintly saw Fei Wei standing on the cave wall and groping for something. Brother Fei, what are you doing? Yi Chang turned on the light on his phone and asked curiously. Brother Yi, it's been raining a lot, I'm afraid there are more than 100 milliliters, so I was checking the condition of the cave wall, and I felt a little water seepage. Fei Yu said in a solemn tone. What will happen to the seepage? Yi Chang asked in a deep voice. If it is serious, there will be a danger of collapse. Although we are in this position, there will be no water accumulation, but the height is still not high enough, and the water from the mountains on both sides flows over, making the water flow above it very fast, and the seepage will intensify. Hey, I didn't expect this rain to be so violent, so much. Fei Yu said. Then what? Yi Chang didn't know anything about these aspects, so he could only listen to Fei Wei's opinion. There is still more than an hour before dawn. If the rain continues to fall, the risk will increase. Once it collapses, we have to be directly buried alive. Fei Wei said calmly, so we have to transfer in advance, just in case. Yi Chang didn't dare to be careless. He immediately agreed with Fei Wei's approach. Yi Chang quickly woke up Lin Yuan. Husband, what's the matter? Lin Yuan was very confused. Wife, we have to move the place. Water seeps through the walls of the cave, and there is a danger of collapse. Yi Chang said. Lin Yuan woke up suddenly, without the slightest sleepiness. Yi Chang asked Lin Yuan to open the umbrella. Now that there is no wind, if it rains, you can open an umbrella. Fei Wei also carried the old man on his back, wrapped him in a thermal blanket, and walked out.
While Lin Yuan held an umbrella and lit the light with her mobile phone, she had to follow Yi Chang step by step. The mountain road is rough and difficult to walk.
Several times, Lin Yuan almost fell.
Just after walking to the main road, wading in the water and walking towards the front, suddenly I heard a roaring and dull sound coming from the rear. Yi Chang looked back, and by the bright sky, he saw that the mountain wall where they were originally collapsed in a large piece, mixed with bushes and flowing cement and rolling down. "Brother Yi, run forward," Fei Wei shouted loudly, carrying the old man on his back. Yi Chang's face turned pale. It was too late to rejoice that he left the terrifying and dangerous land ahead of time, and immediately ran frantically towards the front with Qin on his back.
And Lin Yuan even lost her umbrella.
She held the piano with her hands behind her to help her husband reduce the weight on his back. Since the rainfall has decreased, the water flow in the lower part of the front has become less, and in addition to the critical juncture, the potential has exploded, so a few people directly wade through the water. When a few people walked to a high place, a mudslide mixed with trees rolled past not far away, making a terrifying roar. Lin Yuan snuggled up beside Yi Chen. Her face was so pale that she looked at the terrible scene in front of her.
Their family was so close to death. System, I have to activate the system.
Yi Chang became extremely determined in his heart. Although I don't know what type of system his system is, it must be beyond the imagination of ordinary people, whether it is black technology or supernatural. It will enable him to have enough ability to avoid danger in the future.
This time, I was lucky and met Fei Wei. There will be no such luck next time.
After all, no one knows when a natural disaster will happen. Several people took shelter in a safe place for more than an hour. The rain finally stopped,
and the sky completely lit up.
Several people were soaked all over, and they were even covered in mud and dirty. But no one cares so much.
It's luck to survive.
A few people walked forward for a while, but the way was cut off because of a landslide. Yi Chang took out his mobile phone from his backpack again, and a signal appeared on it. As for his wife Lin Yuan's mobile phone, when she was illuminating the road before, she fell and didn't know where it went. Yi Chang hurriedly called for help. After waiting for the answer, Yi Chang finally breathed a sigh of relief, told the current situation and location, and waited for rescue on the spot. More than 2 hours later, a rescue helicopter finally flew over. When he got into the helicopter, Yi Chang could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. He knew that it should be considered safe.
"How is the old man?"
Yi Chang looked at the old man Fei who had fallen into a coma and asked.
"Have no idea for now."
Fei Zhen shook his head, but his heart was extremely sad.
"With my father's physical condition, after such a toss,
I'm afraid the situation will be very bad. Since the helicopter is not big, although there is a medical staff on it, they can only perform simple wound dressings, and nothing else can be done." Just like that, after the helicopter flew to the landing point, medical staff immediately asked Yi Chang about the physical condition of several people. The old man Fei was carried away on a stretcher immediately, and Fei Zhan hurriedly followed. Yi Chang and the three of them just got caught in the rain, so they didn't know much about it. They quickly returned to the hotel, took a hot bath, and took medicine to prevent colds. Husband
Lin Yuan hugged Yi Chang tightly.
"Wife, it's all right,"
Yi Chang reassured lightly.
Not to mention his wife, even he was the first to encounter such a danger. The daughter was also quite frightened, and has now fallen asleep. At this moment, Yi Chang's cell phone rang, and it was Fei Zheng who called.
"Brother Yi, my dad is dying.
I plan to send him back directly and let him return to his hometown,"
Fei Yu said.
"Okay, then I'll arrange a car for you,"
Yi Chang said quickly. "Brother Yi, thank you."
Fei Zhang was a little embarrassed. "Brother Fei, if it wasn't for you this time, our family of 3 might not be able to come back alive,"
Yi Chang said.
Then he rushed to the hospital and started arranging a car for Fei Wei. Due to the long distance and the need to arrange for medical staff to escort all the way, the price is not cheap. Yi Chang spent more than 10,000 yuan. But to Yi Chang, it was nothing at all. "Brother Fei, take this money, don't shirk anything, just treat it as my heart." Yi Chang took out a cardboard box, which contained tens of thousands of dollars, which he temporarily took out at the bank branch. He was worried that if he transferred the money to Fei Wei, he would not receive it.
"Brother Yi,
Fei Wei was very embarrassed.
Because of the room fee, the car fee, and the money here, I'm afraid there will be 50,000 to 60,000 yuan.
Okay, that's it. If you have anything in the future, call me. If you are looking for a job, you can come to me directly, and I will arrange it for you." Yi Chang put the money in his hand and patted his shoulder. Fei Wei saved his family's life, and Yi Chang naturally had to thank him. Fei Wei could only accept it, then nodded and got into the car. As the car drove away, Yi Chang retracted his gaze and returned to the hotel. Husband, Xin seems to have a fever.
Lin Yuan said quickly when Yi Chang came back.
Ah, then hurry to the hospital.
Yi Chang said quickly.
Although Xin has not had a fever for more than a year, even if it is a cold, just take some medicine. But as long as you have a fever, it is a high fever, and it is difficult to get rid of it, and you often have to go to the hospital for hospitalization. So, Yi Chang and Lin Yuan sent Xin to the pediatrics department of the hospital.
Sure enough, she had a high fever and a little lung infection, so they went through the hospitalization procedures directly.
During the few days of taking care of Xin, Yi Chang also got the serious consequences of extreme weather such as heavy rain and cooling in Juzhaegu.
5 tourists are missing and their whereabouts are unknown.
8 people died due to loss of body temperature due to cooling down, and more than 20 people were injured.
Yi Chang was a little surprised. He didn't expect the situation to be so serious this time.
In this way, Yi Chang stayed in the hospital for another 3 days. Xin finally got better and was discharged. During this period, Li Runbo called and was terrified to know the situation on Yi Chang's side. Yi Chang didn't tell his family about the danger he encountered this time, lest they worry. The next day, the 3 of Yi Chang took the high-speed train back to Rongqing, and then took the same day's flight back to Pengcheng. As for the original game plan, it was naturally abandoned. After going through this danger, the 3 of them are all physically and mentally tired. How can they still have the mood to play? After returning home, Yi Chang felt his whole body relaxed. And Xin seemed to have forgotten what happened before, cheered, and started playing with toys. Yi Chang breathed a sigh of relief. He was also worried that he would leave a shadow on his daughter.
Friday, July 27th. It was also the second day Yi Chang returned to Pengcheng from Juzhaegu. In the office, Yi Chang told Li Runbo what happened in Juzhaegu some time ago.
It has been reported in the news media for a long time, and the news is all on Douyin. The extreme natural disaster in Jiogo village is the largest casualty incident in tourist attractions in recent years.
Boss, after what you said, I won't dare to travel in the future, Li Runbo said. Anyway, pay attention.
Even if you go out for a trip, you must be well prepared.
Yi Chang laughed. Compared to the victims, their family was very lucky.
By the way, boss, Mr. Zhang breathed with me and said that he was going to upgrade our Shanghai guild.
Li Runbo remembered something and said immediately, is it finally possible to upgrade? Yi Chang smiled.
Once the guild is upgraded, all kinds of resources will be greatly improved. Why those big guilds are easier to cultivate top anchors? Because they have more and better recommendation resources. This time, Shanghai Guild has entered the ranks of S-level guilds, and its anchors will usher in another wave of rapid development. After Li Runbo went out, Yi Chang received a call from Director Wu Jin. It turns out that the Dragon Group has already set a release date. No accident, it's still a National Day file. Yi Chang also watched the last preview, and it felt better than in the previous life. Obviously, the funds were more abundant, so the effect of the film was better and more fulfilling. Therefore, Yi Chang thinks the box office may be higher this time. By the way, Mr. Yi, I have a friend who is going to make a movie and is looking for someone to invest in.
Are you interested? Wu Jin said again. Oh, what movie is that? Yi Chang asked curiously.
It's called Black Box, it's a plane crash movie.
Wu Jin said.
Yi Chang frowned slightly, as if he had heard of this movie, but the box office was very bleak. On the contrary, it was another Captain Xiagua shot based on the dangers of Chuan Hang, but it broke the box office. According to the time calculation, this film has not yet been approved, because the incident is still under investigation, and the result will not be obtained until September.
Yi Chang's heart moved. Could he seize the opportunity?
After all, at this time, Bernard Pictures should have no idea of shooting this subject. Even the entire film and television industry has no idea. It was not until the investigation was completed that it attracted the attention of the film and television industry, and finally Bernard Films completed the project first. According to Yi Chang's understanding, there were many companies interested in this project at that time, and Bernard Films took a lot of effort to win it.
Is there a chance to win this project if I make an early move?
But he also knew that it wasn't that simple. After all, if you want to set up a project, the rules and regulations are very complicated. Although you have money, you don't have enough connections, especially in the film and television industry. However, if you win this project, as long as the filming is not too bad, there is no problem in earning 3 or 5 billion.
Director Wu, who is the director of this film? Yi Chang asked. It's Li Yenshan. He has made many movies and is very good at realism, Wu Jin said. In fact, he invested in Li Yenshan just for the sake of return.
When he was shooting the Dragon Group, he was also favored by the other party. Yi Cheng immediately knew, because this Li Yanshan was not well known, and he had made a lot of movies, but he was basically not popular. Therefore, to find this person to cooperate with Captain Xiagua, I am afraid it will be a big problem. It is best to be the director Liu Chang in the previous life. This person is very famous and is definitely a gold medal director of Hong Kong. It's just that after the decline of Shangjiang Film and Television, this person began to cooperate with mainland film companies, and Captain Xiagua is one of them. No matter what, we need to take down the project of Captain Xiagua first. Director Wu, I'm not particularly interested in this movie, but I have another very good subject matter. Are you interested? Yi Cheng laughed. If you want to hire director Liu Chang, it may not work. On the contrary, Wu Jin's words made it much easier because of friendship. At this moment, Wu Jin has released his talents. He believes that Captain Xiagua will definitely shine in Wu Jin's hands. Mr. Yi, do you want to pull me into a movie? Wu Jin could not laugh or cry. Still, he was very interested. Because after filming The Dragon Group, he is indeed in a free period now. Before The Dragon Group was released, his reputation was only average. But after The Dragon Group became popular, there were a lot of film and television companies that asked him to direct movies, especially after The Dragon Group 2 came out. It was even hotter. Yi Cheng was about to take a photo of Captain Xiagua before Wu Jin caught fire. What, can't you? Yi Cheng laughed. Mr. Yi, then what theme are you talking about? I don't know if I can control it. Wu Jin said. You should know about the Chuanhang accident that happened some time ago, right? Yi Cheng said. Mr. Yi, are you remaking this? Wu Jin was very surprised. I heard that in the industry, there are already companies eyeing this project. So soon? Yi Cheng was greatly surprised. It seems that the sensitivity of these film and television people is higher than he imagined. I also heard about it, but I don't know how. Wu Jin said. Director Wu, if you are asked to direct this, are you sure? Yi Cheng asked. Funding is not a problem, there is as much as you want. He always does things in pursuit of perfection. What's more, making this movie is definitely a bag of money. If you let me shoot, it's not a big problem. The main thing is whether the project can be grabbed. It is best to complete this step before other companies apply for the record. Wu Jin said. Director Wu, as you know, I'm a newcomer in the film and television industry. Is there any way you can handle it? Yi Cheng laughed. After all, Wu Jin has been in the film and television industry for so many years, and there must be a lot of connections. Then I'll try it. Wu Jin said, because he is not fully sure. If there is a top film and television company in the industry that wants to grab this project, it is really impossible to grab it. 2 days later, Yi Cheng received a call from Wu Jin. Mr. Yi, I found a big guy in the film and television industry. He is also very interested in the theme of Sichuanhang dangerous situation and intends to adapt it, but he needs other investors to take risks together. Wu Jin said on the phone. Oh, who is that? Yi Cheng asked curiously. Bernard Pictures chairman Yu Chun. Wu Jin said. Yi Cheng was immediately stunned. It was this person. It was this person who adapted Captain Xiagua in his previous life. The film business of Bernard Pictures is still quite strong. There are as many as hundreds of films, many of which are well-known ones, such as Vote for the Name, but the overall box office is not ideal. It was not until Captain Xiagua was filmed that Bernard Films added a heavyweight film. Yi Cheng agrees to meet Yu Chun. This person is very well connected, and it is very good to be able to cooperate, and the possibility of winning the project will be greatly increased. 3 days later, Yi Chun came to Kyoto again by plane. Wu Jin was also in Kyoto, mainly to prepare for the announcement of the Dragon Group. In a clubhouse, Yi Cheng met Yu Chun. This is a middle-aged man with a fat figure, who looks quite bold. This person is also a big shot in the Xiagua film and television circle. Mr. Yi, I heard that director Wu mentioned you for a long time. When I saw you today, you are indeed young and promising. Yu Chun reached out and shook hands with Yi Cheng. He could agree to meet Yi Cheng. Naturally, he had already investigated Yi Cheng. The Shanghai guild that Yi Cheng masters, as an S-rank guild, is not small, and its strength is quite strong. In particular, the live broadcast brought goods, which suddenly attracted the attention of a large amount of capital. After all, in just a few months, the scale of live broadcast delivery has been extremely amazing, making countless capitals want to get a piece of the pie. As the founder and leader of live streaming, Shanghai Guild naturally attracts attention. Although one is in the field of live broadcast and the other is in the field of film and television, the two industries are very different, and even in terms of force, the film and television industry is higher. But with the rise of platforms such as Douyin, film and television and the traditional sense has become insufficient, and Bernard Films has also started to prepare to develop a short video business. It doesn't matter what I do, Mr. Yu, you are a senior, a big shot in the film and television industry.
I have watched many movies made by your company since elementary school. Yi Cheng laughed.
Although the box office of the films shot by Bernard Films is not very good, this is only one of the businesses, and the theater, advertising, brokerage and other sectors have also grown rapidly. After being polite, the three sat together and chatted about the main thing. Mr. Yi, I discussed with Director Wu that the production cost of this drama is not low, at least $50 million. The risk is also very high, because there have been air crash films before, but the box office is very bleak.
Yu Chun said.
As far as I know, there are similar films abroad, and it seems that the box office is not bad.
Yi Cheng laughed. Yes. After all, the national conditions are different. However, I am really interested.
I heard that other companies are also discussing.
If you really want to win the project, you must prepare in advance. Yu Chun said.
Yudong, not much else to say, I will definitely give my full support.
Yi Cheng said. Okay, with your words, then I can rest assured. Yu Chun nodded.
Although he can pull in the investment, how can it compare to the cooperation that is sent to the door voluntarily? So, the three started to discuss. According to the investment cost of 400 million soft sister coins, the two companies will each contribute 150 million, and the remaining 100 million will be reserved for other investors.
This is also a hidden rule in the film and television industry.
In addition to the main vote, there will be a lot of follow-up votes, and they will try their best to get a piece of the pie, but there is no way to refuse.
Some related people must give some share.
If the investment is not enough, Yi Cheng and Yu Chun will make up for it.
As for Wu Jin, he only joined as a director.
Yi Cheng invested 150 million, and the tentative share was 36.5. Since it is a temporary negotiation, the specific details will be carried out after the project is established. Before that, the three still signed a cooperation agreement, which was to prevent one party from suddenly not casting or not directing after the project was approved. In the event of a breach of contract, liquidated damages must be paid. After all, this kind of big project with hundreds of millions of dollars must not be sloppy.
Of course, the premise is that the project can be won.
But Yi Cheng knew that with Yu Chun there, winning the project shouldn't be a big problem. After all, Yu Chun won this project in his previous life. After the talk, Yu Chun suddenly clapped his hands, and the door suddenly called, and came in three very clean Chun beautiful girls.
Mr. Yi, Director Wu, choose one, there will be a good show next. Do you want to watch it?
Yu Chun smiled. This is the first time Yi Cheng has encountered such a situation.
Could it be that this is the way to play in the so-called big circle? Mr. Yu, you know I can't do this, or else the family will have to fall out.
Wu Jin shook his head with a wry smile.
Just don't let your daughter-in-law know about it. A manly man, what a mother-in-law does, isn't making money just to enjoy life. What is life, isn't that all? Yu Chun smiled, then looked at Yi Cheng. Brother Yi, you should be more angry than Director Wu, right? Since Director Wu doesn't want it, just pick two and envy him to death. Mr. Yu, I'm not interested in the outside world.
Yi Cheng smiled indifferently. Mr. Yi, don't worry, they are all clean. All of them are college students from famous universities, and their quality is very high.
Yu Chun said immediately. It's not like this, it's mainly used by others, I'm not used to it. Yi Cheng shook his head. Ha, it seems that Mr. Yi is also a person with personality. Okay, I won't force it. Yu Chun laughed, then waved his hand. You all go out. After the three girls left, Yu Chun said, let's go to a good show. Yi Cheng and Wu Jin followed Yu Chun out of the room, entered an elevator, and kept going down. They actually entered the 5th underground floor.
After exiting the elevator, there was a long passage outside. When they reached the end, there were two a ruthless man in a suit is guarding.
Seeing Yi Cheng coming, he quickly opened the door.
Suddenly, there was a commotion inside.
Yi Cheng followed Yu Chun in and took a look.
It turned out to be a circular hall similar to an arena, surrounded by many seats, a table in the middle, and surrounded by iron nets. It was obviously not the first time for Yu Chun and Wu Jin to come here, so they found a place and sat down.
Mr. Yi, it should be the first time to come to this kind of place. Once you are familiar with it, you will like it here.
Yu Chun said with a smile. At this moment, there are more and more people in the rotunda. There are men and women, old and young, all dressed in extraordinary clothes. One can tell that they are not rich or powerful.
Yu Chun also greeted people from time to time.
It was only when Yi Cheng understood that this was a black boxing venue. Fighting black boxing, Yi Chang has only heard of it in film and television dramas or online novels, but in reality, he has never seen it. Now, the living black boxing field appeared in front of us. If it wasn't for Yu Chun to bring it in, Yi Chang wouldn't have a chance to come in. This gave Yi Chang an inexplicable sense of excitement. In the previous life, he was a very well-behaved person. He never violated the law. After all, he knew that he had no money, no power, no background. But now, he began to come into contact with the dark side of this society. This is the change in status brought about by wealth, and the level of circles that you are exposed to has also begun to change.
After 10 minutes, 2 fighters and a referee boarded the ring. The referee announced the historical records of the 2 fighters. "Brother Yi, do you want to place a bet?" Yu Chun smiled. "Can I place bets here?" Yi Chang was intrigued.
"Of course, you can place a bet by placing this QR code and registering an account,"
Yu Chun said. Soon, Yi Chang took out his mobile phone, scanned the QR code, and downloaded a small program.
After registering, Yi Chang saw the betting function.
Yi Chang randomly picked one of the ones that looked more pleasing to the eye and invested 100,000 yuan. 1.2. If you can win, you can get back 220,000. He just meant it.
After all, he is not familiar with boxing, and he can't judge who is stronger and who is weaker. As for the record, although it can be judged, it is not necessarily effective. Anyway, he was just playing, and the loss was only 100,000 yuan.
After another 10 minutes, the game finally started.
Yi Chang had seen the bloody cruelty of Black Fist. It was definitely the sound of fists hitting the flesh, blood splashing, and the dull sound of fists hitting the body.
It was hard to imagine how powerful it was.
About a minute later, one of the boxers kicked the other boxer sideways, kicked the other boxer, and when the body bent down, he backhanded an elbow and hit the fist directly on the forehead.
Boom!
Boxer slumped to the ground, his head hitting the tough floor hard.
Not moving at all.
The winning boxer did a backflip, looking extremely happy. The referee quickly checked the situation of the downed boxer, followed by several medical staff to check. After a while, a stretcher lifted boxer away. "The boxer is dead,"
Yu Chun said calmly. Yi Chang couldn't help taking a deep breath.
Although the boxer he bet on won this time, there was no joy in his heart at all. After all, the money he made was the price of others' lives.
He doesn't know why these 2 fighters participated in such a bloody and cruel black fist. "I'm not used to it, right? However, if you watch it a lot, you'll get used to it,"
Yu Chun said with a smile. After watching this black boxing match, the 3 of them left the boxing arena and had a meal. Yu Chun also called a few friends over, which was considered an acquaintance. In the afternoon, Yu Chun said that there will be a very private auction in the evening. Yi Chang was free anyway, so he was going to take a look. This kind of auction is similar to the private auction bureau. It is kept secret, it will only be circulated in small circles, and it is impossible to see it in the news media. In the evening, a group of people came to the auction site, which was similar to the regular auction venue, and many people had already gathered.
"Look, it seems to be Director Chun of Genie Group," a producer said.
"Really, I didn't expect Shindong to come to participate in this auction. I heard that Shindong is very interested in collecting, but I didn't expect it to be true."
"Would you like to go over and say hello?"
"That's the case."
Everyone was talking.
Even Yu Chun, a billionaire film and television tycoon, seems to have a high regard for Shindong. Yi Chang also saw the Shindong sitting in the front row.
"Isn't that the old Chun who photographed the quilt last time?" About Genie Group, Yi Chang naturally knows it.
It is a large group with a market value of nearly 300 billion, and Lao Chen is worth tens of billions. In comparison, Yu Chun was one grade behind. In the business world, if one level is lower, then the energy of the status, and connections will be much worse. 10 minutes later, the auction officially started. Yi Chang has seen the astonishing level of this kind of private auction, and any one item is millions or tens of millions. As if it doesn't want money.
Yu Chun did not make a move. Yi Chang just watched too, because he is not interested in collecting.
Finally, an ancient painting came on stage, causing a shock in the audience. This is a picture of the countryside, painted by Zhang Xian, a famous master of the Northern Song dynasty, and it is the only handed-down work. The real one-off copy was once owned by the last emperor, but his whereabouts are unknown.
It was not reborn until some time ago.
The auction was conducted, and after the appraisal of several senior experts, the painting was authentic, with a starting price of 10 million yuan, and each increase of not less than 1 million yuan.
The auctioneer said. Soon, many people started bidding.
Prices also rose rapidly. It soon reached the level of more than 30 million. Yi Chang looked at this country map and became more and more familiar. Suddenly, he remembered the origin of this painting. Perhaps because of his rebirth, Yi Chang's memory has greatly increased, and he can easily recall many memories that he might not be able to recall in his previous life. Isn't this a fake picture of the countryside that made a lot of noise in the previous life? Yi Chang was very surprised. I didn't expect to come across it so by chance. The main reason why he can remember is that the painting was too much trouble. At that time, a rich man bought this fake at a private auction, but for some unknown reason, the news spread, and there were several rich people all over the world who also took out the same fake. All are exactly the same, even experts can't identify them. In the end, no one knows where the real country map is. I don't know who will photograph this fake country map in the end? Yi Chang thought to himself. After a period of fierce bidding, the price of the suburb map has soared to 50 million. At this time, only 3 people are competing. One of them is Lao Chen of Genie Group. He has a strong sense of urgency. Wouldn't it be Lao Chen who took the country map? Yi Chang was a little surprised. He pondered for a while, then took out his mobile phone, compiled a text message and sent it. On the other side, Chen Yinong was about to make a bid when suddenly his phone vibrated. He took it out and looked at it, and it turned out to be a text message. Not many people know his phone number. When he opened it, he was amazed. Chen Dong, this country picture is a fake. There are at least 6 identical pictures in the world. Look at the texter's notes. Yi Chang. He has a good memory, and when he thinks about it for a while, he remembers that it was the young man who once sold him the quilt. Could this Yi Chang be present too? He stood up and glanced around the audience, and immediately saw Yi Chang in a corner. He nodded slightly, but continued to bid. Because he filmed it, study it carefully. Is it really a fake? If it's a fake, if he quits, then, with his energy and network background, the owner of this private auction will also give him face. Chen Dong seemed to look at us just now and signaled. Someone said. Others were a little curious, but very excited. It is something to be proud of to be able to attract the attention of a top boss like Chen Yenong. Only Yi Chang knew that Chen Yenong was greeting him. However, Chen Yenong continued to bid, which made him a little puzzled. It seemed that the other party did not listen. Forget it, he reminded him anyway. Believe it or not, it's up to the other party. In the end, the price of the suburb map reached a staggering 57 million, and the auction was completed. Chen Yinong took the countryside map. For Chen Yenong's handwriting, Yu Chun and others can only be amazed, because it will definitely hurt the flesh to let them take action. Although they basically have hundreds of millions of assets, especially Yu Chun, which is billions, but his assets are mainly in the stocks of Bernard Films. He has not much circulating funds. He spent tens of millions to buy this collection is absolutely unbearable. They didn't know that Chen Yinong had photographed a more valuable quilt half a year ago. Next, there are several more collections auctioned, but the value is far less than the previous suburban map. And just like that, the auction is over. Yi Chang and the others didn't take any action, they just saw this high-level private auction. At this time, Chen Yinong came over with his bodyguard. Yu Chun was very excited and greeted them. Chen Yinong just nodded indifferently, then said to Yi Chang with a smile, "Brother Yi, what a coincidence, I didn't expect you to participate in this auction." Yu Chun and others were amazed. Yi Chang actually knew Chen Yinong? And Chen Yinong also took the initiative to come over to say hello. This made them wonder about Yi Chang's identity background. "Chen Dong, I came here with a few friends to learn a lot." Yi Chang laughed. "Is there time in the evening? I'll treat you to a meal," Chen Yinong said. Everyone else was so envious that they were able to invite Chen Dong to dinner. This is not the kind of treatment that ordinary people can get. "Chen Dong, I booked a flight back to Pengcheng tonight, I'm afraid it won't work." Yi Chang declined. "Alright, so let's find a place to talk." Chen Dong nodded. "It is good." Yi Chang knew Chen Yenong's intention, and nodded immediately, then told the others, and walked out with Chen Yenong. "I didn't expect that this brother Yi is really not simple, and he has a close relationship with Chen Dong," someone said. "Lao Yu, do you know brother Yi's background?" "I only know a little bit, it was introduced by director Wu." Yu Chun smiled. "Don't ask me, I don't know either, because it was introduced to me by Lao Su when he invested in the Dragon Group." Wu Jin shook his head and said. Not to mention Yu Chun and others, Yi Chang and Chen Yinong came to a tea house private room. Soon, a painting was delivered. It was the pictures of the countryside that Chen Yinong took at the auction. This painting can deceive the eyes of many experts, which shows the high level of fraud technology. Of course, there is another important reason, because the owner of this painting, Zhang Xian, did not leave any other paintings, so there is no way to compare them. "Brother Yi,
are you sure this painting is a fake? Chen Yinong asked curiously.
Chen Dong, you also know that the author of this painting has only one painting that has survived, so it is difficult to compare it, and the level of the counterfeiters is very high, so it is inevitable to make eye-catching. However, it is necessary to verify whether this painting is a fake or not. There is a very simple way.
Yi Chang said.
If it weren't for the news of this aspect in his previous life, and there was a lot of trouble, he wouldn't have dared to make a deal. After all, he doesn't know much about collectibles.
Oh, how? Chen Yinong asked curiously. Go directly to other people who have the same fake. They will definitely stand up. They definitely don't want their paintings to become fakes and worthless. Yi Chang laughed. You're right, but Brother Yi, how did you know about it? Chen Yinong was still a little puzzled.
Because I saw a picture in Shangjiang a few years ago, it should still be in Guo Shimen's hands. It is exactly the same as Chen Dong's.
I think it should not be difficult to confirm this with Chen Dong's personal connections. Yi Chang said. Brother Yi, it's fortunate that you were there, otherwise I would have been tricked this time. Unfortunately, you have to go back to Pengcheng, otherwise I will treat you well. Chen Yinong said.
He already believed Yi Chang's words a little bit. Because according to the information he got, this painting was auctioned by a merchant of Xia descent in the beautiful country, and the information about this painting given by the merchant of Xia descent was handed down from the ancestors.
Brought overseas.
Based on this alone, it is different from the other source that Yi Chang said. Yi Chang didn't stay long, so he said goodbye to Chen Yinong, and then returned to the hotel. After hurriedly eating something, he took a special car to the airport. It was already 10 o'clock in the evening when I returned to Pengcheng's house. Xin was already asleep.
Are things going well? Lin Yuan asked. It's okay, but if it's okay, then I don't know. Yi Chang said. You, don't be so busy, you can't make enough money.
Lin Yuan snuggled up beside Yi Chang and said softly. I know, it's just been busy these few years, and we'll enjoy life in the future.
Yi Chang laughed. Husband, let me tell you something, my aunt is not here again. Lin Yuan said.
Since the conditioning, Lin Yuan's aunt has become more and more accurate. Basically, it can be accurate to within 24 hours, instead of the error of 2 or 3 days as before.
Are you pregnant?
Yi Chang was pleasantly surprised. For the second child, the two spent a lot of thought, just Chinese medicine conditioning plus physiotherapy.
No less than 800,000. Even Yi Chang took a few doses of Chinese medicine. I'll find out by testing it tomorrow morning. Lin Yuan said. Yi Chang nodded. I hope this time it's real and not a hype. The next morning, Yi Chang was woken up by Lin Yuan. Husband, look. Lin Yuan put a pregnancy test stick in front of Yi Chang. What do you think of this? Yi Chang woke up, looked at the pregnancy test stick, and asked quickly. Having 2 lines like this dot represents pregnancy. Lin Yuan took the instructions on the early pregnancy test paper and said. Yi Chang compared it. The next moment, he exclaimed in surprise, yeah, I'm really pregnant. Then he got up from the bed and said, Husband, from today onwards, you don't have to do anything, just sit, cook, mop the floor, do the laundry. I'll do it all. He knew that the first trimester of pregnancy was the most prone to miscarriage. Although his wife was in good health after conditioning, he didn't want any accidents. Husband, it's not necessary. Lin Yuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It's not necessary, it's very necessary. You still remember when Huaiqin was mopping the floor and accidentally hit the corner of the table with his stomach, and then his stomach hurt badly. The doctor said that there was a possibility of miscarriage. It took weeks of birth control pills to survive. Yi Chang said sternly. Although several years have passed, Yi Chang still remembers it clearly. In order to lead to Kinkan, the two suffered a lot and stayed up for many nights. In addition, Xin was often hospitalized with colds and fever, and had to work, so the pressure was too great. Looking back on the past, there is a sense of shivering. This is also the commonality of many young couples in the workplace. Of course, Yi Chang was reborn and he didn't need to go through it again. He now has enough ability to give his wife and children a very good life. Even if he was pregnant with a second child, he would not let his wife suffer a little. When Lin Yuan heard Yi Chang's words, she also remembered it and nodded sweetly in her heart. Also, for the company's affairs, you can just command and command, don't do it yourself. Yi Chang said again. Lin Yuan could only agree. In the next few days, Yi Chang started to get busy with the second child. The first is to take Lin Yuan for a checkup, and the other is the private hospital where the maternity checkup is ordered. This is specially prepared for the rich and powerful. Of course, the cost is extremely terrifying. It costs millions to move. However, the service is also very comprehensive.
On this day, just after returning from the hospital, Yi Chang received a call from Chen Yinong.
Brother Yi, this picture of the countryside is indeed a fake.
I have already contacted several people who own this painting. Several of the fakes are exactly the same and cannot be identified at all.
This time, Lao Chen owes you a favor, Chen Yinong said with a sigh.
If it wasn't for Yi Chang, he was afraid that he would be the victim of tens of millions of dollars, and he would have to be laughed at.
Shindong, have you found anyone who auctioned this painting?
Yi Chang asked curiously. In the previous life, it seems that the person behind the scene who sold this painting has never been caught.
I haven't caught it.
The person who commissioned the auction is just a broker, but the money has been recovered,
Chen Yinong said.
The money from my auction paintings was recovered, but other people who bought the same fakes had nothing to do. This person is really powerful, but I guess that since he can create so many fake country pictures, I am afraid that the real one is in this person's hands. Yi Chang was amazed. With Chen Yinong's energy, there is no way to find out who is behind the scenes, which shows that this person is hidden too deeply.
Yeah, it's a pity that I can't see the real pictures of the countryside.
Chen Yinong sighed. Brother Yi, remember to contact me when you come to Kyoto in the future. I have to treat you well.
Shindong, that's so troublesome.
Yi Chang laughed. What trouble is not troublesome? That's it, I still have something to do on my side, so I will hang up first,
Chen Yinong said.
After hanging up the phone, Yi Chang went to the kindergarten again, picked up Qin, then drove to Qianxiang City Commercial Plaza, where he ordered a 6-tiered cake in a high-end cake shop, representing Qin's 6th birthday.
It is for Qin. Because the day after tomorrow, August 11th, is Qin's birthday.
And Yi Chang and his wife's birthdays are also in August.
One is on August 22nd, and the other is on August 22nd, only 2 days away.
Before that, in order to save time, Yi Chang and Lin Yuan celebrated their 3 birthdays together on August 11th. This store can not only customize cakes, but also special birthday venue layouts. In order to give Qin a meaningful birthday, Yi Chang also chose to customize the birthday venue. Of course, no hotels or anything like that, just at home. Anyway, the home area is not small enough. In a blink of an eye, it was August 11th, Saturday. The people from the cake shop came at 9 o'clock and arranged the living room. A very large cake was placed on the cart. Because the cake was too big, it could only be done with a cart. Although it is not opened, the box is very large when you see it up close. My aunt, my uncle, and Tang Xiaofeng's family also came. Because Yi Chang invited them in advance.
To celebrate Qin's birthday, invite a few more people to make it fun. Moreover, Yi Chang also invited the children in Qin's class. As for how many will come, I don't know.
Next, children from Qin's class, accompanied by their families, came to the door one after another.
Yi Chang asked Lin Yuan to sit and accompany the reception, while he was busy.
Soon, more than 20 people gathered in the living room.
Very lively. And Qin played a lot with some children.
Yi Chang thought that everyone had arrived, but unexpectedly another group of people poured in.
It turned out to be some management of Li Runbois and other companies.
Old Li, why are you here?
Yi Chang was very surprised. I didn't tell them Qin's birthday. Mr. Yi, Xiaohe from our department heard it when President Lin was on the phone. Don't blame us, Qin didn't tell us about her birthday. Is it because he was afraid that we would share an extra piece of cake? Li Runbois laughed.
In the past, Lin Yuan often brought Qin to the company, and many employees like Qin very much and often accompanied her.
Okay, let's sit down then, but I bought a little bit of this cake and it's not enough.
Yi Chang shook his head helplessly.
With more than a dozen people, the living room is really a bit small.
Others in the room were all curious to learn that these people turned out to be the management of Yi Chang Company.
The Tang Xiaofeng family was even more confused. Aren't Yi Chang and Lin Yuan employees of the company? How could they be called President Yi and President Lin?
The staff of the cake shop did not leave after finishing the arrangement, because there was still a show to come. I have to say that the current service industry is really good, and even a birthday can come up with such intimate high-end services. Singing birthday songs, playing games, telling stories. Until the end of the cake, Qin was dressed as a little princess, under the stars and the moon, giggling, very happy.
After eating the cake, the people from the company left first. Then came Qin's classmates, who followed their families one after another.
In this way, the only people in the room were Yi Chang and the eldest aunt.
Brother Chang, have you opened a company? Tang Xiaofeng finally couldn't help but ask.
Judging from his experience, it is only possible to open a company.
Becoming an executive of a company is not so easy. Well, I opened one last year. Yi Cheng nodded and said, "What do you mainly do as an amateur?" Tang Xiaofeng was very curious. Is a live broadcast studio, which is specially responsible for the management of the network celebrity anchor's brokerage operation. Yi Cheng laughed. It turned out to be a live broadcast company. Brother Chang, you started a business without saying a word. It's amazing. One Tang Xiaofeng raised his thumb. After all, during this period of time, Yi Cheng not only bought a house, a car, but also opened a company, which he admired. Speaking of the two studying in the same key high school, after the college entrance examination, he entered the University of Science and Technology of China, while Yi Cheng studied in an ordinary university in the province. It stands to reason that his starting line is much higher. But I didn't expect he was behind. Brother Chang, do you have any famous anchors in your company? My wife also likes to watch Douyin live broadcasts. Tang Xiaofeng asked curiously. Well-known anchors, there should be some, such as Crazy Little Plum, LG King, Runaway Xiaox Wangshuan. Yi Cheng said. Brother Chang, are you sure Crazy Little Plum and LG Wang are your company's contracted anchors? It's over. Tang Xiaofeng was surprised, because he likes to watch LG King shop exploration videos. And the daughter-in-law likes to watch the live broadcast of Crazy Little Plum. And Li Yuru, who was playing with his mobile phone, couldn't sit still and asked, Brother Chang, what's the name of your live broadcast studio? Shanghai Guild. Yi Cheng didn't hide it, and spoke directly. Shanghai Company? It was just mentioned as an S-class, and the Shanghai Guild is the first to start live broadcast sales? Tang Xiaofeng was stunned. Li Yuru's reaction was similar. If Yi Cheng didn't say it naturally, they all doubted Yi Cheng was bragging. This kind of top-level guild was actually founded by Yi Cheng? Too outrageous, right? After a while, Tang Xiaofeng and Li Yuru digested this shocking fact. After all, so many company employees came to celebrate Qin Qin's birthday before, which shows the fact that Yi Cheng really has a company. Tang Xiaofeng stopped talking about the live broadcast company, and instead asked Brother Chang, is it really until the end of the year that we can enter the stock market again? In March, he completely cleared the warehouse. After all, he has a job and is relatively busy, so it is impossible to do short-term bans. He found that it was a very wise choice to listen to Yi Cheng's words, otherwise he would definitely lose a lot now. When the market falls to about 2,400 points, you can open a position. Yi Cheng spoke his judgment. Tang Xiaofeng nodded, although he didn't know what Yi Cheng's judgment was based on, but now he was more and more convinced of Yi Cheng. He doubted that Yi Cheng could make so much money, buying a house, buying a car and starting a company, probably from the stock market. At noon, Yi Cheng took everyone to a nearby high-end restaurant for a meal. After all, my wife is pregnant now, so it is not easy to do it at home. As for cooking by yourself, the technique is still a bit poor, it is definitely not delicious. After I had eaten and drank enough, and just got home, my father sent a prestige video. Grandpa and Grandma almost forgot Qin Qin's birthday. Dad smiled and said, Qin Qin, happy birthday. Thank you, Grandpa, thank you, Grandma. Qin Qin holds the phone. On the screen, the eldest brother Yihi and sister-in-law Su 053E appeared, and they also said happy birthday to Qin Qin. Qin Qin also said thank you very sweetly, looking like a little adult. She is so old-fashioned that she talks about daily life, and sometimes what she says makes people laugh. On the other side, Lin Yuan's cell phone also rang, and it was her mother-in-law who also called the prestige video. Qin Qin immediately said, Grandpa, Grandma, Uncle and Auntie, Qin Qin is going to pick up Grandma's prestige video, bye. As she said that, she waved her hand, then handed the phone to Yi Cheng, and ran to Lin Yuan like a smooch, greeting the grandparents in the video. Yi Cheng chatted with his parents for a while, then hung up the video. On the other side, Qin Qin was chatting with her uncle Lin Xuanyu. Uncle, when are you coming to Pengchang? Qin Qin asked while holding the phone. I'll come after a while, Qin Qin. What kind of toys do you like? My uncle will buy them for you. Lin Xuanyu laughed. Uncle, I want a big plane. Qin Qin said quickly. Okay, Uncle will buy you a big plane. Lin Xuanyu said. Uncle, the big plane I said can take people, so I can take the big plane and go to and from my grandparents' house every day. Qin Qin said. Lin Xuanyu was immediately stunned. A real big plane. Can't afford to sell him. But my brother-in-law should have this ability. Qin Qin, this big plane is very expensive. If you let your parents buy it, your uncle can't afford it. Lin Xuanyu said with shame. Oh, well, I'll let Mom and Dad buy a big plane. Qin tilted her head and nodded forcefully, then ran to Yi Chang's side and said coquettishly, "Dad, is it okay for our family to buy a big plane?" "Okay, Dad will definitely buy a big plane for Qin in the future." Yi Chang touched Qin's little head and said dotingly, "With his financial resources, there is no problem buying a private jet. After all, he had plenty of cash on hand. But now is not the time. Because airplanes are consumables, their value will decrease over time. What Yi Chang needs now is to increase wealth. Unfortunately, it is no longer possible to increase wealth by hoarding houses. After all, many cities have restricted purchases. Where there are no restrictions on purchases, the increase is also very limited, so Yi Chang doesn't bother. In a blink of an eye, it was August 17th, Friday. This day is also known as the Qixi Festival People's Day. Yi Chang had ordered 999 roses at a flower shop early in the morning, and also ordered a large diamond ring in a high-end jewelry store in advance. All this was hidden from Lin Yuan. In the past, when the Qixi festival was celebrated, a rose, and shopping for street clothes. Ceremonies were not enough. This time, Yi Chang brought Lin Yuan to a very stylish Western restaurant ahead of time. In a separate room. As the romantic music sounded, Lin Yuan seemed to realize something. She had a strong sense of surprise. Because it's something she never thought of. When the waiter in a tuxedo brought a large rose flower over, Lin Yuan's beautiful eyes sparkled, full of love for Yi Chang. "Husband, thank you." Once she smelled the mesmerizing fragrance of the rose bouquet, and a blush appeared on her white pretty face, and she said emotionally, "Wife, over the years, you have followed me and suffered a lot, Dobby, and have never had the opportunity to give you a beautiful and romantic Love Humans Day. I hope this time I can make up for it." Yi Chang gently held his wife's soft and slender hand and said softly, "I, Yi Chang, swear here that I will only love you and have only you in my life." Lin Yuan's beautiful eyes were almost dripping with water. Because this is the best love story she has ever heard from Yi Chang. "Husband, me too." Lin Yuan whispered softly, her pretty face was full of happiness. In fact, in her heart, sometimes she can't help but worry that after her husband becomes rich again, will he do something sorry for her? This is a flower world, there are too many temptations outside. With such an excellent husband, beautiful women outside will inevitably be attracted. There are too many examples of this happening. Although she knew that Yi Chang loved her very much, as Yi Chang made more and more money, she was still a little worried. But until now, she knew her husband's intentions. Yi Chang took out a box, opened it gently, and took out a sparkling diamond ring. The big diamond above shows the preciousness of the diamond ring. Yi Chang spent more than 3 million custom-made months in advance. The purpose is to put it on for my wife on this Qixi love. Yi Chang gently supported his wife's little hand, and then carefully placed the diamond ring on his finger. The exquisite and luxurious diamond ring is just right on Lin Yuan's slender fingers. "Wife, do you like it?" Yi Chang asked. "As long as it's from you, I like it." Lin Yuan's beautiful eyes glowed, and her heart was sweet. This very stylish Western meal was eaten for more than an hour, and finally the two walked out of the restaurant hand in hand. And a waiter also came out with a big bunch of roses and put the roses in the trunk of the car. Yi Chang tipped the waiter 1,000 yuan, and then drove his wife out of the restaurant. Meanwhile, in Kyoto, Burna Films, in a luxurious, bright, and spacious office. Yu Chun is on the phone. "What, Li Chushang, you must help me with this task. We, Burna Films, have wasted a lot of time in order to run this project," Yu Chun said. "I know that there are many companies competing this time, but we, Burna Films, are very strong and can definitely shoot this theme well. His Friendship Films has applied for many big projects this year. Even if it is to snatch the project, it is not such a way to snatch it. Director Lee, please help me get stuck, and I'll think of other ways here." "Okay, then thank you," Yu Chun said for a while, then hung up the phone, but his teeth were itching with anger. Originally, the application for this project was very smooth. With the strength of Burna Films, the possibility of winning is very high, but Friendship Films stepped in. This is a company with a stronger foundation than Burna Films. Moreover, the two companies belong to different circles in the film and television industry and are competitors. Yu Chun lay on the chair for a long time, but did not frown. Because with the personal connections in his hands, even if he operates actively, it is really difficult to grab friendship pictures. "I wonder if Brother Yi has another way?" Yu Chun thought of Yi Chang. Last time, even a business superman like Chen Yinon was very polite to Yi Chang. Maybe Yi Chang has a way? So, he called Yi Chang. Yi Chang and Lin Yuan had just returned home when the phone rang. Taking it out, Yi Chang found out that it was Yu Chun who was calling. He went to the balcony and pressed the button to answer. Mr. Yi, I didn't disturb you today. Yu Chun's voice came out from the phone. Yu Dong, you still remember that today is Chi Love Humans Day, it seems that there is no less. Yi Chun laughed. I can't help but know that there are more roses on the workstations of the company's female employees, and there is an endless stream of people asking for leave. I want to go to the Chinese Valentine's Day, so I simply took a half-day early vacation. Yu Chun said. It is definitely a blessing for the employees that Yu Dong is so considerate to his subordinates. Yi Cheng smiled and said, Dong Yu, call me on this special holiday today, is there something wrong? Really, otherwise I've already been to Valentine's Day. Yu Chun said. Then he talked about it. I don't know how friendship films did it. Suddenly, I found a lot of relationships, but I couldn't get it done. President Yi, aren't you familiar with Chen Dong from Genie Group? Can you ask him to help? Busy? Yu Chun sighed and said. Can Dong Chen be of any help? Yi Cheng asked curiously. He is not particularly familiar with the rules and regulations of the film and television industry and radio and television. This is a more networked field. Of course, Chen Dong's eldest brother-in-law is the leader of the radio department. If he can help, this project will be easy to pass. Yu Chun said quickly. Yi Cheng really didn't know about this. After all, his knowledge of Chen Yenong was limited to his previous life. As for Chen Yenong's personal connections, he didn't know anything about it. What's more, he knew that in his previous life, Chen Yenong was imprisoned for some unknown reason. In fact, he didn't want to get too deep. Perhaps, this time, Chen Yenong can pay back his favor. Yi Cheng's heart moved. Chen Yenong did him a favor, and it was considered that he paid back the favor of Jia Yi too, and no one owed him anything. Okay, then I'll try. Yi Cheng said. Mr. Yi, I'll trouble you. Yu Chun said. What's the trouble? After all, I also have a share in this project. Yi Chun laughed. After a few more chats, he hung up the phone. Yi Cheng pondered for a moment before calling Chen Yenong. After a while, the phone dialed. Then Chen Yenong's bold voice came out. Brother Yi, if you don't spend time with your daughter-in-law Humans Day, why do you have time to call me? Chen Dong, do you also celebrate Humans Day? Yi Cheng was surprised. You young people can live well, but we middle-aged and old people can't live it? I'll be with you and your sister-in-law for a lifetime, and I won't talk about Foreign Love Humans Day, this Chi Love Humans Day, it must be celebrated every year. Chen Yenong laughed. Chen Dong, you are really a role model for our young people. Yi Cheng exclaimed. Okay, hurry up and tell me, what's the matter, or your sister-in-law has been waiting for a long time, and she thought there was someone calling me. Chen Yenong said. Chen Dong, it's like this, I invested in a film and television project with Bernard Films, and encountered some problems when applying for the project. Yi Cheng said bluntly. That guy Yu Chun asked you to find me, that's why he knows I have something to do with radiotelevision.com. Chen Yenong said. Right. Yi Cheng said. It's really embarrassing for this guy to be involved with me. Okay, I'll handle this for you. Chen Yenong said. Chen Dong, then I'll trouble you. By the way, if you don't invest in this project, you are guaranteed to make a lot of money. Yi Cheng said. Oh, I've invested in movies several times before, and they've all lost their money. However, I still believe in Brother Ye's vision, so I've invested 30 million, is it enough? Chen Yenong said. Chen Dong is very big. Yi Chun laughed. The reason why Chen Yenong voted with him was that he still had a share of 100 million yuan. Instead of investing in others, it was better to invest in Chen Yenong, so that the box office of the movie would not explode in the future, and the other party would have troubles. Yi Cheng knows that in the business world, it is impossible to eat alone, and it is the kingly way for everyone to share the meat and drink the soup. Yi Cheng briefly explained the situation of the film project to Chen Yenong, and then hung up the phone. A few minutes later, Chen Yenong sent Yi Cheng a text message. Brother Yi, it's done. Yi Cheng showed a smile. It was really easy to do things in a relationship. Chen Dong, thank you very much. Yi Cheng sent a text message over. Then, he called Yu Chun again. Yu Chun was very pleasantly surprised to know that Chen Yenong had helped him and had already completed the project. Originally, he thought it would be a little troublesome. As for Chen Yenong's investment of 30 million yuan, Yu Chun naturally agreed. He's also afraid that he won't be able to get the investment of such a big guy. With the approval of Guang Dian, the establishment of the project is a matter of time. In the blink of an eye, it was early September. Elementary and junior high schools have opened. Although Qin has passed her 6th birthday, she still has to go to kindergarten for another year. Because Yi Cheng's hometown's birthdays are counted according to the fictitious years. In real life, Qin is only 5 years old. According to the time calculation, the wife has been pregnant for a month and a half. In order to make his wife eat better, Yi Chang began to study recipes every day and cook according to the recipes. Not to mention, the progress of cooking skills is still quite big. Even her daughter Qin said that the food cooked by her father was delicious. Yi Chang was filled with a sense of accomplishment. September 3rd. Yi Chang is sitting in the office. Zhao Xiao, Deputy Director of Finance, reported to Yi Chang the income and expenditure of the previous month. Yi Chang flipped through the documents, which contained detailed financial statements. Mr. Yi, the current income is divided into 4 aspects. One is the share of live broadcast sales, the second is short video advertising traffic income, the third is the commission of live broadcast gifts, and the fourth is offline activity income. Currently, the revenue from live streaming sales accounts for 70, compared to 73.82 million last month, while the revenue from advertising traffic is 21.08 million, and the remaining 10 of the revenue is live streaming gift commission and offline activities are more than 10.44 million. Therefore, Shanhua's total income is 105.38 million. 10 flowers. After Yi Chang listened to Zhao Xiao's report, he was filled with emotion. Has the monthly income exceeded 100 million? Of course, this is just income. The real company makes a profit, but also deducts various costs, such as employee wages, benefits, rent, utilities, reimbursement of various activities, and so on. This is the money the company makes. The final net profit should look like 68 million. The company's form is very good, and the profit and income have repeatedly hit new highs. As for the money for signing the anchor, it has already been deducted. Yi Chang's commission for signing the anchor is not low, at least starting at 30, and reaching a level signing, it can reach 50. Compared with other guilds, it is lower, mainly because the training cost is higher, and almost all the sign anchors start from scratch. Unlike other guild signing anchors, many of them joined after gaining a certain reputation, and they have stronger autonomy. 0. The signing of the anchor of the Xinghai Guild is more binding, and one signing is 3 years. But after 3 years, you can renew your contract, restore your freedom, or transfer to other guilds. The guild does not require it. Of course, the Xinghai Association has the priority to sign contracts. Anyway, to Yi Chang, what he values is only 3 years. After 3 years, it will be 2021. After earning 10 billion yuan and activating the system, the live broadcast company can do whatever it wants and let it develop. After Yi Chang signed the document, Zhao Xiao walked out with the document. At this moment, Yi Chang's cell phone rang. He picked it up and saw that it was an unfamiliar phone. Yi Chang frowned slightly, but still connected. This call is a private call, unless it is an acquaintance, no one else will know. After connecting, a female voice came out from the mobile phone. Hello, is this Mr. Yi? I am, who are you? Yi Chang heard this strange female voice and asked immediately. Mr. Yi, I'm Zhang Ye's manager. That's it. I heard that you are working with Bernard Films to make a film adaptation about the dangers of Chuan Hang. I wonder if there is any chance to cooperate, said the female voice on the phone. Yi Chang was stunned, and immediately understood that someone had come to ask for a role in the movie. Zhang Ye? I seem to have heard this name somewhere. Yi Chang didn't answer immediately, but searched on the computer. Soon the information about Zhang Ye came out. Looking pretty. Is a second-tier star. He finally remembered that this woman seemed to have some scandal in 2020, and the black material was flying all over the sky. At the moment, he immediately passed the girl. What's more, he didn't want to interfere too much in the casting of this movie. It would be best if he could get the original cast of the movie. I'm sorry, the casting is not my responsibility. You can go directly to apply and follow the normal process. Yi Chang said bluntly, and then he didn't plan to speak to the other party, and hung up the phone directly. However, the other party obviously will not give up so easily. Soon the phone rang again. Mr. Yi, I'm Zhang Ye, why don't we meet? The voice opposite was replaced by a slightly charming female voice. Yi Chang is very speechless. Is this trying to make himself sneak rules? I didn't expect to come across it so quickly. It's no wonder that entertainment is not a general chaos. Too bad he's not like that. Sorry, I don't have time, I still have things to do, so don't call again. Yi Chang hung up the phone again. Then he directly blocked the number. Yi Chang flipped through the news. A very hot news caught his attention. Yesterday, the boss of a certain East group was arrested for crimes in the beautiful country. In a previous life, this matter was very noisy. Yi Chang smiled and didn't care too much. After all, it's not a good thing to judge. In the afternoon, Yi Chang drove his wife home and picked up Qin from the kindergarten by the way. Not long after, the aunt came to the door with Tang Xiaofeng's 2053 children. Yi Cheng started to get busy. His daily task now is to ensure his wife's diet and feed her fat. Lin Yuan originally belonged to the kind that is neither fat nor thin. She looks plump when she dresses, but she looks thin when she takes off her clothes. She doesn't deliberately go on a diet, but she maintains a very good figure. However, during this time, after Yi Cheng's feeding, he gained 7 or 8 pounds. The whole person has become more rounded runny. When she was pregnant with Qin, Lin Yuan weighed a maximum of 138 genes, but after giving birth, it only took less than 2 months to lose weight to 100 genes. Yi Cheng was wearing an apron, washing dishes, whistling, and busy in the kitchen. He already knew what to do tonight. To this end, he specially downloaded an app that customizes recipes for pregnant women and follows the above recipes every day, which is almost non-repetitive. On the internet, he orders many fresh ingredients, and the prices are naturally not cheap. But he didn't care at all. Suddenly, his cell phone rang. Yi Cheng hurriedly dried his hands, then took out his phone. When I took it out, it was a prestige video from my brother-in-law Lin Xuanyu. "Hey, brother-in-law, I'm coming to Pengcheng in a few days. Do you want me to bring anything?" Lin Xuanyu asked. The current Lin Xuanyu looks very handsome. After all, his elder sister Lin Yuan is so beautiful, and his younger brother is naturally not bad. The genes of the Lin family's parents are still very good. Dressing up and hairstyles now is very different from before. Lin Xuanyu has already found a girlfriend. She is very beautiful, she is a white rich beauty, and her family owns a chain supermarket. "Xiaoyu, in the yard behind Uncle Lang's villa, there are quite a few chickens, so bring me some more." Yi Cheng thought for a while and said, "Although there are chickens and ducks raised in my hometown, it is more troublesome to send them by mail." "Brother-in-law, what do you want so many chickens for?" Lin Xuanyu was very curious. "Your sister is pregnant with a second child." One in Shi Cheng said indifferently. "How long has it been?" Lin Xuanyu's eyes glowed. "It's been more than a month. I need to process the chicken before bringing it back and freeze it." Yi Cheng said. "Brother-in-law, don't worry, it's guaranteed to be done properly." Lin Xuanyu said. Dinner. Yi Cheng left his aunt and uncle to eat with their 2 children. As for Tang Xiaofeng and his wife, they often come back from work very late. Yuan, if you are pregnant with a second child, you should eat more. Otherwise, how can the fetus grow so fast? One seeing that Lin Yuan didn't eat too much, the aunt said immediately. "Auntie, it's not good for the fetus to grow too fast, and I made her a special meal for pregnant women. She has to eat 6 meals a day, and it is important to eat less and more meals, which is more conducive to digestion." Yi Cheng laughed. The older generation's law, that is, pregnant women must eat more. Yi Cheng naturally wouldn't do that. It is more important to eat less and more meals with scientific nutrition. "How can there be so much attention? When I gave birth to 3 Xiaofeng, I ate a lot, and after I was born, my body was very good, and I rarely caught a cold or fever," said the aunt. Lin Yuan just smiled, then chewed and swallowed slowly. After the aunt and the others left, Yi Cheng asked Qin to take a bath. Although Qin is only 5 years old, she can already take a bath alone. But washing your hair has to help. Yi Cheng didn't ask Lin Yuan to help. Children have thick hands and feet and like to move in the bath. If they touch the wife's stomach, it will be troublesome. Outside the bathroom, Yi Cheng said through the glass, "Qin, have you finished washing it? Don't play with water in it." "Dad, it's almost done." Qin's voice came out. A few minutes later, Qin opened the door and came out, already dressed. Qin is really amazing, she can take a bath and get dressed by herself, Yi Cheng praised. Qin was very happy. Being able to be completely independent is something she is very proud of. Yi Cheng hurriedly dried her hair with a hairdryer, and then, as usual, told her a story for a while. In order to tell his daughter bedtime stories, he doesn't know how many fairy tale books he has read during this time. Lin Yuan spends most of her time telling stories. Finally, Yi Cheng heard Qin's gentle breathing, and she had already fallen asleep with her eyes closed. Yi Cheng carefully covered her with the quilt, and then crept out of the room. At this time, Yi Cheng had time alone with his wife. "Is Xiaoyu coming?" Lin Yuan asked. "Well, do you want your parents to come and play as well? Anyway, it's safe to come with Xiaoyu," Yi Cheng said. "Don't scream, my mother likes to play mahjong. Who will play with her when she comes? Within 2 days, she will be clamoring to go back, so she might as well not come." Lin Yuan laughed. "It is." Yi Cheng nodded. After the two talked for a while, Yi Cheng got up and prepared clothes for Lin Yuan to take a bath. Outside the airport, Yi Cheng came to pick him up. "Uncle is here." Moreover, he also brought his girlfriend with him. Yi Chang looked at the time and should have gotten off the plane. After about 10 minutes, Lin Xuanyu finally saw the figure at the exit. But wearing a sun hat, sunglasses, and a mask, looking like this, it's like going out with a star. Yi Chang recognized it at a glance. However, Lin Xuanyu is also an internet celebrity anchor with more than 9 million fans, and he is often recognized outside. A girl followed Lin Xuanyu, holding Lin Xuanyu's arm. In addition, he followed a male assistant and dragged 2 large suitcases. He waved his hand, and soon Lin Xuanyu came with the girl. Brother-in-law. Lin Xuanyu pulled the mask off. "This is my girlfriend Xiaojia." "Brother-in-law, hello." The girl Lu Jia cried out sweetly. Yi Chang nodded with a smile, then led them to the parking lot. After returning home, Lin Yuan chats with Lu Jia, and Yi Chang started to deal with the turkey in the suitcase. It's all done, vacuum-packed, and lots of ice added, and it's still not spent. There are 12 turkeys in total. Yi Chang put all the chicken in the refrigerator. Anyway, the refrigerator is big enough to put it in. For the next few days, Lin Xuanyu took Lu Jia out to play every day, or the Shanghai Guild. It wasn't until August 16 that he returned to Shushi by plane. "Husband, how do you feel about Lu Jia?" Lin Yuan asked. "It feels very calculated." Yi Chang expressed his greatest feelings. These days, Lin Xuanyu has been hoping that Yi Chang can sign Lu Jia. This is also the main purpose of him bringing Lu Jia to Pengcheng. The operation ability of Shanghai Guild, not to mention full vibrato, even in the entire live broadcast field, is definitely second to none. Because almost all the sign anchors of the Shanghai Guild are on fire. They are all popular under the operation of Shanghai Guild. After all, outsiders don't know the mystery, and it was completely customized by Yi Chang according to the characteristics of these people's previous lives. No wonder it's not on fire. However, this also marked the Shanghai Guild with a label. As long as you can sign the Star Sea Guild, the chance of fire is 99.9. Therefore, more and more anchors are now looking for relationships, hoping to sign up with the Shanghai Guild. Unfortunately, the requirements of the Shanghai Guild are too strict. This Lu Jia's talent is mainly dancing. But nothing special. The number of fans is not too small. It should be Lin Xuanyu who used his account to attract fans to Lu Jia. Yi Chang doesn't see the potential to be operational at all. What's more, this Lu Jia obviously wants to use Lin Xuanyu to open the way of anchor. As for how much he has feelings for Lin Xuanyu, it is unknown. 1.8 In this case, Yi Chang will definitely not sign Lu Jia. Not even my brother-in-law's girlfriend. He won't break the rules. Of course, for the sake of brother-in-law, Yi Chang still gave Lu Jia a chance to participate in an internal training of the Shanghai Guild. As for whether she can be reborn and find potential, it depends on herself. I feel a little bit too. 1-inch Lin Yuan nodded and said, "It's just that she can't say anything to her brother. After all, my brother likes it." In the blink of an eye, it was the end of September. Days passed peacefully. Yi Chang is at the company and at home every day. The wife's stomach also slightly closed up. The first trimester of pregnancy can be very difficult. It's no wonder that many men experience unexpected things when their daughter-in-law is pregnant. On this day, Yi Chang was in the office and received another call. Seeing the note on the phone, Yi Chang was a little surprised. Fei. He almost forgot about this man. After all, it has been more than 2 months. "Brother Yi, it's me, I'm Fei Wei." Fei Wei's voice came from the phone. "Brother Fei, it took you so long to contact me. The old man's funeral should have already been dealt with." Yi Chang asked. "Brother Yi, it has been dealt with." Fei Wei said with a little hesitation. "Brother Fei, how about coming to me directly and being my bodyguard?" Yi Chang laughed. "It is good." Fei Wei was not good at words and called Yi Chang, in fact, to find a job. He joined the army directly after graduating from high school. Because of his martial arts skills since childhood, he was selected into the special forces and secretly performed many dangerous missions. It's a pity that he beat someone later, plus he had no background and was not good at speaking, so he had to retire early. After retiring, he found that he couldn't do any job, so he could only apply for security, but the job was too low. Until his father fell ill, he resigned and was unemployed until now. "Brother Yi, I have arrived in Pengcheng." 1-inch Fei Zhang said again. "Oh, here it is. Well, where are you? I'll pick you up." Yi Chang was overjoyed. After asking, Yi Chang hung up the phone for 30 words and drove away from the company. Yi Chang met Fei Zhan at a construction site. Only then did he know that Fei Wei had come to Pengcheng half a month ago. Then working hard at the construction site. Originally, everything was fine, but he accidentally had a conflict with the foreman and was fired.
and he didn't even get his salary. He was broke. If it weren't for the fact that he didn't know the place, the cost of beating people was too high. With his temper in the army, he would have beaten people long ago. At first, he beat up a boss. He suffered such a big loss, so he forcibly endured it this time.
Didn't you get half a month's wages?
After Yi Cheng heard it, he smiled and said, "It's nothing if you don't take the money. If you feel unhappy, go and beat him up. As long as he doesn't break it, I'll give you the money for the treatment." Fei Wei scratched his head, shook his head and said, "Forget it, I can't cause you trouble." Yi Cheng smiled and said, "Since you don't beat people, then I can only give you legal channels to get the money back for you.
Anyway, you can't suffer any losses, right?"
Then, he asked about the situation of the foreman on the construction site, and then made a phone call and handed over the task of asking for wages to the company's legal department.
To do this kind of thing, the legal department can't do it any better.
Seeing this, Fei Wei felt very grateful. After Yi Cheng drove back to the company, he asked Fei Zheng to join the HR department. The position is the deputy captain of the security department and the boss's bodyguard. Unexpectedly, not long after joining the company, the head of the personnel department ran to Yi Cheng's office. "Mr. Yi, Fei Wei, who just joined the job, injured Captain Jiang of the security department."
Yi Cheng was surprised. Shouldn't Fei Wei be such a reckless person? He hurriedly came to the security department, and only after learning about the situation did he know that it was the security captain Jiang Xianhai who became the deputy captain as soon as he saw Fei Zhan coming in, so he wanted to try Fei Zhan's skills, so he fought in the ring. Who would have thought that the gap between the two sides was too great? Jiang Xianhai was swept away by Fei Wei and sat on the ground with his ass, and his body could not move. "Mr. Yi, I didn't expect him to be so weak," Fei Wei said a little embarrassedly. "However, I'm careful, he just collided with the ground, causing his body to become stiff and numb, temporarily losing control of his body. I've massaged him for blood now, and it won't take long for him to recover." Well, then you can deal with him. Yi Cheng nodded.
Soon, Fei Wei slowly turned Jiang Xianhai over and pressed and rubbed several positions on his back, causing Jiang Xianhai to cry out in pain. After a while, Fei Wei stopped and said, "It should be no problem.
Captain Jiang, sit up and try."
Jiang Xianhai felt that half of his life was about to be tossed, and he regretted trying the opponent's skills. He was born in professional Sanda, but retired due to injury, and Yi Cheng's company gave him a good salary, so he came here to be a security captain. With his strength, dealing with other security guards in the security department is a matter of 1 or 2 tricks. But I didn't expect that when I met Fei Wei, I was swept over with one kick, and there was no way to resist. He tried to turn over, but instead of the pain he imagined, he was very relaxed. Just like that, he sat up easily, then twisted his waist, stretched his arms, and kicked his feet again. As if everything was fine. "It's fine, Captain Jiang, if you're worried, go to the hospital for a check now. The company will reimburse you, and you can take 2 days off,"
Yi Cheng said. "Thank you, boss."
Jiang Xianhai was still a little worried, and nodded immediately. After Jiang Xianhai left, Yi Cheng looked at Fei Wei, who looked a little uneasy, and said, "Captain Jiang is a professional Sanda practitioner, and his skills are extraordinary.
You can actually knock him down with one move. It seems that your skills are really good." General
"Boss, I have practiced family boxing since I was a child, plus I have experienced a lot of actual combat in the team, and compared with professional Sanda, the advantage is very large,"
Fei Zheng said. "Oh, Nijiaquan? Can you practice Niki?" Yi Cheng asked curiously. Fei Zhang was stunned and angry.
He hurriedly shook his head. "No, but I heard that Neijia Quan practiced through the whole body. With a single force, you can practice a dark force, so that you can hit 3 inches of force and hurt people invisible. Such a master-level characters, I don't know if there are any, but they existed in the period of the Republic of China, such as Wu Dengjiangxi and Li Jinlin, Liuhua Shingun Li Shuwen, Huta Xiaobao Sun Lutong, etc. They belong to the masters of internal boxing who have practiced
dark energy. Then how far have you practiced?" Yi Cheng was very curious. Which man doesn't have a martial arts dream? It's a pity that when you grow up, you will realize that there is no martial arts in this world. Our Neijia Quan is mainly divided into Ming Jin and Dark Jin. According to my father, I have already practiced to the limit of Ming Jin, and if I go further, I can practice Dark Jin, but at this step, a lot of Neijia boxing is stuck. Martial arts practitioners cannot get in at all, Fei Zheng said.
"Oh, how powerful is Ming Jin limit?" Yi Cheng was extremely interested. Fei Wei glanced at Zhou 057's circumference, then walked to a hanging sandbag, suddenly clenched his fists, bowed slightly, and suddenly exuded an invisible aura like a beast. His eyes became extremely sharp. The next moment, he suddenly punched out. Like a sword, like a spearhead, but with a strange rhythm.
Boom! Immediately, Fei Wei's fist landed on the sandbag.
It was accompanied by a dull, yet like tearing sound. The thick leather of the sandbag actually burst open like a piece of paper, and a large amount of sand spilled out from the crack. What's very strange is that Fei Wei's punch did not sway the sandbag. Yi Chang took a deep breath when he saw it. When he has time, he will come here to practice boxing, and Zhang Xianhai will be on the side to direct and correct. He knew how strong the leather was. Now it was actually smashed by Fei Zhang with one punch.
It is conceivable that the power of this punch, if it hits the body, will not break the muscles and bones? Is this the ultimate strength of the inner fist?
Yi Chang was very envious, but knew that he couldn't practice it at all. After all, he couldn't endure this kind of hardship.
What's more, with Fei Wei as a powerful bodyguard, wouldn't his personal safety be more guaranteed? Yi Chang is very satisfied. Today is the Mid-Autumn Festival. Night.
A family of 3 sat on the balcony, eating mooncakes and looking at the moon in the sky. Although in the city, but still can see the moon.
The moon is very round tonight. Unappetizing.
Xin took a bite of the egg yolk flavored mooncake and put it directly into Yi Chang's hand.
Children today have too many delicious snacks and are very picky.
When we were young, our favorite thing to do at that time was to celebrate the Mid-Autumn Festival, because we could eat mooncakes. Yi Chang looked at the expensive mooncakes in his hand. A box cost thousands of dollars.
It tastes like a few bucks a piece, not much difference. Yeah, today's children are too happy.
Lin Yuan watched her daughter go to the living room to watch a cartoon. Then, she picked up the phone and looked at it.
Wife, use your cell phone less, it's not good for the fetus. Yi Chang said.
You know, I have strictly controlled the time I use my mobile phone every day.
Lin Yuan said.
For people who are accustomed to using mobile phones, it is very unaccustomed to not have that mobile phone in their hands.
Ding dong.
Lin Yuan suddenly laughed. I grabbed a big red envelope, 88. You talk about red envelopes. Today is the Mid-Autumn Festival. I have to distribute some red envelopes in the company group.
Yi Chang laughed.
Then he picked up his mobile phone, opened the Prestige Company group, and then everyone. Today's Mid-Autumn Festival, I am here to wish everyone a happy Mid-Autumn Festival, good health, and all the best. As soon as he issued this, the group became lively, and a large number of people bubbling.
Mr. Yi, happy Mid-Autumn Festival.
Mr. Yi, happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Immediately, the group began to refresh the screen. Everyone is ready, Mid-Autumn Festival welfare tonight, big red envelopes. If you grab it, you will earn it, and you won't miss the opportunity.
Yi Chang sent another message.
The crowd became boiling.
Sit and wait for the red envelope. Mr. Ye's red envelope must not be missed. There are also various expressions of waiting for the red envelope.
Yi Chang chose the maximum amount of prestige red envelopes of 20,000 yuan, 100 pieces, 200 yuan each. Soon, a big red envelope of 20,000 yuan was sent out. Then, he continued to send red envelopes, and finally sent
100,000 in total. This is the maximum amount that a prestige can send in a single day.
Wife, you can also send a red envelope of 100,000 yuan in the group.
Yi Chang said. Okay.
Lin Yuan nodded, and immediately sent 5 red packets of 20,000 yuan to the group.
The group went crazy.
With fast hand speed and fast internet speed, you can grab 10 red envelopes. 1 is 200 yuan, 10 is 2,000. Although not much, it is not much. After the red envelopes were robbed, the group was once again thanked Mr. Yi and Mr. Lin for swiping the screen. Yi Chang was about to turn off his prestige when suddenly a prestige group jumped out. It is the former university group.
However, the group is almost dead. Usually very few people bubbling. Yi Chang didn't seem to have spoken in it. He clicked in and took a look. Something went wrong.
I just got the news that Hong Lianbing, a classmate in the class, was attacked and killed by a local tribal armed group when he was working in Guogang, Heizhou. Yi Chang looked at this news and fell silent.
Because of this, it happened once in a previous life.
It's just that Yi Chang didn't think about it for a while after his rebirth.
It still happened unexpectedly.
Although Yi Chang and Hong Lianbing had a very normal relationship when they were in college, they were classmates after all, and they didn't expect the other party to die in Heizhou. Suddenly, he remembered another thing, which was related to the company that Hong Lianbing worked for.
Montenegro Specialty Materials.
This company has a cooperative relationship with a large state-owned enterprise, Luoma Molybdenum Industry. In order to expand its business, it invested in cobalt mining in Heizhou 2 years ago. The reason why he knew about this was that something very important had happened. This Heishan Special Material has continued to invest tens of millions in Heizhou Guogang. Although a piece of cobalt ore has been detected, the content is not large enough, and no location rich in cobalt has been found. The domestic business is also in a difficult situation because of the industry downturn, and the company's capital chain is almost broken. Coupled with the chaos in Gogang, the company's cobalt mine in Gogang was attacked, killing several employees. The senior management of Montenegro Special Materials has already planned to give up the project, and even started to contact other sellers. However, how could there be capital involved in this mess of Heizhou-Guogang? Seeing that this mess was about to be destroyed, more than 2 months later, on the eve of preparing to withdraw the personnel, a cobalt ore with extremely high richness was found, and the reserves were extremely astonishing. However, Montenegro Special Materials has been unable to continue operating this cobalt mine, and transferred the mining rights of this cobalt mine to Luoshui Molybdenum Industry at a price of 1.3 billion yuan. After obtaining this cobalt ore, China Molybdenum Industry's performance also ushered in a rapid rise. At this time, Montenegro Special Materials should be looking for a seller.
Yi Chang's eyes lit up.
If he can win the mining rights of Heishan Special Materials in Heizhou-Guogang, then this wave of profits will definitely reach an astonishing 1 billion yuan.
It's just money delivered to your door.
All he needs to do is find the cobalt-rich mine and transfer it to molybdenum. I still have time, and the senior management of Heishan Special Materials is very firm in selling the business of Heizhou-Guogang. Yi Chang took a deep breath and began to think about what to do. If he wants to win the cobalt mining business of Heizhou-Guogang, he must now register a leather bag company in China, and then buy the Heizhou-Guogang business of Heishan Special Materials. Anyway, he didn't plan to deeply cultivate in the field of non-ferrous metals, which is an asset-heavy industry and is not suitable for Yi Chang at all. In the next few days, Yi Chang registered a leather bag company and contacted Heishan Special Materials. The company was in a hurry to find a new home, and it was naturally very happy to hear that Yi Chang was very interested in the cobalt mining business of Heizhou-Guogang.
Heishan Special Materials only investigated basic information.
As for the in-depth investigation of the qualifications of Yi Chang's companies, there is no such idea at all. Now they just want to get rid of the big burden of the Heizhou-Guogang project, because they are spending money every day. Soon, Yi Chang agreed a negotiation time with the management of Heishan Special Materials,
set for October 6th. Because the vice president in charge of Heizhou-Guogang's business will not be able to return until the 5th.
At the same time, the National Day file for the film and television industry also arrived as scheduled.
Dragon Group will be officially released on October 1st.
Whether it can be popular or not depends on this, Li Zhao once.
October 1st, morning. Yi Chang took his wife and children to the nearest movie theater. This is the first public screening of the Dragon Group,
although Yi Chang had already seen the pilot version.
However, the release version should have some differences.
What's more, Yi Chang wanted to see how the Dragon Group's opening situation was. It's just that when he sat in the theater with his wife and children, he found that the occupancy rate was not much, that is, less than 20.
This is similar to the situation in the previous life.
Later, word of mouth came up, and the attendance rate continued to rise, and finally it was often full.
Hope it's the same this time.
No way, with his investment as a rebirth.
Who knows if it will cause the butterfly effect?
After watching a movie, the audience at the scene talked a lot, all of which praised the Dragon Group. Yi Chang also felt relieved.
Because this public screening version is more perfect than the test screening, not to mention the previous version.
As for whether the box office will be high in the previous life, it is impossible to judge.
After walking out of the cinema, Yi Chang smiled and said, "Wife, what do you think of this movie?"
"It's very beautiful, very touching, and it resonates very strongly."
Lin Yuan thought for a while and said,
"Wife, tell you one thing, I have invested in this movie."
Yi Chang laughed. "You invested in this movie?" Lin Yuan didn't know about this and was extremely surprised. End of first day. The box office was fixed at 51.38 million. This number is slightly higher than in the previous life.
On the other side, Wu Jin has not slept for a day and a night.
Because this Dragon Group is his turnaround.
On this day, he is paying attention to the box office.
He breathed a sigh of relief until the box office was officially released on the first day.
Because the box office was beyond his expectations.
Much higher than he expected.
Not only that, the evaluation of the Dragon Group is very high, which means that word of mouth is about to rise. Whether a movie can be a hit, word of mouth is very important. The next day, the box office hit a staggering 79 million. On the third day, more than 94 million. On the fourth day, it officially broke 100 million. 057 Everyone knows that a super dark horse has officially risen and will become the biggest winner of this National Day stall.
Friday, October 5, 2018. Yi Cheng took his own temporary team and flew to Shurjia City to negotiate with Haishan Special Materials. Most of this team is industry professionals hired by Yi Cheng with a lot of money, as well as legal experts, finance, etc., all prepared to take over the Heizhou cobalt mine business of Haishan Special Materials. As his bodyguard, Fei Wei naturally followed him. In addition, Yi Cheng also planned to hire a hired team to go to Heizhou to protect his personal safety. He didn't dare to go to a chaotic place like Heizhou without sufficient self-protection ability. If this business hadn't made so much money, he wouldn't have taken such a big risk. When they arrived in Shurjia City, a group of people checked into the hotel that had been reserved for a long time, and then began to contact the Haishan Special Materials Company. The next day, Yi Cheng brought his team to Haishan Special Materials Company and started talking in the conference room. Haishan Special Materials Company has prepared sufficient materials for a long time, and then the experts of Yi Cheng's team will check them one by one. The reason given by the Haishan Special Materials Company for selling the Heizhou business was that the funds could not keep up with the development, so they changed hands. The price was very high, and the dabi was as high as 480 million. If it is really rich in cobalt ore, the price of 480 million is basically a free gift. As for the situation of the cobalt mine over there, this is completely bullying Yi Cheng's side for not understanding the real situation. And Yi Cheng knew exactly that. No more about the current crisis of Montenegro Special Materials. Dongzong, I have already investigated the situation of the Heizhou cobalt mine one by one. So far, the content of the cobalt mine you have found is far below the mining standard. The more you mine, the more you lose money. This is a big hole, you can't bear it, so you have to sell it, so please don't take me as a fool. The reason why I want to buy your Black Continental business is nothing but a gamble. If you win the gamble, you will make a lot of money, and if you lose the gamble, you will lose tens of millions. I can still afford to lose this amount of money. Yi Cheng leaned back on the chair and said indifferently, "The faces of the people from Montenegro are extremely ugly. Because these information are all secrets, they have been hiding it all the time. Even the cobalt mines in Heizhou are very strict. How could these secrets be leaked? Is there a high-level insider who leaked the data? If I publish the data of your Heizhou cobalt mine, do you think anyone will want it?" Yi Cheng said with a smile, "So, I'm selling your project to give you a chance to get out. It's just an offer. Therefore, the right price is what you need to consider, not the lion's big talk." The faces of many high-level leaders of Montenegro Special Materials changed even more. Because once the data is released, the project really hits the ground running. At that time, they will lose everything, let alone make money. They will lose at least 70 to 80 million. If you sell it now, you can recover some of your losses. Mr. Yi, then you can make a price. The general manager of Montenegro Special Materials Xin Shang said at 50 million, sell all the Heizhou business to me, including all the technical staff there and the official contact channel with Guigang. Yi Cheng said confidently, "This price should be stuck in the affordable range of Montenegro Special Materials. They will lose 30 to 40 million, but they will not lose too much, and they are still within the tolerance range. Moreover, with these 50 million, the company's financial crisis can be resolved." This is the judgment he made by recalling some news from his previous life and collecting some data during this time. The next step is the general negotiation. For 3 days in a row, Montenegro finally accepted the price offered by Yi Cheng. The next step is to sign the agreement. When the agreement was signed, Yi Cheng smiled. Buying Heizhou Guigang's mining business for only 50 million is definitely a bloody profit. Even if he had to add other expenses, up to 60 million, he was able to earn 1.3 billion in the end, and he could even raise the price a little in the negotiations of Luoshui molybdenum industry in the future. Possible. All in all, this is definitely a lucrative deal. Will the senior management of Montenegro Special Materials know the specific situation in the future? Will they vomit blood with anger? According to the agreement, Yi Cheng will pay 50 million in 3 installments, and after signing the contract, pay 10 million. Wait for Yi Cheng to take over the Heizhou Guigang business and pay 30 million. The last 10 million will be given after the official contact channel of Guigang is opened. After all, Haishan Special Materials has been operating in Heizhou for many years, and there must be a lot of personal connections. Yi Cheng must take over these connections to ensure the smooth progress of the entire project. After flying back to Pengcheng, Yi Cheng started going abroad as soon as possible. "Husband, how long are you going out this time?" Lin Yuan asked. "The time has not yet been determined, and it is estimated that it will take at least half a month." Yi Cheng said, "I heard that Heizhou Guigang is very chaotic. If you go, will it be dangerous?" Lin Yuan was very worried.
Don't worry, I have made adequate preparations this time, Won Yichang laughed.
Husband, in fact, we have made enough money, and there is no need to take such a big risk, Lin Yuan said quietly.
As her pregnancy progressed, her mentality changed, and she always hoped that Yi Chang could always be by her side.
This is a psychological process that every pregnant woman goes through.
Wife, I will be back soon. When the time comes, when this matter is dealt with, I will definitely not go out in the future, and I will always be with you. Yi Chang put Lin Yuan in his arms and said softly. In fact, he didn't want to leave his wife's side at this time. After all, she was almost 3 months pregnant.
But who made it so coincidental? If he misses this opportunity, he will definitely regret it. Because this time it is at least $1 billion plus profit.
The time period it takes is 3 to 5 months at most. Because of this time, Yi Chang is always running outside. And Lin Yuan's stomach also started to get bigger. Yi Chang was worried that she was at home alone, and there was Qin to pick up, so Yi Chang directly hired a nanny from a housekeeping company.
Belongs to the kind of very high end.
The monthly salary is more than 50,000 yuan, and the service is very good. Not only can he do housework, but he can also help with children and tutor Qin homework. In the evening, Yi Chang opened the real-time box office chart.
Although the national day has passed, the box office of the Cologne Group is still high.
In particular, word of mouth has also exploded. In the 8 days of its release, the box office has reached an astonishing 120,000. Especially the day before yesterday, the last day of the national day, the box office reached an astonishing 350 million. Even yesterday, there were still 290 million. The venue was full, and the seats were truly packed. In the entire National Day file, there is no film that can compete with the Dragon Group. Yi Chang called Wu Jin to congratulate him. In the past few days, Wu Jin is running all over the country. Because of the fire of the Dragon Group, he has become a hot and famous director in the Xiagua film and television circle. Mr. Yi, we are both happy. After all, you have also invested. On the phone, Wu Jin's voice was full of joy. Now is his shining moment.
I knew that director Wu's film could be popular.
It seems that my vision is still very high. Let's have a few more drinks when the celebration banquet is over. Won Yichang laughed. It's settled, you won't go home if you don't get drunk.
Wu Jin laughed. After a few more chats, Yi Chang hung up the phone.
Next, he would go all out to finish the Heizhou Cobalt Mine project. The box office of the Dragon Group is not a problem, he just needs to wait for the money. When the Heizhou Cobalt Mine project is completed, he believes that his assets should be able to hit 3 billion. After all, the Shanghai Guild is also a cash cow, and it can earn him tens of millions every month.
3 days later.
That is October 12th. The Yi Chang chartered a flight to Heizhou Guogang. The reason why the chartered flight was mainly due to the fact that there were a lot of people who passed by this time. There were dozens of them. There are also people with special materials from Montenegro. Together with 9 mercenaries from special forces, the charter flight is more cost-effective. Only when you arrive in Heizhou can you feel the comprehensiveness of domestic infrastructure facilities. Even in the capital of Gokang, it looks like a small county town on the 8th line, and then you have to take a car along the dirt road, and your ass is almost broken. Due to the need to pass through several dangerous areas, the Gobo Congolese officials also sent armed personnel to escort them all the way. Moreover, the bodyguards employed by Yi Chang also had guns and were fully armed. As for the bodyguard Fei Wei, he was even more inseparable, and he was also equipped with a gun. Yi Chang takes his own safety very seriously. He is worth more than 1 billion yuan, and has a system waiting to be activated. It can be said that he has a great future, but he does not want to lose his life here. If it weren't for the huge benefits, he really didn't want to take risks in such a messy place. He passed through many checkpoints along the way, and only those with official armed forces passed smoothly. Overall, the local officials are quite friendly. After all, Xiaogua's investment in Guigang is very large.
Mr. Xia, how long do you have to go?
Yi Chang sat in discomfort, and immediately asked Xiaoluo, the person in charge of the Heishan Special Materials project in Heizhou next to him. It will take 2 or 3 hours. It's the first time Mr. Yi has come here, so he will get used to it after waiting a little longer.
Xiaoluo said with a smile.
He often runs on both sides of the country in Heizhou, and has long adapted to the environment here. However, this time, the Heizhou business was packaged and sold to Yi Chang, and he was relieved.
After all, what a comfortable life at home. It is really suffering in this black continent. Oana.
It belongs to the province of Pundi in the northern part of Gokong, and is controlled by the armed forces of the Bosi ethnic group. Although the situation in Congo has eased, it is still very fragile, so conflicts continue and attacks often occur. Some time ago, the project base of Montenegro Special Materials was attacked by militants. A rather large and low building is located on the plain, and a large number of mining machines are parked. Walls were also built around the building, and there were even sentries raised above the building.
Some dark-skinned gun-armed armas are patrolling.
In China, it is impossible to imagine the cruelty and grimness here.
In a 3-story office, people from the project department are idle. I heard that our entire project has been packaged and sold by the company? Hey, it's a matter of time.
After operating here for so long, I haven't found any cobalt rich ore, and it has to be consumed every day.
The company can't support it at all. Zero ask for flowers. I don't know what company the new owner is.
I hope our project will not be cut off.
Probably not, since I bought it. I will definitely continue to mine cobalt. He. Maybe it was fooled by the above. It's not that you don't know what's going on here. Although there are cobalt ore, the content is too low and the mining cost is too high.
The more mining, the greater the loss. Look at it, when the new owner arrives, you will either find another takeover or close it directly. We've worked hard here for so long.
If we just give up, I'm really unwilling. What else can we do?
We just use money to do things, and the real decision making depends on the boss above. 1-0.
No, I don't think we can give up like this.
Logically speaking, the content of this cobalt ore cannot be so low.
I think we haven't found the right position, and there must be opportunities.
Old Nya, stop dreaming. If you really want to find out, we have already found it out. At this time, a middle-aged man walked in. He was the current chief engineer of the project department and said, "Everyone, prepare, the new owner is coming soon. Whether our project can be saved depends on everyone's efforts." As the chief engineer Zhou Shulin, he belongs to the technical staff. Although he can leave here and return to the company, his importance will be greatly reduced.
So, if he wants to make a difference, he must stay.
It can be said that he has shared weal and woe with this project. Immediately, the scene jumped up and began to discuss how to convince the new owner. More than an hour later, outside the project base, more than a dozen large and small cars drove up. When the gate of the base opened, the cars drove in one by one.
Chief Engineer Zhou Shulin has been waiting with all the staff of the project department.
Yi Cheng got out of the car and looked at the situation of the project base. It was much better than he imagined, and the facilities were quite complete.
It seems that the investment of Montenegro Special Materials here is really not small. In the conference room, Xiaoluai summoned everyone in the project base.
Of course, those locals who were hired were not included.
There are 58 people in total. Most are technicians. Xiaoluai introduced them to Yi Cheng one by one.
In fact, Yi Cheng had already obtained the resume information of these people. Now it's just to deepen the impression. Except for the management personnel stationed by Heishan Special Materials and a few technicians who chose to leave, most of them are willing to stay and work for Yi Cheng. After completing all the handovers, Xiaoluai went out with his own people. He will also stay here for a while to assist Yi Cheng in the follow-up work. Except for Yi Cheng's people in the conference room, they are the technical staff in the original project base. Yi Cheng could see anxiety and tension on their faces. After all, they were working for Yi Cheng. Zhou Gong, please briefly describe the specific situation of this project.
057 Yi Cheng said to Chief Engineer Zhou Shulin. Okay, Mr. Yi. Zhou Shulin said quickly. Then he talked about it one by one.
Mr. Yi, although the content of cobalt ore is not enough, the development cost is high enough, but according to my experience, there is definitely rich ore here. It's a pity that the high-level executives of Montenegro can't wait, and they will regret it. Zhou Shulin said in a very firm tone. As a senior expert in the field of non-ferrous metals, he has worked in several large heavy industry enterprises, and was finally invited by Montenegro Special Materials to join this project. Zhou Gong, I trust your judgment, so mining and exploration can't be stopped for a day.
Funds and equipment are needed, just say it.
Yi Cheng said indifferently. Although cobalt mining has always been at a loss, it cannot be stopped, in addition to paying the wages of local workers, as well as taxes to the government. Therefore, it is necessary to continue at a loss.
This is also the reason why Montenegro Special Materials insists.
Originally, it was difficult enough for the head office, and it was simply too much to supply such a project that only lost money. However, Yi Cheng can still afford this loss in a short time. Thank you, Mr. Yi, for your trust in us. We will definitely be able to find rich minerals.
Zhou Shulin was very excited, because he has seen the attitude of the boss.
In the next few days, Yi Cheng also began to visit several local tribal chiefs and warlord leaders accompanied by Xiaoluai. In this way, Yi Cheng has a full grasp of the local network of Heishan Special Materials.
In the blink of an eye, he had been in Haizhuguo for just over a week. Every day, he talks to Lin Yuanyuan Qin on the phone. Learn about the situation at home and tell them some things here. It has to be said that the living conditions here are indeed very difficult. Since it is not safe outside, we can only stay in the base at ordinary times. Even if we want to go out, we must be accompanied by local armed personnel. Fortunately, no danger was encountered. Zhou Shulin led the technicians and the experts brought by Yi Chang to carry out detection work day and night. Yi Chang also followed several times. At this time, Heizhou was completely opposite to the domestic climate. It's autumn in my hometown, and the temperature is very high. But this side is very cold, the temperature is often 0 degrees. It was too hard and tiring to follow Zhou Gong and the others to explore. So, Yi Chang simply stayed at the base, watching TV, and talking to his wife on the phone. He contacted Wu Jin again. Now that Dragon Group has been released for more than 20 days, the global box office has reached an astonishing 3.9 billion, and it will soon be able to break 4 billion. 2 days earlier than in the previous life. Yi Cheng estimates that the total box office may reach 5 billion this time. According to his investment ratio, he can get about 300 million yuan. This is definitely a bloody profit, a full 20-fold return on investment. Unfortunately, his proportion is a little small. Therefore, Dragon Group 2, he must account for a little more, thinking of the Dragon Group's box office share, coupled with the return on investment in cobalt mines. Yi Chang felt very comfortable, and it won't take long for him to make more than $1 billion. It's the end of October. It has been more than half a month since Yi Chang came to Haizhuguo. It's really frustrating here. Husband, what are you doing? I miss you. Lin Yuanyuan said softly on the phone. I haven't seen my husband for more than half a month, and now she sleeps at night with insomnia. Yi Chang was heartbroken. He knew that because of physiological changes, the mood swings of pregnant women would also be great. At this time, you must have your husband by your side. When she was pregnant with her first child, although Lin Yuanyuan was in a similar situation, with him around, she only occasionally lost her temper and played petty temperament, and she could always be coaxed quickly. Now over the phone, Yi Chang spends a lot of time chatting with Lin Yuanyuan every day. But he could also hear that his wife was emotionally unstable. Sometimes, when Lin Yuanyuan woke up in the middle of the night, she would call him. Due to the jet lag, Yi Chang had to stay up all night and chat with Lin Yuanyuan, which resulted in yawning during the day. Wife, I'm not sure yet, but I'll go back as soon as possible. Yi Chang soothes. 0 Although he has increased his detection efforts, he does not know where the cobalt rich ore is, he only knows that he has found it in his previous life. There was no other way. Yi Chang had to go back to China halfway, stay with his wife for a few days, and then go back to Heizhou. In the blink of an eye, it was mid-November. He has just stayed in Haizhuguo for more than half a month. In the conference room, experts such as Zhou Shulin were discussing matters on a very complicated map. Yi Chang couldn't talk at all, he could only watch. He could also see that Zhou Gong and the others were under a lot of pressure. After all this time, there is still no result. Yi Chang can only appease them. Don't be in a hurry, don't be in a hurry. Actually, Yi Chang is also a little anxious in his heart. After all, there is a pregnant wife at home who is alone in the empty room. If it is delayed for too long, it will be very troublesome. On this day, Yi Chang was on the phone with Lin Yuanyuan. It was late at night in China, and Lin Yuanyuan couldn't sleep again, so she chatted with Yi Chang. Yi Chang told her some interesting things here. In the past few days, it has been raining here, causing the detection work to be interrupted for a few days. As soon as the weather cleared yesterday, the detection team immediately started the detection work. Just then, there was a loud knock on the door. Yi Chang got up and walked over to open the door, only to see Zhou Shulin standing outside, looking very excited. Fei Wei was standing not far away. During this time, he was almost inseparable from Yi Chang. Even at night, he would sleep next to Yi Chang. Zhou Gong, what's so urgent? Seeing Zhou Shulin's excited look, Yi Chang moved in his heart and had a premonition. Sure enough, Zhou Shulin said excitedly, Mr. Yi, we succeeded. 1.8 You mean, found a rich mineral? Yi Chang was slightly shocked, and immediately said in surprise. Yes, I found it. It is a large cobalt-rich ore. Although it is impossible to judge the specific storage amount for the time being, it is definitely not small, and the content of cobalt is very high. Zhou Shulin took a deep breath and said with an uncontrollable emotion. Zhou Gong, there is a saying that hard work pays off, and now our efforts have finally paid off. Yi Chang said with a smile. Yeah, if it wasn't for the full support of President Yi, how could we have persisted until the moment of success? Zhou Shulin said with emotion.
If it was replaced with special materials from Montenegro, I am afraid that this project has already been completely abandoned. As the news that the prospecting team found richer spread throughout the project base, everyone was excited. They know that years of persistence and hard work have finally paid off. In the next few days, the expert group conducted a comprehensive exploration of this rich ore, and various data came out one after another.
The results are very exciting.
Everyone, hard work, double your salary this month, Wang Yichang said at the celebration banquet held.
This makes many technicians happy.
Yichang also began to prepare to return to China,
because he is looking for a home.
Although continuing to mine this cobalt-rich ore, in the long run, the profits will be more, or even doubled. But this timeline is measured in 10 years.
Yichang didn't want to do this.
After all, in a foreign country, no one knows when an accident will happen.
Might as well sell the project to a stronger company. Maximize short-term profits.
Yichang saw it very clearly.
His roots are in the country.
As for foreign countries, with his background and strength, he simply cannot handle it. After Yichang made arrangements for the project base, he returned to China, and then went directly to Luoshui City, Shanxi Province, to find the senior management of Luoshui molybdenum industry.
What? Your project has really found cobalt-rich ore? Wang Zilong, general manager of China molybdenum industry, was surprised.
Because they have also been paying attention to this Heizhou project of Montenegro Special Materials.
Montenegro Special Materials had looked for them before.
30 It's just that Luoshui molybdenum is not willing to take such a big risk and take over this project.
Mr. Wang,
of course, this is our detection data for that cobalt-rich ore, Yichang said with a smile.
Then he took out a document.
Wang Zilong hurriedly looked at it. He was originally from a technical background and could understand these data. If these data are true, Montenegro Special Material is considered a loss this time.
Just 50 million sold a cornucopia. Mr. Yi, let's just believe this data is true. How much are you going to sell?
Wang Zilong thought for a moment, then asked.
If the data of this cobalt mine is true, then it must be taken down. In recent years, CMOC has been developing the Heizhou business, but it has not made much progress.
If it can take over the Heizhou project in the hands of Yichang, it will undoubtedly open up the situation. After all, cobalt ore is a rare non-ferrous metal with more and more uses and extremely high value, while the global output distribution is very small.
Mr. Wang, you belong to the industry, you should know the importance of cobalt mines. Such a large-scale cobalt-rich mine is very rare in the world, at least worth tens of billions. I want 3 billion, it should be not too much, right?
Yichang laughed.
Wang Zilong's face twitched slightly. 3 billion is not too much? Even if this cobalt mine is worth tens of billions, how much does it cost to mine all of it? The time cost alone is probably going to take 10 or 20 years.
Mr. Yi is joking. 3 billion. I'm afraid no company can offer such a high price.
Wang Zilong took a sip of water and said with a smile, if I sell to other companies abroad, I think there will be many companies that offer affordable prices. Of course, I am a businessman who loves China, so the first thing I think of is a domestic company. Yichang smiled and said, how about President Wang also make a price? Wang Zilong pondered for a moment and said, Mr. Yi, otherwise, let's discuss it internally first, and how about giving you an offer tomorrow? How can a direct bid be made for such a big deal?
Based on these data, he must find a corresponding estimator for evaluation, and then he can get the corresponding value and then make a quotation, also.
Yichang nodded with a smile. He wasn't in a hurry anyway.
He believed that when he sent the news, other companies should be interested. The reason why he prefers Luoshui molybdenum industry is only because the company in the previous life finally won the cobalt ore project. However, he was not satisfied with the price of 1.3 billion for the special material of Montenegro in his previous life.
What if it could sell an extra 3 to 5 billion? It doesn't matter if you try.
Anyway, he will stick to the bottom line of 1.3 billion. Back at the hotel, Yichang received a call from Wu Jin.
Mr. Yi, there will be a celebration banquet next Friday, and the box office will be split at the same time. You must come to participate. In addition, the investment in Dragon Group may second be decided, Wu Jin said.
So soon?
Yichang laughed.
If he knows Dragon Group won, the second part will be launched as a matter of course. I'm going to take a break, but those investors don't want to, or they'll be said to be playing big names.
Wu Jin smiled bitterly.
Although the Dragon Group is on fire, making him one of the hottest top directors in the Xiagua director circle, but his pressure is not small.
After all, if there is a popular movie, can a second one be made? This is a test of the director's psychological quality.
Yi Chang knew, however, that Wu Jin already had all the qualities of a top director. What a big name, Director Wu, you are already a big name director now. Yi Chang smiled and said, I will definitely come back to participate in the celebration banquet. After all, I will not miss the Dragon Group too, Director Wu, do you think? The two chatted a few more times before Yi Chang hung up the phone. Then he played the prestige video to his wife. The next day, Yi Chang came to CMOC again with his people. Mr. Yi, this is the intended price given by our company based on your data, please take a look. Wang Zilong handed a letter of intent to Yi Chang. Yi Chang took it and looked at it, 1.23 billion. His brows furrowed. This is very close to the price of the previous life. This molybdenum industry is really a chicken thief. Wang Zilong was also observing Yi Chang's expression, and when he saw Yi Chang frowning, he immediately knew that Yi Chang was very dissatisfied. Actually, he also knew that Yi Chang would not be satisfied. However, negotiation, it must be negotiated. It is impossible to give a high price in the first place. Every penny counts, which is the value of business negotiation. Mr. Wang, it seems that you Luoshui molybdenum industry have no sincerity. You directly gave me a half discount and also discounted it. Yi Chang shook his head, threw the letter of intent directly on the chair, and said indifferently, it seems that there is no need to continue this transaction. 1 inch saying that, he got up. The others that Yi Chang brought also got up quickly, ready to follow. Wang Zilong looked dumbfounded. Why did you just leave? Do not continue talking? Wait, Mr. Yi, what do you mean? If you are not satisfied with the price, we can continue to talk. Wang Zilong also got up and said, Mr. Wang, do you think it is necessary to continue talking? By the way, Hanrui Cobalt Industry contacted me yesterday. I think they are more interested in this cobalt mine project. Wang Yi Chang turned around and said. After he finished speaking, he did not give Wang Zilong a chance to continue talking, and left the conference hall of Luoshui molybdenum industry directly. What he said was the truth, and Hanrui Cobalt did contact him. Or maybe he had planned it long ago. In business negotiation, it is very important to take advantage of the situation. Although his primary target is molybdenum, he doesn't mind changing his target if other companies can offer better prices. The reason why Montenegro Special Materials in the previous life was sold to CMOC at a price of 1.3 billion is mainly due to the special relationship between Haishan Special Materials and CMOC. The other is that Montenegro Special Materials has suffered serious losses and urgently needs to return blood, coupled with the interference of external factors, otherwise 060 can be sold at a higher price. And he was different. There is no shortage of funds at all, even if it is delayed for a while, it can still be supported. But, the longer it drags on, the more demanding Yi Chang will be. Because he also costs time. At the time of Rue Cobalt Industry, news finally arrived on the side of Montenegro Special Materials. They have a deep cooperative relationship with China molybdenum industry, so they have access to this information. What? That cobalt project has found rich cobalt? Dong Chenghui, chairman of Haishan Special Materials, became extremely ugly. Because he wanted to sell the cobalt ore project, he was the first to put it forward, even against all opinions. For a long time, he felt that this was his wise decision, and used the 50 million return to solve the financial crisis of Montenegro Special Materials. Old Don not only found a cobalt-rich ore, Yi Chang has already found molybdenum, and is ready to resell this cobalt ore project for 3 billion. Another senior said in a deep voice. Dong Qinghui's body swayed, almost unable to sit still. 3 billion? Although it is impossible for China molybdenum industry to agree to the price of 3 billion, it can definitely be sold for 1.8 billion. In other words, they made a bloody business with special materials from Montenegro, and sold a big project that could make 1 billion for a mere 50 million. The more Dong Chenghui thought about it, the more depressed he became, and the more he thought about it, the more angry he became. Suddenly, his chest became tight and his head became dizzy. Then, his eyes went black, and he slammed his head directly on the table, and passed out. Director Dong. The people present saw this and rushed to the hospital. After Yi Chang talked with Hanrui Cobalt, the price could not be reached because it was lower than that of Luoshui molybdenum. So Yi Chang flew back to Pengcheng directly. He is going to hang the two companies for a while. My wife is 4 months pregnant. He has to take his wife for a checkup. In addition to routine examinations, it is mainly midterm down screening. Tuesday, November 20th, 2018. Yi Chang drove Lin Yuanyuan to the hospital. I made an appointment before coming. Train services. An intensive care nurse accompanied her through the formalities, and finally a director-level female doctor examined Lin Yuanyuan herself.
It took over an hour to complete all the checks.
Yi Chang and Lin Yuanyuan came to the special VIP lounge, where there are beds for pregnant women to rest, oxygen inhalation, nursing massage and other free services. At this moment, Yi Chang's cell phone rang.
It's an unfamiliar phone call.
After he answered the call, it turned out to be another company in the non-ferrous metal industry, Zhongwei High Tech.
He was very interested in Yi Chang's Heizhou cobalt ore business and hoped to talk about it.
Yi Chang said that he had no time for the time being, and the other party said that he could fly to Pengcheng to talk. Yi Chang would naturally not refuse the company that came to the door on his own initiative. After making an appointment, Yi Chang hung up the phone.
Another hour later,
the chief female doctor came in. Mr. Yi, the fetus in Madam's body is very healthy. It only needs to be checked regularly. Then she explained some things that need attention.
Okay, Dr. Xia, then thank you, Yi Chang said. After the doctor left, Lin Yuanyuan took off the oxygen mask, sat up, and said, "Husband, do you want to ask about the kex of the fetus? Don't?
I heard that it can be distinguished in 4 months. It's not necessary, it's the same for men and women, and it won't change."
Yi Chang laughed. "I just wanted to know ahead of time." Lin Yuanyuan said a little jiao. "All right."
Yi Chang didn't have the slightest resistance to his wife's behavior, so he immediately came to the doctor's office and coughed, feeling a little embarrassed. After all, there is a sign on the wall that prohibits doctors from revealing the kex of the fetus.
"Dr. Xia, it's like this. I only have one apartment at home now. Do I need to buy another one?" Yi Chang asked.
Dr. Xia looked up at Yi Chang, first showing a hint of consternation, and then said meaningfully, "It's not necessary. I heard that there will be a property tax in the future." Dr. Xia, I know what to do."
Yi Chang got the answer and left the office. After returning to the lounge, Lin Yuanyuan hurriedly asked, "Husband, have you asked, is it a man or a woman?"
"I didn't understand either, but that's what Dr. Xia said." Yi Chang smiled and repeated the conversation between himself and Dr. Xia.
Lin Yuanyuan stared at her pockets. How could she still ask such a question? Moreover, Dr. Xia actually responded immediately. "Husband, you are too smart." Lin Yuanyuan laughed. "Of course, if you ask directly, wouldn't it embarrass Dr. Xia?" Yi Chang said. "Husband, it's another daughter, what should I do?" Lin Yuanyuan said. "My daughter is my daughter. My daughter is my father's little padded jacket. I think it's pretty good. Besides, there are only 2 daughters, how much?" Yi Chang laughed. He really didn't think there was anything wrong with his daughter.
"When the 3rd child is opened in the future, we will have another one," Lin Yuanyuan said suddenly.
Yi Chang was stunned. "Wife, are you serious? In 2021, the country will really open up to 3 children. Seriously, of course." Lin Yuanyuan said. Yi Chang didn't know what to say.
The next day, Yi Chang met the people from Zhongwei High Tech, and the price given by the other party was higher than that of Luoshui molybdenum industry, reaching 1.35 billion. It is 50 million more than the 1.3 billion that Montenegro Special Materials sold in the previous life.
However, Yi Chang was still not satisfied.
Although he didn't insist on asking for 3 billion, it could not be less than 2 billion.
The two sides did not negotiate. On the same day, molybdenum water met Yi Chang. Yi Chang disclosed the quotation from Zhongwei High Tech to the 2 companies.
The 2 companies were immediately under pressure.
After the investigation, Zhongwei High Tech did contact Yi Chang, so they raised the price one after another.
In this way, Yi Chang cleverly took advantage of the 3 companies' attention to this cobalt ore project, and managed to raise the price to a maximum of 1.58 billion.
It is more than 200 million higher than in the previous life.
Even though it was just over 200 million, it was already extremely difficult. Because these 3 companies are not willing to raise prices anymore. Yi Chang immediately understood that these 3 companies might have passed each other, and saw that Yi Chang was using the 3 companies to raise the price step by step.
He knew it couldn't be delayed any longer.
So, he directly pulled the representatives of the 3 companies to a negotiating table. "Everyone, the negotiation is up to now. Everyone should be tired and it can't make progress. Otherwise, I will directly say the price, if you are willing. If you are not willing, then this transaction will end here. As for me, I will do my best to operate this cobalt mine project. After all, I am not short of funds, and the water will continue to flow. I think I will earn far more in the future than I do now." Yi Chang smiled when he saw that the 3 representatives were silent.
"Mr. Yi, that's fine.
If you really can't agree, although you can't acquire this project, there will still be opportunities for cooperation in the future, so there's no need to make you look bitter,"
Wang Zilong of CMOC said.
He sighed inwardly. This Yi Chang is too thief.
He even pulled the other two together to compete for the price, but fortunately, he contacted the other two in time to reach an agreement. The total price is 1,700 million, of which at least 1 billion is in cash, and the other 700 million can be offset with your company's shares. Yi Cheng immediately said his low price. He knows that such a company with heavy assets has a high debt ratio, and the circulating funds on the book are often not too much. It is indeed a bit difficult to ask them to take out 1.7 billion at one time. That's why he thought of using shares as collateral. The three companies fell silent, because this price is indeed a bit high. However, it is worth considering using shares to mortgage a part. In the end, Molybdenum Luoxue agreed to Yi Cheng's request. As for the other two, they are smaller in scale and cannot afford such high prices. After the representatives of the two companies left, Wang Zilong of Luoxue Molybdenum Industry said with emotion, "Mr. Yi, you really used this business method very well, and you played with the three of us in the palm of your hand." "Wang Dong, I can't say that. This price is still a little far from the ideal price in my heart, not to mention. From now on, we will all be shareholders of Luoxue Molybdenum Industry, and Wang's can be regarded as our own family. It's not good to mock me like this." Yi Cheng laughed. Wang Zilong was speechless. But who let Yi Cheng master the big killer of the Heizhou Guogang cobalt mine project? He could only admire Yi Cheng's vision. Knowing that this project was too risky, he dared to take it from Heishan Special Materials, and finally had the last laugh and became the biggest winner. Such courage, he is ashamed. Yi Cheng deserves this money. If you want to come to the high-level people of Montenegro's Special Materials, I am afraid that they are already crying without tears. "Ha, I'm joking, Mr. Yi, I wish us a happy cooperation." Wang Zilong stretched out his palm. "Pleasant to work with." Yi Cheng shook hands with Wang Zilong and said with a smile. At this moment, his heart was relieved. Exceeded target. 1 billion in cash and 7 billion in molybdenum shares. His assets will directly double. After Yi Cheng returned to Pengcheng, he told Lin Yuan about the sale of the Heizhou project. "You mean, the Heizhou cobalt ore project you bought before was sold for 1.7 billion yuan? Lin Yuanxio opened her mouth, and her pretty face was full of incredible. She knew about the Heizhou cobalt ore project, but she didn't know much about it. She only knew that her husband spent tens of millions to buy the project. How long does it take from buying to selling? 50 million to buy, 1.7 billion to sell. How many times has this doubled? How can my husband make money so easily? Is this still your husband?" The changes over the past year have caught Lin Yuan by surprise. "I thought I was used to it, but my husband broke his cognition time and time again." "Yeah, isn't your husband amazing?" Yi Cheng hugged Lin Yuan gently, stroked her already bulging belly, and said with a smile, "My husband is amazing." Lin Yuan is also very proud. She felt that being able to choose such a good husband was God's greatest gift to her. "Wife, I'm going to the Dragon Group's celebration party tomorrow, are you going?" Yi Cheng asked suddenly. "I have a big belly, or not to go?" Lin Yuan touched her belly and shook her head. "However, if I didn't go, are you not allowed to hook up with?" She turned around and said again, "This kind of film and television celebration banquet, there will definitely be many beautiful female stars to participate." She knows that the entertainment circle is very chaotic. 063 Wife, do you think I am like this? Yi Cheng was dumbfounded. "You're not, but those people don't know. Men can't stand temptation," Lin Yuan said. The next morning, Yi Cheng put on a custom-made suit and done hairstyle, looking young and promising, handsome and capable, with a very unique aura. "Husband, seeing how you look now, I'm really a little uneasy." Lin Yuan looked at her husband, and he became more and more attractive as a man. What woman would not like it? "Otherwise, I'd better dress casually." Yi Cheng laughed. "No, how can you be casual about participating in a formal occasion like this?" Lin Yuan shook her head and said. Yi Cheng smiled. "Sometimes, a woman's heart is so complicated." The Dragon Group's celebration banquet was held in a high-end hotel in Pengcheng. The scene has already been arranged, and a red carpet at the entrance of the hotel extends to the intersection. 2 rows of security guards form a human wall, keeping fans and passers-by on both sides out. Many media reporters also surrounded the outside, all kinds of flashing lights one after another. Men and women in dresses walked down the red carpet. Some walked slowly on purpose to give themselves better exposure. At this time, a black Mercedes-Benz came to the vicinity. It's Yi Cheng's car. It was Fei Wei who was driving. Now that Yi Cheng goes out, he basically takes Fei Zhang with him. Bodyguard part-time driver. Yi Cheng got out of the car. At this time, a woman with a work card trotted over and said respectfully, "Is it Mr. Yi Chang?" "Yes." Yi Chang nodded. "Mr. Yi, please come this way." The woman quickly led the way. Yi Chang nodded, then walked towards the red carpet. This should be his first time walking the red carpet.
This scene is much bigger than the signing anchor party he held last time. After all, the force of this film and television circle is much higher than that of the anchor circle. Yi Chang walked into the red carpet, and immediately many reporters from the entertainment media aimed their cameras at Yi Chang. Clack clack. A flash of light almost blinded Yi Chang's eyes. He didn't stop, just walked directly across the red carpet and entered the hotel. According to the direction arrow, Yi Chang came to the venue of the celebration banquet. Inside is very luxurious. Men and women in formal attire were talking in groups with wine glasses in hand. "Brother Yi, this way." Yi Chang had just entered when someone suddenly called him. Yi Chang heard the sound and looked over, but saw an acquaintance. It was Su Bingue. He invested 2 million last time, so this time he was also invited to participate in the celebration banquet. Yi Chang walked over. The other Yi Chang didn't know each other. After saying hello, they started chatting. There was a director with a good reputation. Hearing that Yi Chang had invested more than 10 million in the Dragon Group, he immediately wanted to pull Yi Chang to invest. After Yi Chang heard about the movie he was going to make, he took it as a sign that he wanted to think about it. Nonsense, he didn't even bother to vote for movies he had never heard of. At about 10 o'clock, Wu Jin, the protagonist of the Dragon Group's celebration feast, finally arrived at the scene and immediately became the focus. Several big Dobby Entertainment media reporters came forward to interview. Su Bingue watched from below the stage and said with emotion, "Wu Jin is in his early days. Although Wu Jin has made some movies before, the box office is very mediocre." And this time the Dragon Group's box office reputation exploded, and he immediately stepped into the ranks of top directors. "Brother Yi, I heard that Dragon Group 2 is also planning to set up a project. You should be able to participate in the agreement with that agreement." Su Bingue said again. He admired Yi Chang's foresight very much. Not only did he directly invest 13 million yuan, but he also signed an investment agreement for Dragon Group 2 with Wupu. He can only admire and admire now. At noon, the celebration banquet came to an end, and all the crew members, plus the investors' representatives, took a group photo at the entrance of the hotel. In the conference room, all investors come together. The producer, distributor, and director Wu Jin prepare to split the box office account and then credit it to the investor's account. This time, if you don't have any doubts, please sign on this and follow your fingerprints. The producer, Fengdang Films, Feng Zong said. As the producer, Fengdang Pictures is the party directly responsible for the copyright of the film Dragon Group and is also responsible for sharing the accounts. Regarding the details of the split, all investors have seen it in advance, and this time it is just a confirmation. Soon, the representatives of the investors signed and followed their fingerprints. When he arrived at Yi Chang took a brief look. There was no problem. He signed his name and then pressed his fingerprint on the name. Not long after, Yi Chang's cell phone rang, and it was Long Chong who had received the money, a total of more than 314 million. Not to his personal account, but to his company account. He had already registered an investment company called Chunyuan Investment. All his investments in Long Group and Captain Xiaoguo will be completed by Chunyuan Investment. In this case, the tax payment of the box office revenue will be much more favorable than the tax, otherwise the tax will be too heavy and the gains will outweigh the losses. In the future, Yi Cheng's investment will also be completed by Chunyuan Investment. After the split ends, all the investors did not leave, because they all know that the investment in Dragon Group 2 will also be finalized. In another room, Fengdang Films, Wu Jin and several heavyweight film companies, as well as representatives of several well-known film and television investment companies, gathered at this moment. Wu Dao, it is absolutely impossible for this Yi Chang to account for 30 of the investment quota. President Fong of Fengdang Pictures said in a deep voice. This time, the investment of Dragon Group 2, those small and medium investors were directly excluded. Only a few giants can stay, and those who re-enter are also industry giants or top investment banks. Precisely because monks have more flesh and less flesh, they are strong. How could they possibly allow a small investment firm to take a 30% share? Even they intend to directly exclude Yi Cheng's investment in the dust. With the success of Dragon Group 1, they have huge confidence in Dragon Group 2. Mr. Fong, I signed a priority agreement with President Yi. At the beginning, I asked you to invest another 15 million yuan. You were afraid that the film would fail and lose money, so you refused to agree.
Later, I pulled in the investment of President Yi.
Wu Jin frowned slightly and said also, when this priority agreement was signed, I also passed Yi with President Fong in advance, and Fong always recognized it.
Why don't you recognize it now?
He knows that this party always sees the huge potential of Dragon Group 2, so he excludes the small and medium investors of Dragon Group 1.
Without that agreement, there's really nothing he can do.
After all, the copyright of the Dragon Group is in the hands of Fengdang Film. As a director, although he has a certain right to speak, he cannot stop the practice of Dengfeng Pictures.
Director Wu, don't worry about this, Yi Cheng sighed.
I will talk about it. If he must invest, give him 10, as for 30, it's impossible. This time he also made a lot of money from the Dragon Group's investment, so he should be satisfied.
Fong Tongyu said confidently.
Mr. Fong, anyway, I put my words here, and you must not exclude the investment of the world. As for how much share you can negotiate with Mr. Yi, then it depends on your ability.
Wu Jin said. That's all he can do.
It is impossible for Fong Tongyu not to give him this face. After all, he is the director of the Dragon Group, and he is the key person who made the movie popular. Before it was replaced by the Dragon Group Fire, his right to speak was much smaller.
Wu Dao, don't worry, I won't make it difficult for you. Fong Tongyu laughed.
Now Wu Jin is a hot top director, and he still wants to use Dragon Group 2 to make a lot of money again, and naturally he will not fall out with Wu Jin.
Soon, Fong Tongyu walked out of the room.
On the other side, Yi Cheng was chatting with Su Bingui.
Brother Yi, they wouldn't want to get rid of you, would they?
Su Bingui said a little strangely when he saw that several huge people in the film industry had disappeared. Some investors on the scene also realized that something was wrong.
After Dragon Group 1 earns the sweetness, they naturally want to invest in Dragon Group 2.
Don't worry, they can't get rid of me. There is that agreement, they have to come and talk to me. Yi Cheng said indifferently. However, he knew that Fengdang Pictures would definitely find a way to exclude himself. After all, in the previous life, when this company was shooting Dragon Group 2, many investors of Dragon Group 1 were kicked out, and all the film and television giants and top investment companies came in. At this moment, the door of the conference room opened, a woman in business attire walked in, glanced at the audience, and then her eyes fell on Yi Cheng and said, Mr. Yi, we want to chat with you. The other investors present stood up one after another and asked Mr. Fong, who wanted to see Fengdang Pictures. But the woman in business attire said with a smile, please wait a moment, we will always give you a satisfactory answer.
These people are at ease. Yi Cheng got up and followed the woman out of the conference room and into another room.
There is only one person here, that is Fong Tongyu, the director of Dengfeng Pictures.
Yi always, please take a seat. Fong Tongyu said with a smile. Mr. Fong, do you want to talk to me about the investment share of Dragon Group 2? Yi Cheng laughed.
Mr. Yi, it's true, you should also know that Dragon Group 1 is on fire, and now Dragon Group 2 has also put forward a plan, but there is too much capital to get a share of the pie, and our company is also very embarrassed.
What? Fong Tongyu nodded and said, Mr. Fong, how much do you think I should invest?
Yi Cheng said with a smile.
Well, after all, you signed a priority investment agreement with Daowu, so how about you invest 10%? Fong Tongyu said.
Mr. Fong, your reduction is a bit severe, from at least 30 to 10. Yi Cheng smiled indifferently. What if I definitely want 30%? Mr. Yi, you also know that this investment cannot be forced. Although you have a priority agreement, it is not a compulsory agreement after all.
We have many ways to avoid it. 3 to 5 years is a common occurrence.
Fong Tongyu said with a smile, 10% is already quite a lot, so you can't be too greedy. As a big shot in the film and television industry, how shrewd he is, how could he be stumped by a small priority agreement?
Yes?
Yi Cheng smiled. I have asked the lawyer carefully, if there is a dispute in a movie, it cannot be approved.
What if the movie is delayed for 3 or 5 years? Fong Tongyu's face darkened.
Because what Yi Cheng said is the truth. Once a movie project gets stuck, then big trouble. Why did Dragon Group 2 quickly set up the project and start shooting? It is to use the shareholder wind of Dragon Group 1 to maximize the benefits. Mr. Fong, 30 of the share, can't be less than 1 point less. You don't want to shoot this Dragon Group 2, I'll leave it here. Yi Cheng said indifferently, glanced at Fong Tongyu, then turned and left the room, leaving Fong Tonyu's face extremely ugly. Outside, Su Bingui saw Yi Cheng coming out and quickly asked, Brother Yi, how is it?
The talk broke down. 0 flowers. Yi Cheng laughed. What can we do then? Su Bingui said. What else can I do? Let's make a salad.
Yi Cheng smiled and said, Brother Su, I have something to do, I'll go first, and I will contact you later.
Su Bingui nodded, and he really couldn't do anything about Yi Chang.
After Yi Chang left the hotel, he returned to the company by car and asked the legal department to prepare relevant materials.
The other side. Fong Tanyu returned to the room. Mr. Fong, how's the talk going? Wu Jin asked quickly.
Wu Dao, it's not that I don't give you face, it's that Yi Chang is too arrogant. I gave him 10 of the share, but he didn't agree. He was determined to take 30.
Fong Tanyu said in a deep voice.
Wu Jin fell silent. He didn't expect things to get to this level. 0. He also wants to limit the establishment of Dragon Group 2 by prosecuting. Wu Dao, this is not simply a question of investment share, but a question of whether our Dragon Group 2 film and television project can be approved.
Fong Tanyu said, isn't he going to file a lawsuit? Then let's fight?
In the film and television industry, he is a newcomer and wants to pinch us, which is really wishful thinking.
The other representatives nodded. Everyone was already standing on the same front. Only by taking away Yi Chang's share could they invest more money and obtain greater profits.
At this moment, Wu Jin's cell phone rang.
It was from Yi Chang. Wu Jin got up and walked to the next door. Director Wu, I'm going to be sorry for you this time.
Yi Chang's voice came from the phone. Mr. Yi, from your standpoint, you are right, so no matter what you do, there is no need to worry about me.
Wu Jin sighed and said.
He is just a director, and many things are simply beyond his control. Even if he became famous because of Dragon Group 1, he still couldn't control the power of capital.
Director Wu, thank you for your understanding, then I'll hang up first.
1-inch Yi Chang hung up the phone after he finished speaking. The friendship between him and Wu Jin is not bad, and he also understands that it is difficult for Wu Jin to be caught in the middle.
However, for their own interests, it must be safeguarded. He now wants money, and people.
He is no longer the unknown person he used to be, and naturally he can't bear such grievances.
Are you capital? Sorry, I am also capital.